And welcome everyone to day 2 of the Champions Chess Tour. I'm Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, and it is my pleasure to be joined here today by Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura and Alex Ostrovskiy. Hikaru, today you will be playing against Wesley So. What are your thoughts about this matchup?
Yeah, so first things first, I think for everybody who's watching, you're probably surprised I'm here as opposed to playing. But as I found out about 20 minutes ago, my match is starting 1 hour later. So because my match is starting at 12:15 instead of 11:15, that is why I'm joining you guys live right now. That's first things first. In terms of the match today, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. A big shout out to everybody who's watching here on Kick. Hope you're having a great morning wherever you are. It's going to be tough. It's going to be interesting. I've played Wesley far too many times, I would say, in the last week already, or week and a half. So I'm pretty familiar with him, of course, and may the better player win, I guess, a simple way of putting it.
All right, awesome perfect. Stuff. And yeah, we're going to get started with the games in the losers bracket. Alex, we will have the matches between Magnus Carlsen and, sorry, remind me, who is he playing again? And
I believe he's playing Liam.
Yeah, he's playing Liam. Yeah.
Liam Lay.
All right, and the other matchup is the one between Levon Aronian and Fedosseev. So what are your thoughts about those matchups?
Yeah, so you go ahead. Go ahead. You haven't spoken yet. Go ahead.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, Benjamin, first of all, I was actually going to, it's funny, I was going to throw the question at some point to Hikaru. I was going to say, hey, listen, yesterday, obviously we had these turbulent matches. Magnus got knocked out by Artemiev. He's in the loser's bracket now. I was going to ask for your thoughts on where you think he'll end up. But first, of course, I was also going to add, it's kind of funny. Benjamin and I talked about this at length yesterday. We got a lot of Knights, PCL Gotham Knights in the tournament. We got Liam, Fedosseev, obviously Hikaru. And obviously I'm pulling for those guys as well, for Liam to get the huge upset over Magnus and for Vladimir to bounce back. Yesterday, he came very close to winning the match. Obviously, Hikaru's defense was too much. So I'm rooting for those guys. But objectively speaking, it looks like based on day one, based on Magnus' loss, even these close matches that went to Armageddon, it seems like it's almost anyone's match, even though obviously there are some favorites.
Right, and Hikaru, I wanted to ask you, so Magnus, he lost that match yesterday against Artemiev. First of all, what do you make of Artemiev? We don't see him playing a whole lot, but we know how strong he is in Rapid and Blitz. And what do you make of Magnus? It doesn't seem like he's quite the same. He didn't win Tata Steel Chess, and now he lost his first match to Artemiev. So what do you make of both players?
Well, I mean, first of all, you're right that he didn't win Tata, but he did kind of play a certain Champions Tour event after that, which he did win. So he does have a dub in the middle there. Yeah, I think yesterday was a very strange day with most of the matches. If I start with my match, I think both Fedosseev and myself, we made a lot of uncharacteristic blunders in that match. I also noticed Wesley was a little bit shaky. Levon, I mean, both of them it was very choppy as well. And of course, Magnus and Artemiev, it seemed like Artemiev in the first 3 games played very well. And then suddenly in the 4th game, out of nowhere, when he has the match sewn up, he just makes an uncharacteristic blunder to lose that game. He's able to hang on, and Magnus hangs his queen in the Armageddon game. So I think it was just a lot of people, maybe it's just not playing a lot of online chess recently or whatever it is, and everyone was shaky. I think for Artemiev, he's always been a very strong player. He has not had many opportunities, obviously due to certain geopolitical conflicts or certain invasions, shall we say. And so I think it's hard to know where he's at right now. But I feel like whenever I've played him in these online tournaments, he's always been a very formidable competitor. I think I beat him in the tour finals, maybe that's like a year and a half ago now. I lost him, I think, in the semis of the previous event. So he's always dangerous. And so I don't think it's too much of a surprise that he won, especially considering the way that Magnus played. But I think Magnus will definitely be angry today, and I think he'll be out for blood, and he'll probably play a lot better.
Hikaru wants to ask you your perception. This is a top level player. These guys, like Fedosseev, Artemiev. I remember Fedosseev was like 27-30 or 40. Artemiev, I think, was even as high as 27-60. And now we see these guys in 27-01. I think Fedosseev's under 2700 as well. Obviously, we know these guys are, they're formidable opponents, well, in all formats, but online and in Rapid. And, as someone also who recently, you had that slide to 27-30, now world number 5, 27-75. Could you give some insight or at least your take on, why or how this happens? I mean, maybe to these particular guys or in general, the top level, sometimes these guys go to 2700 and just seemingly lose that rating.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is consistency, and obviously it's a very strange time in history right now. We're at this point where basically everyone was very active, super active over the board, and up until the very end of 2019, going into 2020, we know what happened at the beginning of 2020, a certain pandemic. So I think now you don't have the same amount of tournaments, because you don't have like tournaments every single month over the board. I think it's very difficult to maintain that consistency for studying, for example. You don't have the same routine. And I think if you're not playing as much, you're not going to be as consistent. So when you go over, I think it's very hard consistently to play well in every single event. I think like for myself, for example, I think the fact that I'm not playing all the time helps me stay fresher. And so I have had a lot of great results. But I think certainly for most players, it's just very difficult not having the same routines as before. And the 2700 is viewed as this very special rating level where which once you get to it, you get invites and everything else. And so there also is added pressure to maintain it. And I think it's very difficult with the lack of events. There just aren't as many tournaments as there used to be.
All right, and as we were speaking, we're off in the game, and we see a timing of defense by Lekwang Liam. To me, that's quite surprising. I've always known him as an E45 player. So what do you make of this opening choice, Hikaru?
Well, I have it on move 2. I have E4, C5, Knight F3, E6. So we don't actually know exactly what it's going to turn into. I mean, Taimanov, it could also be, the Khan. Obviously, there are a lot of people here who are Trekkies. So, you have the classic Wrath of Khan variations, Sicilian with A6. So I'm surprised, though. I will say I am surprised because, yes, when I think of Lekwang, he normally is a very solid player. I think he almost always plays E4, E5, or he plays E4, C6. So he plays either into the Rui Lopez Italians or the Caro Khan defense. And so it is definitely surprising. That being said, he is someone who's very well prepared. Even though he doesn't play that often, I feel like he always has some ideas in the opening. So it's interesting. It's definitely a different choice. And I think it's a different choice, and I think that Magnus is going to be... It'll be interesting to see how Magnus responds, because anytime I've played the Sicilian against Magnus in a must-win situation, he always plays the Alapin. He doesn't play the open. But here he does, in fact, play the open. Oh, we get knight c6.
The 4 knights.
Yeah. I was
move A3.
I was going to tell you guys real quick that I was going to predict the 4 knights because I saw Lekwang was actually working on the course in the 4 knights. So the moment he played E6, we're thinking Taimanov, we're thinking Khan. I was like, well, he's got this course coming out. I don't know if Magnus thought for like a minute, maybe he was going to play like B3 or something, right? But Magnus does allow him to go into it. So yeah, he's working on the course. So maybe he's trying to, do a little marketing here.
Is this some kind of inside information or something? How do you know this?
No.
I think it's out there. Yeah. Like if you look in the coming soon list, it says that he has a course coming out.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, you guys. I don't ever go to the Chessable website. It's too expensive for a poor guy like me. So you guys are more in the loop than I am. That being said, we're just window shopping. It's gotten very interesting though. What this Bishop E7 G4 is not familiar with this G4 move. So it's going to be interesting.
I just checked real quick on Chessable, and indeed he does have it says a 100 repertoire Sicilian 4 knights variation coming out by Liam Lekwang. So perhaps a bit of an oversight by Magnus that he didn't fully anticipate this variation, but to me the move Bishop B5 looks somewhat odd. I mean, Black can just defend with Bishop D7 or Queen C7, and the moves G4 and Bishop B5 to me look like a really weird combination also with A3. So Hikaru, what do you make of this opening by the world champion so far?
It looks very weird, but the question is the time usage. So, for example, A3 is a move that even I've played. I mean, a lot of people play A3, and the idea behind playing A3 is that you want to follow it up with a move like F4, and then like Queen F3, Bishop E3, or Bishop E3, Bishop E2. But to follow it up with G4 and then Bishop E5, yeah, it looks a little bit out of sync. The way Magnus has played this. And as I said before, Liam Lekwang, he's one of these guys who's really well prepared. He's always been well prepared. So normally when I play him, I try to dodge theory if I can. So I'm a little surprised by what Magnus has done. I am a little bit surprised. It's not what I expected, that's for sure.
Right, and now we see Hikaru, now we see Magnus in the tank. Sorry, I think he'll probably go for someone like pawn takes d5, but given the fact that he has his pawn on g4, I feel like Black never has anything to worry about in these isolated queen pawn positions. And the fact that he's thinking, I mean, it looks like a really weird opening to me.
Well, I mean, if you think about your favorite Dutch opening called the Scheveningen, or however you pronounce it, you can have the Keres attack with the pawn on a2, and I think it's kind of similar with the pawn on a2, where it takes, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop e3, or something like that. But with the pawn on a3, it seems like you lost the tempo. So yeah, it doesn't feel quite right. And also the other thing I will say is that one of the few things that does matter at the top level is time usage. And so if I'm looking at this like a poker player, or not even poker player, but I'm just looking at for like tells or things of that nature, the fact that Magnus is using time here tells me that he's been surprised. Now, I don't know if he was surprised by the opening choice or or like the whole idea of the Sicilian, or it's just like this bishop d7 move caught him off guard. But he's using a little bit more time than he would if this wasn't a complete surprise.
He does play e takes d5 like you guys were discussing, but yeah, I've actually, when Hikaru said, a lot of people play this move a3, you weren't kidding, because even I've played this move in one of my most recent tournaments. And my opponent, I think he played like d6, and then I went like f4, and it was kind of like this Scheveningen setup. But actually for Magnus, I think he was probably improvising a little bit with his g4 move. I'm not sure anyone is going to prepare too hard for me, so I'll leak a little bit of what I looked at myself. Instead of playing g4, I remember I looked at taking on c6 and then pushing e5, and then the knight can go to e4, the queen can go to g4. So it feels like with his time usage early on, he wanted to perhaps, like you said, Hikaru, maybe try to get Liam out of his prep or just kind of improvise a little bit. But yeah, this d5 move is super thematic, just strike in the center. As I was taught as a young boy by my Russian coaches, you play d5 in the Sicilian, you're always fine. And it looks really nice for him. I mean, it's Magnus's best bet, trying to like go very quickly for long castle and just trying to prove that this g4 move is not an empty thrust.
Mm-hmm.
I would think so, but to me it looks difficult to go for queenside castle. So let's say we take on d5 and we play something like bishop to e3. I guess black will castle, and there will always be ideas of queen to a5, and this bishop can always be hanging. Also, this pawn on g4 is always hanging. So I feel like he definitely has some problems here to figure out. And yeah, I don't think you ever really want to go for kingside castles. In that case, you're always going to be worse because your king is always going to be exposed.
Yeah, I was going to just jump in for a second because with the valuation on, it is funny, but I am noticing the computer, I think the line that it likes the most is knight takes, pawn takes, bishop e3, black castle, and white castle and kingside, despite having played pawn to g4. And if that's what the computer likes and you can't get the queenside castle, I mean, it's very hard for me to believe that Magnus is actually going to castle to the king side. Because again, he's not a computer, and he actually also just knowing Magnus, he's not going to castle having pushed g4. It's just not realistic. So I don't like this choice from Magnus so far. I don't like it, but again, we have to see how the next few moves progress.
All right, so let's see what he's going to do. But yeah, so far, great opening for Lekwang Liam. He's also up 2.5 minutes on the clock. And Hikaru, perhaps you know the format. In the losers bracket, I think they just play a 2-game match, right? So if Magnus loses this game, he's already extremely close to elimination.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's only, I think it's only 2 games. So you're right. If he does lose this match, or he loses this game, he will have to win the second game with the black pieces to not be eliminated. So it's going to be a spicy game. It's going to be very, very interesting. And also, big shout out to everybody who's watching. Again, I'm playing later, so I thought I would join for the commentary in case you just tuned in. I'll be playing in about 45 to 50 minutes or something like that. So,
and yesterday, Magnus also lost the first game to Artemiev with the white pieces, so it wouldn't be completely unprecedented. I mean, literally just happened. Actually, that match was bizarre. The first 4 games, all ended in victories for black. I was Hikaru, while you were playing, obviously, Benjamin, we were saying we're not sure that has ever maybe even happened in one of these top level matches where black just wins every game, but. Nevertheless, yeah, I mean, not obviously, Magnus is about a week away or less than that, even from losing his title. Maybe, now he's lost the Magnus effect. No longer the world champ.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps. I think I think the other thing also. And this isn't specifically about me per se, but I will say that if I think about just the years prior to the pandemic with Magnus, there are a couple of little things. I've said them on streams before, not on the streams here on Kick yet, but with Magnus, there are a couple things. So the first thing I would say about Magnus and Aura is that one thing Magnus did in recent times is he would never stay at the same hotel as the other players. So for example, usually the organizers put the players up in a specific hotel. Now, Magnus most of the time wouldn't stay at the hotel, but even when he did stay at the hotel, you would never see him at like the breakfast buffet. He would just never be around. He's like this ghost that doesn't exist almost, except when he's playing the game. So you never really see him around. So there's this sort of mystique around him, I think, in terms of just not knowing what he's up to. And I think certainly now, he obviously, I'm talking about like where you stand and so forth. But when you're playing so many tournaments, like when I was playing him in like 2018, 2017, 2018, 2019, I only played him in a handful of events. I was playing him very, very rarely. And I felt that if I had the chance to play against him more, I would actually do better. And now with all these tournaments online on top of over the board, I think everybody's seeing him play Entitled Tuesday. You're seeing him in the Champions Chess Tour. Everyone's getting more of a grasp on how he plays. And the more opportunities you have to play against him, the better you're going to do simply from getting more experience. So I think that applies to everybody. And I think it makes a big difference. I do. So I think that's something that has to be said. It's just the volume of games that are being played now by Magnus. It's just everyone sees it. Like he loses games to FMs. He doesn't look invincible. When you only see him play a tournament of 9 games, like once every other month or something, you really do sense that aura of invincibility, but he doesn't really have it in the same kind of way. And I think that's the biggest thing. It's just so many games that everyone's starting to feel more confident when they play against him.
Right. And do you feel like he also has a different approach these days? It seems like he's a little bit more relaxed, like he's also playing poker. It seems like he wants to have a little bit more fun. Do you think that's also affecting his game?
Probably it is. I mean, I saw him play this poker event in Slovakia. I don't think it should make that big of a difference, but nonetheless, I think all these things combined, you sort of get the sense that he's not where he was a few years back. And I think when you have that in your mind, it becomes a lot easier to play against him because you don't feel like he's that invincible 2850 machine in the same kind of way.
Right.
Yeah,
and I was just
like a fence.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Benjamin. No, I was going to
go ahead, Alex.
Even as a casual observer, it's obviously, like Hikaru, you're saying like, yeah, he's playing a couple turns here and there. Obviously, he's having a great run. But now, now that he's, like you said, a little bit more relaxed, you see him streaming, he might be having a couple drinks, it might be 3 a.m. He might be, playing some random games online, playing the Bon Cloud, losing. Then it's like, okay, this guy's like, maybe he's not this mysterious figure. He doesn't stay in the same hotel. Who knows what he's doing, right? And then you kind of see him as more, like casually. And then
he seems more human, I guess. Like,
exactly,
it's not that he doesn't seem human, but yeah, you can see much more of who he is and all these different things. So I think that does play a big role for sure. So right, in the meantime, however, we have some moves here, right? We Magnus did castle to the king side, I guess, with the. I guess the one issue Black has is the light square bishop isn't great, but I still feel like if Black can play e5 or c5 at some point and develop the bishop on either of those diagonals, it's hard to believe that Black can't be better, especially when you combine that with the weakness of g4 and then White also having the double c pawns.
Yeah, but I do think he played this in a clever way, not taking on d5, because had he taken on d5, the bishop on d7, like you said, would have always been pretty active. But by only taking on c6 and dropping the bishop back, he's allowing Black to take on c3, and he gives himself double pawns. But like you said, the bishop on d7 remains quite passive. Now, I do like the move queen f3, and all of a sudden, let's say he gets moves in like bishop f4, rook to d1. Can White argue that maybe he could be a little bit better?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You could argue that White is better in that case. I mean, I don't particularly love c5, honestly. I felt like to me, it felt like maybe Black should play for e5. It just felt a little bit more thematic because g4 is a weakness. So it's not like it's the end of the world, but yeah, I'm already starting to dislike this. I mean, you can go queen e8 here, maybe to go bishop c6. That seems reasonable. But after rook c, rook d1, yeah.
But in case of bishop c6, we can always go bishop e4. And I feel like this bishop on e7 also isn't the most active piece, and Black's pieces are a little bit clumsy. So I feel like Magnus is slowly but surely starting to get the upper hand here.
I think a lot depends on the next 2 to 3 moves. I think if Le Quang is able to play like queen e8 and maybe bishop c6 or queen e8 with f5, there's still good chances that he could actually be better. But it's going to come down the next 2 or 3 moves. If he's very precise, I think he has chances still to prove that he could be better. If he's not pinpoint precise, though, he is going to end up worse. So the next 2 or 3 moves are probably going to decide the fate of this game.
Do you guys think that if Magnus is able to consolidate, he'll get his bishop out, maybe rook b1, and unless Le Quang is able to, generate this pressure on the long diagonal, could we see Magnus trying to make sense of these pawn pushes, maybe in the future, something like g5, h4, and actually turn these, this weakening thrust into something potentially more aggressive? Or is that too ambitious to think about here?
I mean, it's possible, but I realize there's also another factor which we're forgetting about, which is white can also go rook b1 and rook b7 down the road too. You can also use the open b file. So there are many options here for white. You can try to play rook b1, rook b7. You can go g5, h4. And I think the position kind of will play itself based on how Lekwang responds here. But he's using time, which to me is never a good sign here, because what it feels like to me is that he's using where he should have used the time was probably a couple moves earlier. And now he's coming to the realization that it's not quite so simple. And so he's burning the clock later than he probably should have. He should have used this time a few moves earlier, in my opinion.
All right, so we see the move queen e8. Now let's see what Magnus is going to do. I like the move rook b1 that you suggested earlier, but also bishop to f4. And I think we're always going to meet bishop to c6. Bishop f4 is on the board. And I think we're always going to meet bishop to c6 with bishop to e4, right? Because we still keep quite good control over these light squares. We can still go for this idea of rook b1 to b7. And in case of queen c6, we can always trade and go rook to d7. And Lekwang is in the tank again. So it's definitely a sign, like you were saying earlier, that he's not that comfortable.
Yeah, I think that Magnus already has the upper hand here. I'll make a prediction. If Lekwang doesn't find this idea, which the computer suggests, with c4, bishop e4, bishop c6, trading into an endgame, which to me doesn't feel human because it looks very scary optically. If he doesn't find that idea, I think he's just going to lose this game. So that's my hot take or my bold prediction that I have already at this point in the game. So to me, like c4, bishop e4, bishop e6 trading into this endgame with rook d7 at the end and bishop c5 just doesn't feel right, because even here you still feel like you should have some chance that you can try to punish white for having played g4, and I think the ability to sort of shift the mindset in that way is not going to happen here. So I really am liking Magnus's chances at the moment.
Yeah, and he's also
sorry, go ahead, Benjamin.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, and he's also almost up 2 minutes on the clock. But yeah, Alex, go ahead. My apologies.
Yeah, I actually think that's a sign that he does realize that the momentum is shifting, right? Like he wouldn't be spending this time if he didn't feel, okay, this is getting out of hand now. I can't even go rook b8 in case of rook b1. I think earlier, Hikaru's absolutely right. Like, you see a move like g4 and his pawns are shattered on the queen side. You just assume, okay, I'm going to castle, play natural moves, and I'm going to be better. Now he realizes, that it's actually not so simple and he can't take advantage of these weaknesses. So again, he is down a lot of time, but perhaps he's going to realize, okay, I actually need to start playing for, to neutralize Magnus's initiative as opposed to looking for advantage.
Benjamin, you've never played Magnus, have you?
I've played him once at the World Rapid Championship in 2016, and I also played him in a Title Tuesday in 2017.
Okay, so but only once over the board.
Only once over the board, yeah. Okay. And you were actually also at that tournament, right, in Doha.
Doha, yes, I was there. So what I was going to say is actually I did a video very recently, a couple days ago, about it was called like Hikaru responds to Magnus. And so I did this video, and I spoke about one of these games where I blundered very early in the opening, the Kalashnikov Sicilian, ironically enough. And basically I talked about how I started getting these emotions, like I thought I had to be better. I was attacking, it was really good. And how in a couple of moves he was able to sort of neutralize the entire attack and in fact turn it back the other way completely. And I think that's one of the things that's very hard is when you play Magnus, sometimes he plays these very provocative openings. And thanks so much to Sylvester Stallone for the host of 11. Thanks so much to Sly for the raid. Hope all is good with Rocky and everything else. As I was saying, however, what was I saying? I was saying that like Magnus, he plays these moves that sort of provoke you in some way, and it's very hard to maintain that equilibrium. And at a certain point, like in this game, for example, you just feel like you're doing fine or you're better because of basic concepts, and then suddenly you realize it's not quite that simple. And so it's this sort of pendulum swing on the emotional side, which makes a big difference.
Right, and in the meantime, look at what Lekwang has done. He's gone for c4, and after bishop b4, not to move bishop c6, which is what we anticipated, but he played f5, sacking a pawn, and now bishop to c6. And actually, I'm kind of starting to like it. He will often get this rook to f5, and that will at least give him some counterplay along the f file. And with the bishop going to c5, I feel like he should have pretty good chances to draw this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got reasonable chance. Again, I don't love the position just because when I look at it conceptually, white has the open D file, the open B file. Potentially, you can always put the bishop on G3 to make sure the king is safe. So I still am not thrilled by it, but I feel like, it feels like this hinges pretty much on every move for both sides. I think if one side makes a mistake, it could very quickly turn the other way. So it's going to be very, very tricky. And also, I saw someone in chat they said emotionally unprepared. Yeah, I mean that's part of it. Like when you play Magnus, you do definitely feel certain emotions because he is the best player in the world. And I think sort of keeping all that under control and not letting it become an issue is not easy for sure.
Right. One of the things that was quite an experience for me when I played him in that game in Doha 2016 was that, you watch Magnus play so much, right? And then all of a sudden you sit across of him and he has all these little manners, just how he moves the piece and all of those things. And just those things are already, quite a different experience. But I don't know how that was for you when you played him for the first time.
Well, I mean, I played Magnus when he was very young, so it's a little bit different. I mean, I played him all the way back in 2005 in the Beal Chess Festival, so it was definitely a little bit different back then. But yes, there are these little things, and of course, it is a lot of stuff when it comes to top level chess. It is psychological for sure. And so just that's also why when I talk about how like the fact that everyone's seeing him play these tournaments and he looks human when he loses some FM Title Tuesday, like it does matter because then that invincibility, like all these little things he does, they don't have the same impact as they used to.
Benjamin, question for you about that. When you're saying, you're playing him, he has all these little, mannerisms. Do you think what came first? Do you think it's because it's Magnus you might be reading into these? Maybe if I was sitting across from you doing the same things, you'd just be like, what is this clown doing? Making these faces or anything like that. So, it's kind of like the chicken or the egg, right? Maybe you're assigning extra value to these movements, just because you already have that predetermined respect. Something to think about in case you play him again.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's it wasn't necessarily faces, but it was just it's just the whole experience of playing him. Like I said, just how he moves his pieces and just how he uses. I don't know. It wasn't intimidating. I just thought it was interesting. In the meantime, by the way, we have the move rook takes f5 by Lequang on the board, and let's see what Magnus is gonna do. Maybe something like rook to b7, bring the rook into the game, but. I like what Lequang has done. I think he's done a good job creating counterplay. And I feel like there's quite a drawing tendency in the position because the material is fairly limited and white doesn't have the prettiest pawns. That being said, white is slightly more active.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. I mean, I think if you were just to take like the queens and like a rook and a bishop off the board, like a rook and pawn endgame, black would draw it very easily because the pawns are split on the king side. You have the double pawns on c2 and c3, and to me, yeah, it looks. I think black. I think Lequang he has fairly decent chances here to survive. I mean, rook d5, for example, looks like a very good move here after bishop g3. Again, I don't see how you can lose with this pawn structure. But rook d5 is. We'll see if he can find that move. He does play
rook
it.
d5 is on the board. But what about rook to b8? Do we just blocking with the bishop doesn't look like the most comfortable way to me? And is there some f7? There's no tactic or anything, right?
I don't see any tactics here. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any tactics here. I mean, I could see it, but I still think regardless, though, the bottom line is with the pawn structure, they're going to be drawing possibilities no matter what happens here.
Right, but actually, let's say you do play bishop f8, this might be somewhat uncomfortable in case we go queen f3, hitting the bishop, and if you go, oh no, wait, it doesn't. I was going to take you with black takes here first.
Well, he just traded queens, so I think we're headed towards a draw here, is my guess.
Yeah, I think so too. I think just the pawns at some point are all going to disappear, and we'll have some, maybe like 2 versus 2 on the king side.
Yeah, it's just very hard. I mean, I guess what Magnus wants to do is probably going to trade the rooks and go like rook b7 and hope for bishop takes a3 and bishop e5 or something like that. But I mean, again, realistically, this should be a draw with perfect play. So, I mean, I find it hard to believe that this won't be a draw.
To be fair, I think here white might have some chances with rook takes a7 and, like I said, bishop e5 coming soon. So perhaps what Liam should do is go bishop f6 to keep his bishop active. White gets the a pawn, but we have the d pawn, so this should be a pretty straightforward draw. And all of that is actually on the board. Rook to b7 has just been played.
Yeah, I would go bishop f6 in 5 seconds here. I would just not risk taking the pawn at a3. Because, I mean, even if the endgame is still a draw after bishop a3, bishop e5, and let's just say bishop f8, rook a7, where you can play this, I mean, why do you want this endgame? The pawns are blockaded on these light squares, and I just feel like if anybody can win, it's white. So I would go bishop f6 in 2 seconds. You just got to do it. No doubt. Just play the move. And he does it. He does it. Yep.
So now after we've traded, like say a7, c3, you're just going to run the d pawn, most likely exchange the c and d for the white c and a pawns.
If you can.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus's pawn is not any faster on the a file than the d pawn coming down. And if the rook ever
the
moves,
one
you go
thing-
rook a6.
Yeah, the
Even
one
now,
thing I was
right?
going to say, and we do have bishop f6 takes and rook d7 on the board, I would be a bit reluctant to go pawn d4 because this allows bishop to e5.
Yes. But rook a6
And this
here,
is
right?
not-
You just liquidate
Oh,
both pawns.
I just had a quick look. We have the move d3, but I guess if you don't see that, you don't want to go down this variation. But maybe, like you said, rook to a6. If anything, white is slightly, I mean, not really, right? You just go rook a4, bishop back, c3, and rook
I mean,
a2.
white is a better, quote unquote, but I mean, can you really win that endgame? I mean, it's hard for me to believe that you can really win that endgame, basically. I mean, I just don't see how you can win it. He plays rook c5, which is also a very accurate move as well. So, I mean, again, we'll see if Magnus can find some way to create some chances, but I would say that assuming Le Quangliam doesn't make any big blunders, this should be a draw.
We have
Also,
bishop
now
c7.
bishop 7, there's rook b5, maybe. Rook
Yeah,
b5,
rook
because
b5,
a4, rook
b7, I
b2.
guess. Mhm.
Yeah, he was focused on stopping rook to a5, but yeah, I like your plan of rook to b5, a4. Oh wait, but also rook b7 could all of a sudden be a little bit nasty. But I think if black wants, you can just go here, take the pawn on c2, we drop the bishop back, and I think inevitably something like this is going to happen where oh wait, never mind, I should stop making blunders. Something like this is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think something like that is definitely most likely. And he does play rook b5. Like Quangliam has played a good game. I mean, he's always been a very, very rock solid player. And I think in my opinion, like when I've played him many times, like I've found a way to win many games, but usually the reason I win the games is because like I'm able to trick him in like right after the opening phase before the position becomes completely clear. And I think that in general, like this game, for example, Magnus had maybe one brief glimmer where he had some chances maybe in the middle game, like around move 15, 16. But when he didn't find that one chance, I mean, it's petering out here. So it's very, 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 very good stuff from Le Quangliam. And he's going to have white in the second game. It's 2 games for everybody who's watching. It's not 4 games. It's 2 games. So just want to point that out. Also, big shout out to the people who subbed. I saw that 49ers gifted a sub. And I think Takes also gifted a sub. So thank you so much to both of you guys. Appreciate it.
Right, and Hikaru, I just wanted to ask you 2 questions. So first of all, when you look at Le Quang, right, what is the difference between him and some of the absolute top players? Like what he feels the difference? I feel like in Rapid, he's very much hanging with them, but in Classical, not as much. And also, how do you think he is going to approach the second game with the white piece? Do you think he will press, or do you think he will be fine with a draw and go into the Armageddon?
Well, having played Le Quangliam many times, I mean, I think he has some special preparation, some line that he intends to use, and he'll play it regardless of the match situation. So I'm sure he has some line, assuming that he gets exactly what he wants, what he prepared for this morning. I think he'll use it. So I think it's just going to depend on the game situation. That's it.
All right, and sorry, coming back to the other question, like what do you think is the difference between him and some of the absolute top players?
I think the difference is he doesn't play chess. Well, I mean, I guess technically he plays chess professionally. I don't actually know, to be honest, but I feel like there was a period in time when he won this very prestigious tournament, the Aeroflot Open, 2 times in a row. He won it, I think, like 2004, 2005, something like that. And he got over 2,700, but then he kind of stalled for a few years. He went to college.
I think it was more like 2010, 2011, because he's around 30. So when he was
and
around 20.
He qualified to Dortmund. I remember he had a strong performance, and that was probably his peak, at least rating wise, when he won those strong Aeroflots, qualified to Dortmund. But I was going to say he is a chess professional, but I don't know if he's necessarily a professional player because now he is the head coach or at the Webster University, so he might have a bit more coaching duties. He's obviously working with very strong grandmasters, but perhaps it's a bit more of a backseat to his playing career. I don't even remember the last time he played a classical event. I mean, Hikaru, you've traveled many times to St. Louis to participate, recently American Cup and even Sinkfield Cup and so forth. I don't remember Liam playing in any of those events, or even the Spring Classic that Benjamin will be participating in tomorrow, actually. So he might not just be that active in classical anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. He hasn't played much classical. He got a degree. He's of course the coach at Webster. He has, however, played some of the rapid events in St. Louis because as a chess player, I have a good memory. And I remember this ridiculous game that I lost from the Catalan. I think it was 2017, where I was much better. This bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop e7 line. We don't need to get into it because it's a bad memory. But at any rate, he has played some of the rapid events, but I don't think he's played in the classical events at all. I don't think he's ever played single event. So I think it's just the fact that he's not a professional player. I think that's the main thing. But he did stall out. Like he got to like 27-20. Then of course he lost his famous game to me around that time in the Chess Olympiad in this Queen's Indian where I had the black pieces. So he has. I mean, he tried for a couple of years, but I think he just went to college, and ever since then it's been just a chill life ever since.
Right. Yeah. All right. In the meantime, we have the move rook b4 on the board, hitting the pawn. I suppose Magnus will go a5, rook a4, and this one is probably going to peter out into a draw. One variation, we might see something like a5 here, a6. I think we can just take and go rook c2, because after this we can take and we have the move rook c1 followed by bishop b2.
Yeah.
This is pretty dead. So I think we might very likely see something like that on the board.
Yeah, I think it's very likely that this will end in a draw. I guess we didn't check the other game, did we, though? There is one other game going on, right? Between is it Aroni and Fedoseev? I guess, I mean, there's that match going on too. We haven't taken a look at, but
let's see if we can pull it up real quick.
That game is still in progress, yeah.
Hard to judge what's going on in that game. Very, very, very hard to judge.
All right, so I'd say Fedoseev has a slight edge. And yeah, also Fedoseev, same thing. Like he is around 2670, but he's not like, I feel like in rapid chess and in blitz chess, he's very much hanging with the top guys, but in classical, not as much. So what do you feel like is the difference maker there?
Well, I mean, I think he doesn't have the opportunities once again. There are only so many terms you can play as a 2700 level player outside of like the Grand Chess Tour. So if you play the open terms, they can be great if you can win against lower rated players. But if you draw against the lower rated players, like even someone who's like 2560, 2570, you lose a lot of rating points. So I think that's his big issue. He doesn't have the chance to play against the top guys in classical tournaments all that frequently. And because he doesn't have the opportunities, then of course, it's hard to keep the rating where it's at off of the other events. So it's a tough situation.
Right.
There's also so many spots for not only 2,700 players, but I mean, now it's a completely different story. But the other problem for him, I think, is that even 5 years ago or 4 years ago when he was 2,700, there's only so many spots for Russian players, right? In these top level events. I remember, I think one time he played in Wyke. I don't know if you were there as well, Hikaru, that particular edition, but that is the only super tournament I remember him playing. Obviously, he's been around, playing in leagues and European Championship and World Cup, but those are events open to most players. And I think he's only played one super tournament unless I'm mistaken. So yeah, the opportunities are pretty sparse for a Russian 2,700.
Well, yeah, I mean, Russia is probably the worst place to be a 2,700 level player because the 2,700 means you're just a beginner in Russia. I mean, like now, I mean, this like even now is very difficult because without Kramnik and without Karyakin, I mean, it's still there's like Nepo, there's Artemia, there's Dubov. I mean, there's still so many strong players. Yeah, so many strong players.
And as we were speaking, he just made a big mistake. After rook to d8, he probably should have gone rook to d5. But now, after rook bd3, Levon is able to trade out the rooks. There's no real tech anymore on the king. And after rook a6, his pawn on a5 is just going to drop. The knight on e6 is sitting very solidly, and black can just go rook a2. And honestly, I don't really see how Fedoseev is holding this together. So it's looking pretty tough for him. But Hikaru, I just wanted to ask you real quick. A couple of years ago, he was rated around like 2740 or 2730, but he dropped back a little bit. What do you why do you think that happened?
Well, he probably, I mean, there's actually a very good contemporary example as well, which I'll mention first. So a very good contemporary example is this. Well, I could use two, but first one I'll use is Artemiev. Artemiev, I think it very briefly got his rating up to like 2770 for maybe like a couple of months. And then he went from 2770 down to like 2720 or 2710 almost immediately. And I don't know if that's because Artemiev was just way overrated or what exactly happened. Maybe he just got red hot in a couple of tournaments. But it happened. And then there's another much more recent example with this Indian player, Arjun Erigaisi, where I think maybe 6 months ago, he's 2730, 2740 is like the second coming of Vishy Anand. And all of a sudden you go to the rating list, you look now and he's 2701. And I mean, I don't know what the answer for that is. I know if people just peaked and then like they had a couple bad turns and they're not able to get the form back or what's happening. But it is definitely a mystery. It's a bit of a mystery why that happens, because it's happened to quite a few people in recent times where they have this big spurt, they go way up, and then suddenly they lose points and never get there. Another example, it would be Pavel Elyanov, the Ukrainian grandmaster, where I want to say he's a little bit older now, but maybe like 10 years ago, I think there was a period like 2760, top 10 in the world, and then he just went straight down to like 2700, never came close to being at that rating ever again. So I don't know what the answer is to that question.
Right. I guess it might also be that someone just gets on a really good run. They have a lot of confidence. And inevitably, at some point, you're going to get a setback. And the question, of course, is, first of all, how are you going to deal with that? But also, I mean, maybe at some point, like you said, just like with Magnus, maybe at some point, people figure you out, how you play, and they will know how to deal with you better.
Mm-hmm. Definitely possible as well. Yeah, it's just there are many examples like that. It's a very common occurrence where you see someone just go right up the rating list and then come right down, and then they never get there again. It's bizarre at times. I mean, even like Gadakamsky is another good example where I mean, forgetting all his early history, I think in 2016 maybe it was around 2016. I was playing in this FIDE Grand Prix event in Thessaloniki in Greece, and Gada had a great event there. I think he might have won the event.
That was second place. 2013 or 2012.
Oh god!
Yeah, you know why I can tell you that, Hikaru? Because I think that's when he hit his peak rating or something like that. And I remember because I played him in the Washington International. He was randomly playing in a USA, open event, and he drew this young, skinny, 16-year-old stupid, some FM like Magnus. All of a sudden drawing these FMs, so losing FMs. That FM, of course, was me back then. So I remember that because he was just like fresh off like this like Thessaloniki event where he lost, I think, to Fabiano in the last round,
right?
Which caused him not to win the tournament. But he was like 27-60, and I drew him, and then I was like, hey, you want to look at the game? Obviously, he was not happy about that, but nevertheless. But also, I'm going to add real quick, Hikaru, you were talking about these guys going up and down 2,700. There was a period of time where 2,800 was like.
Did he report you after the game?
He blocked me.
Okay, but sorry.
He was actually pretty nice, to be honest, all things considered. Like, he was just like, oh, no, thank you, and then, later on, like, he did talk to me at some point. But I was going to say, even for 2,800, there was a period of time where, Wesley, MVL, Mamedyarov, and you, and then like Kramnik, Topolov, like Anand, right? These guys, obviously they're mainstays, but there was a period of time when they were shooting up, from high 2,700s to 28-15, 28. Grishuk, I think, another example, and then back down, right? So it kind of, so many examples, 2,800, 2,700. You mentioned Ilyanov. I was also thinking about other players like Hare Krishna and Lee Chow. These guys were all like 27, 60, 70, and then, all of a sudden in the low 27s. I guess it's like you get hot, you get this rating, and then when you have to play more, maybe you get some invites to these super tournaments with other more consistent 27, 70s, and, then you kind of come back down to earth. But we'll see,
I mean, it's hard to know. The 2,800 thing is a little bit more, it's a little bit murkier simply because it was in one period that everyone was like at 2,800. That's the one thing. So like, if you look at the 2,800 club specifically, I think in 2015,
like 2015-ish, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I think in 2015, something like maybe like 5 or 6 people set their all-time peaks during that window in time. Like I did, I think MVL did. I think actually Anish might have as well.
Anish also, yeah.
It's a very weird, it's a murky time period. So I don't know what the reasoning is behind that specifically, but certainly like with 2,700, I mean, it's a little bit lower than 2,800 for sure. By the way, this game is getting
crazy.
I thought this was just added for a draw, but after B2, how does Fedosseev see the game? He just lost?
Wasn't Rookie 7 a draw?
Wait, sorry, where? Rookie 7?
Yeah, just
instead of Rookie 7, wasn't Rookie 8
coming to
Rookie 7
D6 as well? Mm-hmm.
Oh, but yeah, in the meantime, let's have a look. Okay, King F8. Yeah, this pawn is not really going anywhere. In the meantime, you go D3 and Rook H1, or Rook H1 right away. King C2, D3 take, and D2, and Black Queen's first. Levon should find this with 15 seconds. In D3,
you would think
C6.
So, yeah. He should.
Oh, because D3, C6, check, King D2, Queen, and C7 is a little bit too easy, but okay, he's got 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Wait, he's got him.
Oh, he blundered.
Oh, no!
What?
Oh man! So the bad chess continues. The bad chess,
and now
continues.
he has to fight for the draw.
He could lose this if the 3 and 2.
Yeah, like the computer is saying zeros, but like you're down a pawn. Good luck. A King E5 maybe, checking a 4 probably looks like the best way to draw this. Or with Rook F2, Rook F2 to struggle.
F2, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you go Rook A7 and it's a draw, but I mean, still. Yeah, this is bad
it's
stuff.
5 seconds. Okay, this is on the
H4,
board.
H4 maybe.
Rook C5. He's keeping the game going.
Yeah.
The check. I mean, this is incredible.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to play this with black right now. This feels unpleasant. He finds Rook A1 though, which does save the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this looks like a good game, good move. Yeah, Rook A3, and I guess you'll hold this. This should be a draw now.
Coming to F4 as well.
And Magnus' game is drawn, by the way, as well.
Yeah, it was
All right, so
Bishop
we're
and
in-
2 versus Bishop and 2 or something, right? So, they played to Kings actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Hikaru, you said earlier in that game, you said, hey, if Liam, finds the C4 idea, if he doesn't find it, then, you don't like his chances, but he did end up playing it. So perhaps that was the difference maker. He was able to kind of neutralize it, pretty cleanly from there on out.
Yeah, I mean, certainly it was a very good hold from him. I mean, I think he's playing well, but again, like it's very weird because the play is so choppy as we're seeing in all these matches. Well, I mean, Magnus, this game between Magnus and Laquan was pretty stable, but like this other game was complete disaster for both players at various times. So. Yeah, it's strange. I also have a theory that I think right now everybody's a little bit burned out or bored as well. But I think everyone's just kind of a little bit off center. Like for example, two of the players obvious examples are myself and Wesley. We're obviously completely like out of our minds. We're tired. We've played too much chess recently, so we're both definitely a little bit crazy. Magnus, for example, he's been playing poker, so he's not completely there either. I think for some of the other players like Levon as well, I get the sense Levon or Fedo say that there's something that's a little bit off for all of us, and I think it's a question of like who can keep it together the best as you try to progress and eventually play better chess throughout the event.
Right, maybe it's just some players who've played too much and some players have played too little, because I haven't seen Fedoseev really play since the play-in, and yeah, Levani's had all these back-to-back tournaments with the American Cup as well, so it might just be something like that.
Yeah, I totally believe that. And I think also, I'm going to go in a second, but I think the other thing that's really important to note about it as well is that I think the thing is, we all grew up playing over the board. Like, unless you're 10 years or younger, like you grew up with over the board chess being most important, online chess not being that important. And so I think because of that, if you don't play these online tournaments for a while, these serious events, it's like you forget that they matter. It's like it's like, okay, it's just like online blitz. Who cares? You're just playing, you're having fun. Doesn't mean anything. But now it does mean something. So I think when you're away from it for too long from these online competitive events, it's very easy to start like just being too relaxed and thinking it's like just blitz, which I mean, in the bigger scheme of things doesn't matter. So just how it goes.
All right. But yeah, Hikaru, you said you're getting ready for your match against Wesley So. We wish you good luck. And yeah, what do you want to say to the fans before you get into your match?
Just want to say a big shout out to everybody who's watching. I missed some of the subs, but thank you so much for everyone who has subscribed. I do appreciate it. Big shout out to both of you guys for doing this commentary. And really, I mean, more than anything, I would just stress once again, thanks to the community. You guys have been really, really good. It's been a lot of fun so far with these streams here on Kick. I mean, probably I shouldn't say this, but I will say this. It feels like everyone's just a little bit nicer here, a lot less trolling, and I am enjoying the vibe immensely. So thank you so much to the audience for acting like proper mature children and proving that what the media says about Kick and how everything is terrible is not the reality. So thank you so much to all you guys. I do appreciate it. So thank you. And yeah, I'm gonna go now. So I'll let you guys keep doing your coverage and I'll be back after the match against Wesley. So yeah, proper mature children. Yeah, whatever, you guys. You get my point. So all right, I'll see you guys later. Okay.
Best of luck, Hikaru. We'll see you.
Okay.
Best of luck, Hikaru.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah. See ya. Bye.
All right, just me and you, Benjamin.
Yep. So yeah, we had the pleasure of commentating with Hikaru for a little bit less than an hour, but yeah, we had some very exciting first games. Bit of a shocker that Levon missed that win. I mean, he had 15 seconds on the clock. I would think that should be enough to figure it out, right? I mean, that's just a classic puzzle rush, and a player of his caliber shouldn't miss a tactic like that.
It seemed like what happened, he was calculating that. He was maybe, sometimes I don't know if this happens, right? He's got 15 seconds or something like that when he got that position. Sometimes you start looking at the wrong thing. Maybe he started looking at D3 first, and then he switched over to looking at Rook H1 check. He looks at his time. I have 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and sometimes panic just sets in, right? I don't know, sometimes you get unlucky. You start calculating the wrong thing first. Obviously, for a player of his caliber and experience, you do expect him to find it, but I mean, we saw him go down practically to the last second. Perhaps he just, he didn't have it 100%, feel that it was there, and he messed it up. I know we were chatting a lot during this game, but I was going to say that moment we tuned in where it seemed like Fedoseev got into trouble. I thought, if we go back just a little bit, I thought he played a great move there, G3. Without that move, it looked really horrible because he was able to find a role for that knight in E2. It had 0 squares. And he was like you were saying, Benjamin, like, oh, this knight in E6 for black is a great piece. So yeah, I think move 35. Yeah, when he played pawn to G3, that's what allowed him to get this counterplay in the first place. And then obviously Levon felt compelled to play G5, which opened up the F5 square. So I do think Fedosеев did a great job there fighting back. Saying that, I want to just let you know, I see the game Liam versus Magnus up. They don't have any moves, but I'm sure they'll be starting in a moment.
Yeah, let's build one up. And in the meantime, I see that Hikaru gifted 10 subs to his own community, and Truxar followed up with 10 gifted subs as well. That's awesome, you guys. We get a lot of positive energy here, and I'm sure that's going to help Hikaru in his games. He says we'll likely have Discord notifications soon for Kick and Streamlabs alerts for subs, etc. All right, that's awesome. Yeah, good to see that they're working on all those integrations. But yeah, I think Fedosеев, he definitely fought back very well. And yeah, we just had a quick look. Levon actually had 20 seconds. So I'm really shocked that he didn't play the move Rook H1 followed by D3. Now, D3, it does look very logical because you completely pin White's king down on D1. But, I mean, you got to see, right, that the C pawn just marches down the board and that you have this move Rook H1. Pretty much the same idea, just a different order. But he missed it. And as we speak, we're off in the game between Lequang and Magnus. Now, see the move 3, knight f3 by Lequang. So let's see what Magnus is going to do. He goes for d5, going into the queen's game decline. And g3 by Lequang, bishop e7 by Magnus. All very solid. Here, Lequang has some options. Knight c3 is an option, or the main move, castle. And c5.
C5.
I always thought that the main move was pawn takes c4.
Yeah. This is, well, first of all, as we heard even from Hikaru, Lequang, I think he's a catalyst. You know, I have seen him play the catalyst many times. Hikaru was mentioning a rapid game where Lequang was even able to use the Catalan against him successfully. But here we see Magnus going for what? We have like a Tarrasch now. We have like a transposition. So we know that Magnus usually likes to play, or often likes to play things a little bit offbeat, a little bit, unexplored, let's say. Obviously, this is not an unknown type of formation and doesn't look like Lequang is phased, playing B3 relatively quickly. But what do you make of Carlsen's approach here? Do you think he's, the Tarrasch, is he trying to play it more aggressively, or is it just something that, he's just going on a whim and just kind of seeing what plays out?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance he probably bought Jordan's Chessable. Of course, Jordan made a course on the Tarrasch. I would see the move bishop f6 here by Magnus. And yeah, this system with bishop to b2 is possible, but it does allow black to get good control over the center with knight e4 and bishop f6. And yeah, I wonder really what his idea is. I think he's not necessarily that aggressive. And I think he's just probably playing for quality whites. Main move here is the move knight to c3, and then black goes knight to c6. So Lequang is thinking here, I think really Magnus's main idea was to play an opening Lequang wouldn't expect, because when do you ever see the Tarrasch on the top level? The real thing that deters people from the Tarrasch is that you often get an isolated pawn on d5.
Right. I mean, I think recently, we've had, I guess it's not that recent anymore. There was that big revelation, right? The Dubov Tarrasch, where I think we even saw a game yesterday very briefly from Fabiano's match, I believe. It is, it does seem like there's new ideas being uncovered. You mentioned, Jordan had a course recently that came out as well, that no doubt Magnus was, spamming the move trainer before the game here. But in any case, it looks like the opposite of game one, where Liam played the 4 knights. Magnus was a little bit, unclear in his opening choice, ultimately electing to play this aggressive G4. And Liam built like a very solid time advantage. Now it seems like he's not really completely sure, or maybe he doesn't remember his prep. So he's trying to work it out on his own. And at the very least, already Magnus has a 2-minute time advantage.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see what Lequang is going to do here. I remember the main line here continues with the move knight to c3. Black goes knight c6, putting more pressure on the pawn on d4. Here, white plays knight a4. Then I believe black plays b6. And you can take everything. You can go for a lot of trades here. But black is doing pretty fine here. The knight on e4 is pretty active. And it continues with something like rook to c1. I believe black goes bishop a6, knight a4, rook e8. And then I think something like rook e1 and I think it might be c4, something like this. But I think according to theory, black is doing quite all right here. There are some pawn sacrifices, for example, knight d2, queen of 6, just giving everyone an idea of what could happen here, but I'm sure Magnus is prepared here. Now, what Le Quang could also do is perhaps play a move like Queen to C1, defending that bishop on B2, so that then he can take on C4. And I don't know, to me, these positions always feel kind of risk-free for white because you have the slightly better pawn structure, but maybe Magnus feels comfortable here.
Yeah, that line you showed, obviously doing a little theory flexing there, very, very impressive. But it felt like to me, as a non, not knowing the theory there, if like you said, Magnus probably does know it, but it feels like even in that position, if you're not completely sure of the line, you could get stuck with this annoying hanging pawns formation. I'm actually a little surprised that Liam does go for knight c3 after a long think. It does feel like you said, queen c1, risk-free, you just defend the bishop. You're going to try to get the IQP position. I have seen Magnus play a different version of that isolated queen's pawn position from a Nimzo variation. Just something I was studying some time ago and saw lots of his games. Obviously, always, good sign. I feel like for me, like, oh, he's playing this. Well, I probably should play this too. So I do think he is comfortable there. And we do have knight c3, knight c6 on the board. So perhaps exactly what you show with knight a4, b6, and so forth will be played. But I don't know. What do you make of Liam just kind of spending all this time? Is he trying to recall this analysis, or is he just kind of already coming up with his own moves? Of course, that just happens to be the main line because he's such a strong player regardless.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because after the move knight c3, knight c6, here the main move really is the move knight a4, and you don't really have any alternatives. Just to make it clear to everyone, we can never take on c5 because we will leave a piece hanging on c3. And taking on e4 doesn't seem quite appealing. It seems like Black gets a very comfortable position here. Maybe after knight d2, white is still all right. But I think Le Quang wants to make sure that he doesn't get into any risky positions here. And actually, as we speak, knight takes e4 and knight d2 is on the position. So do you think he's going for this to keep the position perhaps a little bit more quiet? And maybe he wants to get Magnus out of book?
Yeah, I think he's looking for this bailout. I mean, no doubt he saw knight a4, but with Magnus's speed, you can definitely assume that he is ready, he is prepared. Maybe Le Quang's not sure about some certain details. This looks pretty risk-free, but at the same time, after something like pawn d4, knight e4, I still kind of like this for white with easy moves like rook c1, knight c5. I think with a pawn on d4, Black is not unhappy. One idea that I would consider in some capacity is perhaps bringing either my bishop to d5 or simply putting it on g4 and rook e8, putting pressure on that e2 pawn. So, I mean, at the very least, you could say he does have Magnus a bit out of book. This is the first time he is thinking here, obviously debating which way he should recapture on d4. So, yeah, at this point, it looks like a relatively balanced position. And Le Quang's going to try to play on the long diagonal on the queen side, and Magnus is going to try to put pressure down, I think, the central files.
Right, so let's see what is going to happen. Yeah, so Magnus probably should take with the pawn. Let's say he takes with the knight, right? And then after knight takes e4, he has the opportunity to get the bishop pair with knight f3. But I guess this should always work out pretty well for Le Quang because your bishop on f3 is pretty active. Black has trouble getting this bishop into the game. And the pawn on c5 will be somewhat awkward to defend. For example, after rook to b1, you cannot go bishop d4 because we just go e3, kick the bishop away, and we win the pawn anyway. So you'll have to play bishop a3. You hang on to your pawn, but your bishop on a3 is super passive. So here I feel like white is still doing pretty well. But yeah, I think if you're Le Quang here, he's definitely somewhat relieved that Magnus at least stopped blitzing because it's always so annoying when your opponent is throwing out every move without any thought.
I want to tell you a real quick anecdote that happened to me once while in my very early youth days. I was playing white against a lower rated player, and I was playing Rue Lopez, and he played the Schliemann or the Yanish Gambit. And I remember this player just kept blitzing all his moves. It was like move 16, and I wasn't in theory myself. And anything I played, he just blitzed back. It was very, very annoying, even though my position was actually completely fine. And I remember I was so annoyed. I was like, okay, I'm going to try to play something here that's like going to get him out of book. I'm going to come up with a random move. And I played this move a4. Like I was already queenside castle, and I just pushed my pawn to a4. And it turned out, this was like move 17. It turned out that was also the main move. So it was this like ridiculous situation. And eventually I did manage to win a losing position. But yeah, psychologically, even if you're fine, like obviously Liam, he knows, okay, like I haven't done anything wrong. I'm playing the white pieces. I'm not in a bad spot. The fact that your opponent, whether it's Magnus or, even not Magnus, the fact that they're blitzing is always uncomfortable in the sense that, it's like, okay, like it's just the pressure is always on you. It's always your move. And we do have some moves on the board here. It looks like things are really petering out here. I mean, I guess the only thing for Magnus to solve here in a moment is just developing that bishop on c8. but seems like something simple like rook b8, b6, a very healthy pawn structure. Could we just be heading for another peaceful result here as all these pieces get traded here?
I think so, yeah. I think it's probably his best option to take on f3 right away, but actually, as we speak, he's just traded on d1. This does give Liam the open d file, but he's just in time with rook to b8. If you play any other move, white goes rook ac1, and black is borderline lost, or he probably is. He probably is just lost here because you lose the pawn on c5. But now after rook to b8, you're just in time to go b6 because his b pawn is no longer pinned. And I feel like Magnus is going to make a very comfortable draw here. He's going to put his bishop on e6, go b6, go rook fd8, king f8, king e7. White also has these pawns here on the light squares on the queen side, but I don't think black can ever be better. I think like Lequang should always be fine after, let's say, something like rook d2. And after bishop e6, I think you should go for the move bishop d5. This bishop is pretty active, and this gives white a little bit more control. So perhaps Lequang still has a very slight edge. He plays the move rook to d6, but here the drawback perhaps could be that in case Magnus goes bishop... Oh, no, wait. I was going to say Magnus can maybe do this, but this loses a pawn on b7. So I still think Lequang has a very, very slight edge because he will keep good control over the d file. For example, here you go rook 81, bishop b6, you trade the bishops, and this seems like a pretty risk-free advantage for white. You're going to go rook d7. You have this majority on the king side that you can slowly expand, maybe bring up your king. So Magnus definitely not out of the woods here. Lequang will definitely try to press him if he gets into an endgame like this.
For sure, and I think an issue for Magnus is, like you mentioned, these bishop e6 moves can be met with bishop d5. Otherwise, if I'm playing black, my dream setup is like b6, bishop e6, assuming white doubles on the d file. I'll go rook like fc8, bring my king to e7, and then try to trade all my rooks in the d file. I've had some similar positions with black when I was facing the Catalan, but yeah, it does seem like Liam does have a little bit of a completely risk-free as well. Obviously, he is a little bit more active here. It does feel like if Magnus was playing white in this position, we would be, really kind of assessing, what is he going to do in this situation? We have a bishop h3 for Magnus. I was actually I was wondering, looking at it now, I guess it's not as strong. If in some positions there is some kind of g4 move and trapping that bishop, but it doesn't seem like there's any way to exploit that. Obviously, if I could play like g4 or d5 or h5, but at the same time, when you play a move like g4, I guess our king on g1 is locked out, so it's not really all that clear. And I think also this h3 move, it avoids that bishop d5 idea that you were showing. So yeah, an interesting solution for sure for Magnus.
You were talking about this idea g4. It actually is very much an option here. Because it's not at all clear to me how this bishop is getting out. Like, let's say g4, b6, getting a rook to the h file is going to be difficult. But what about this? What if we go
F4,
bishop to e2?
Bishop to f4.
Yes, and f4 or f3, and just go king f2, and this bishop can easily get trapped. But Lequang goes for the move bishop to g2. Magnus can now just trade, but I think even better is bishop to g4, and that's on the board because you don't really want to go pawn f3. Mm-hmm. And I guess it's good for Magnus to, this bishop is just a little bit annoying. You can go rook d2, but even now if you go h3, now this h-pawn is hanging. You cannot go here anymore, so you have to spend a move on h4, and then Magnus gets the time to build up some sort of counterplay. Perhaps what he should do is go for something like b5, followed by a rook to c8 and c4, setting his majority on the queen side of motion.
Yeah, it feels like Lequang played bishop g2 extremely quickly, perhaps a little bit too trusting, thinking, okay, Magnus probably looked at the g4 move, he's got it figured out. But that was definitely the most critical plan. That's a nice idea you pointed out there with, you can't get a rook to the h file, but what about bringing the king? But yeah, this bishop g2 move, it seems like, he does go for f3 and then f4, so perhaps trying to expand that kingside majority. But I think the plan you pointed out is really, really strong. In fact, it almost seems like white needs to start being, if you just kind of play a couple of random moves like, king f2, h3, and then, saying that Magnus goes for c4 right away, I was going to say what you said, rook f c8, b5, c4. All of a sudden, if you make that trade, the rook on the b file is perfectly placed to invade down on b2. But Magnus goes for the immediate c4, looking to activate his bishop. I mean, I guess he still has those ideas, right? Playing like b5, a5, and things like that. But it seems like Liam, these moves are coming in. He is trying to just remove the light from the position, right? Bishop d5, trade the bishop, and it will definitely head towards a draw with the pieces coming off.
I think so, yeah. I don't really like how this has progressed for Lequang. It felt like he had a bit of an edge, and now Magnus is completely fine. And also, I guess there shouldn't really be any issues, but it's a little bit annoying that now the second rank has cleared up. We see Magnus taking on d5. I think he's going to recapture with the 1 rook. And yeah, I don't really see anything other happening than a draw here, but you never know with Magnus. Like, he can always work his magic somehow, but I don't think it can really happen here because rook d7 is coming so quickly and white's rook is just so active. So I think this one is just headed for a draw. Maybe you just go rook d7 right away here and the king of 3. If Magnus wants to keep the game going, maybe, okay, he goes b5.
Yeah, maybe rook c7 or something, I don't know.
Right, I think Lequang should just go like rook d7, a6, rook a7. And you can defend the pawn, but now you're kind of stuck. And here white just starts expanding on the king side. And you can't really walk, like that's sometimes the idea, to walk the king all the way over. But if you do that, you hang your pawn, and white already has a majority there. So I think Magnus probably is just going to do something like maybe rook c2, trade the a pawn for the h pawn. And this is clearly headed for a draw. Rook d7 is on the board. Magnus goes a5.
Yeah, I mean, he still has this opportunity to play rook c2, right? So if you go like rook b7, you can still throw that in. But it does feel like the drawing margin is really, I was even thinking, for Magnus, the biggest risk to this position is that, okay, maybe you lose a pawn on the queen side, right? Which is, again, not a guarantee whatsoever. But then the 4 and 3 on one side should be a draw, especially if black plays h5. But obviously, we're very, very far away from that. It does feel like, to me at least, that we got this. As we see all these pawns being traded off, white is just way too active here. Excuse me, to be under any risk. You could put the rook behind the passed a pawn, and then you could push, maybe g4, g5 is what I would be trying to do for white, just to fix all of black's kingside pawns. But it does feel like this game, we had a kind of this Tarash opening maybe that took Liam out of book a little bit. He was a little hesitant in his approach. He decided to do this little bailout. It actually worked extremely well, it seemed, because he got this risk-free position, maybe had some of these chances to push for g4 or these other moves we examined, but maybe is a little bit too complacent. I mean, maybe, I don't know what his general match strategy was, but perhaps he doesn't mind heading into this Armageddon portion, for whatever reasons, or do you feel like he just maybe it wasn't the lack of ambition? Perhaps he just didn't think there was much there in those lines in the first place.
Right, we see h5 on the board by Lequang. We see king g7, logical move by Magnus. You don't really want to allow h6. That would always be pretty annoying because then there's checkmating threats. So king g7, now we see trade. And yeah, this one is clearly headed for a draw. But yeah, I agree with you. I think in a match like this, you definitely should take all the chances you get, because you're not going to get a whole lot, right? And so they're probably headed into the Armageddon game. I wonder how that one is going to work out. I don't think Lequang's... I don't know how his blitz or bullet skills are without increment. However, that will only really play a role towards the end. I would say Magnus should be quite the favorite, right? Given the fact that it doesn't really seem like Lequang was able to create real pressure with the white pieces. Maybe his best bet will be to try to hold with black, but of course it's also going to be super tough. So Magnus should definitely be a big favorite going into the Armageddon, but anything can always happen.
Yeah, it does feel like he should try to get the black pieces. I mean, 2 of the games in this match have ended in draws for Lequang, and it's not like he was in any trouble throughout the games. Saying that, as a reminder, the way that the Armageddon works is that the players bid for time. The lowest bid will receive the black pieces. Magnus has showed a willingness to bid, in the 8-minute range before. So, if you want to potentially grab the black pieces against him, you have to really give up a lot of time on the clock. And of course, without any increment, that is going to be a tall task. So, yeah, the bidding process is always interesting. I agree with you, Benjamin. Again, I think he needs the black pieces, but is he really going to be willing to bid like 8-9 minutes? I'm sure he will. Doesn't want to be down 6 minutes to Magnus, even if he does get those draws.
Exactly, yeah. And as we were talking, Hikaru was just in the chat. He said, so now they're saying game start after the matches, LOL. So it might be another 20 minutes before Hikaru gets started. Wow. So wait, we have to wait for these games to start, which I don't know, like both games, or like this match for sure, is going down to Armageddon. So it might take quite a while. But yeah, f5, Lequang goes for the little glitch, taking the pawn, king g4. And this one should be a draw. Like, if Lequang had one more move here, if you can give a check and go king g5 and g4, white actually has good chances, but black is just in time to go rook g1, giving up the a pawn for the g pawn, and this is just headed for a draw.
That's right. And I just quickly had a look at Fedosev's game just to see if they're going to be heading to Armageddon as well. They have a lot of life left in the position. I'm just giving you a little sneak peek. One of the interesting things about that game is that Levon repeated Hikaru's opening with that Hikaru was playing yesterday against Fedosev's Karakhan. But this time, Fedosev changed his approach. We saw yesterday he was playing these, King's Indian positions down a tempo. So looks like that game is full of life. Of course, this one, we got Rook and Pawn versus Rook and Pawn. This is just a dead draw, and they will be heading to Armageddon. So we do have quite a bit of time actually before Hikaru's match. We will have to wait for the Fedosev's game to finish. Then perhaps there will be 1 or 2 Armageddons. And we don't even know how much time those will take because we don't know the bids. So might be even a little bit more than 20 minutes, but we will be seeing, no matter what, we will be seeing Hikaru's match, of course, eventually.
Right. And as Hikaru was saying in the chat, he said that Wesley told him that they should have just played Title Tuesday. Yeah, Title Tuesday is probably in full swing right now. That's unfortunately, they probably could have made it. But yeah, this game between Lekwang Liam and Magnus Carlsen ends in a draw. So, Alex, and maybe we can also, I don't know if Hikaru wants to chime in on this as well. What do you think both players are gonna bid? Like, or what do you think their strategy should be in the bidding process? Do you think someone like Lekwang should bid high to try to get the white pieces, or do you think he should bid low to try to get the black pieces? And what do you think Magnus should do?
Yeah, it's tough. I will say this. There was a recent arena tournament that Liam participated in for the Pro Chess League. And that was like, I think, a 3-0 format. So I did have a chance to watch him play a bit without increment in this online, because I'm not sure he's that active in these Title Tuesdays to play those quicker time controls. And I did see that he had a bit of a slow start. He struggled. He lost, a decent amount of games at first, but then it seemed like he played his way into form. He was able to beat some very strong players, many players over 3,000. Chesnakon Blitz, he was able to take down. So he's obviously a very formidable player. Maybe he was a bit rusty, but in any case, I don't think that he will want to have too low of a time bid. I do not expect him to put in an 8 or 9 minute bid. I feel like he will have like around 10, 11 at the very at the least amount as the least amount of time he'll give up. I do think that my prediction is that Magnus will underbid him. Maybe he'll go as low as something in the 9 minute range, and he will have black. Although I actually don't remember what the bids were yesterday for his match against Artemiev. I think that would be good information to give us a little bit of a better prediction.
Right, so yesterday we had 2 Armageddons, right? We had a match between Magnus Carlsen and Artemiev, and we also had the Armageddon between Fabiano and Lekwang. So I think Lekwang in that match bid 9 minutes, and if I'm not mistaken, Magnus, I think Magnus also bid like 9, so it might be in that range. I don't think Magnus will bid 14 and just play as white. I think Lekwang, he might bid a little bit higher. All right. And yeah, we're just getting confirmation that Hikaru's match won't start till after the Armageddon. Yeah, I'm going to say probably around 10 minutes. And actually, it's pretty interesting. When this whole bidding thing came out, nobody really had any real experience with it, right? And I feel like people are getting lower and lower. They feel like, okay, I can take on this time deficit and I will hold with the black pieces. But to me, it always feels kind of scary taking on like a 5 or 6 minute deficit and playing with the black pieces.
Yeah, especially because they're playing 15-3, then there's no increment, right? So that becomes a huge factor. Yeah, that information is good to know. I forgot that Liam also was in a Armageddon situation in the yesterday's match. So yeah, it's interesting to hear that he did go for 9 minutes. Yeah, it does feel like almost every match that we have seen so far, this either this tour or the previous one or the previous matches that were played, it does seem like you said, people didn't have experience, but then, they're kind of looking at what other people are doing. They're getting their own, perspective on it. And it feels like really playing black is the way to go. And people are willing to shell out, 7 minutes and things like that. And we have a returning guest.
Hey, Hikaru, how's it going? I guess you're just a little too bored.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, everything is, in my opinion, run pretty poorly, to put it mildly. But yeah, I thought that the match was going to start at a set time. But now apparently not only does it not have start time, they aren't even going to start until these other matches are over. So I thought I would rejoin. And even Wesley actually in the Zoom chat, he even wrote this, that basically he should have played Title Tuesday. Because like me, he clearly thought that we were going to play at a set time and it was all going to be good. But yeah, it's a little bit crazy, but that's how it goes. So I'll join you guys until whenever the game is, basically.
Okay, awesome.
Hikaru,
And yeah, Hikaru,
it's round 8 right now. So if you want to jump in, I remember actually you didn't play him then, but Vladimir Kramnik, I think he jumped in with 3 losses into like a Title Tuesday some time ago, and then I think he won out. It was a little bit short of a prize, but yeah, I mean, I think not only could you guys have played, there's even still time to get a few bomb clouds in if you wish.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, it's definitely disappointing, because if I had known that this was going to be the case, I would have played for sure. But at any rate, it is what it is. So I guess I'll just cover these games instead. But so Magnus drew the second game, right?
Yeah.
Yes, the game ended in a draw, so they're headed to Armageddon. And Hikaru, what do you think both players are gonna bid? Do you think Magnus is gonna bid low because he feels like he can hold Lekwang with the black pieces? And yeah, what do you think Lekwang's strategy should be?
So, okay, I'm going to think about this the way that, I think this is somewhat important. I think because it's elimination, Magnus is going to bid low. I think in a normal situation where it's double elimination, he would probably bid a little bit higher, kind of like I did yesterday against Fedoseev. So, I knew Fedoseev wasn't going to bid super low, so I didn't bid that low. But on the other hand, you also don't want to take that risk. In a double elimination scenario, I think you have more leeway to not make your absolute lowest bid per se. But I think when you're in an elimination situation like Magnus is here, where if he doesn't, let's just say he gets black and doesn't, whatever it is, like if you lose or draw, whatever the scenario, like you're out, period. I think he will go low. I don't know how low he will go, but my guess is somewhere around, I'm going to say he's going to bid like 857, somewhere around there, somewhere just under 9 minutes is my guess, or just under 10. But I think under 9, just to be safe, is my guess.
Really, under 9? To me, that feels pretty low, but it's also kind of interesting to me because this whole Armageddon bidding has become a new thing in chess. It's only something that we've seen over the last year, and I feel like people have started to bid lower and lower. But I feel like the one risk is where you end up in a complicated middle game and you can't really spend a whole lot of time.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree on that. I think Magnus and we both were really pushing the envelope hard in the last event. Like our game, I think, what did we bid? We bid like, it was like 859
and 58.
Right, but then we went lower, right? Because like when I played Wesley, I went like
820 or something like that.
Yeah, 820 or 808, something like that. No.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went really low. So I don't know what the correct strategy is, but because it's single elimination here for Magnus, my guess is he's going to go definitely on the lower side. Whereas I think if he had more, if he had 2 lives, I think he would probably bid somewhere like just under 10. But I think the risk of like getting the white pieces potentially is, not the risk, but the chance of ending up with the white piece when you really want to have black in this game should outweigh everything else. So, we'll see. I could be wrong on that. Obviously, maybe he'll bid something like, 1005 or something. It'll be good enough, but it's kind of hard to judge.
How much of a role does it play into this bidding process? Does it change based on a different opponent, or is it just like, everyone is generally, similar-ish level, so you're just kind of bidding for color no matter what?
No, it definitely changes. For example, against Fedoseev, in my mind, I made a bid that I did not feel was the lowest bid that I could have made, but I made it because I also knew that Fedoseev, he's a player he's not very stable, for example. So because he's not a stable player, the color isn't going to matter as much. So I'll give you some insight into like today's match. So like if I'm playing Wesley-So in Armageddon, this could be prophetic, but anyway, we'll see. But let's just say I'm playing Wesley-So in Armageddon, okay? Wesley-So is a player who with the black pieces is extremely solid. He is not a player who plays openings all over the place, and in general, it's going to be very hard to get an advantage. So against somebody like Wesley-So, who's that rock solid with black, it's going to be difficult to beat him, very difficult. But someone like Fedoseev, for example, he plays all over the place. He plays some E45, he plays the Hikaru, these sorts of things. And I also got 2 great positions against Fedoseev with the white pieces. So my attitude was that against someone like Fedoseev, where he's all over the place, basically, if I get the white pieces, I'm not going to be that unhappy. It's just a matter of how much time do I want? What is the differential? So in my case, when I played Fedorsev yesterday, I decided that if I had 5 minutes with the white pieces, that was the limit. I felt like if I get white, but I have 5 minutes more, I'm going to be in good shape. So that's how I did it, because based on his style, I felt that he's not as solid as some of the other players. But again, Wesley is different. Magnus is different. Everyone's kind of different. It just depends on the player. It's not the player and their style specifically. It's not about like everyone being the same level. It's more about the style.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and in the meantime, it looks like Levon has excellent chances to close this match out right here. I mean, both rook takes c3 and b6 and rook takes b4 look very good for him, and he also is up almost 5 minutes on the clock. So this could already almost be the end for Big Fish, which would be a little bit sad. I mean, because objectively speaking, he should have won his match against you yesterday. But yeah, this is how it goes at the top level. Right?
He also should have lost too, though. I mean, if I play knight f5, he just resigns game 3, and there's no drama.
Right.
So it could go both ways. But yeah, I mean, But I think the thing is, like, if you look at this match again, it's just like yesterday. The play has been extremely sloppy from both players. Like even this game, there have been like multiple blunders by both Levon and by Vladimir. So it's kind of hard to judge. But yeah, it is sad in a way, because it's like you're here and then you're gone. But that is the nature of online events. They take very few days. They don't go on for weeks on end anymore. So it is kind of sad, though. I agree. But I mean, if you look at his match yesterday against me, or even this match today, I mean, he's had chances. I mean, he's had some chances in multiple games. So but it is what it is. There has to be a winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah,
positions. Sorry,
go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, no, really. I was saying, Hikaru, speaking of getting those good positions against Fedorsev, it seemed like, you kept going for this knight of 3 d3, and I was a little surprised he kept playing e6, because in the second game you had white, you got, one of your typical King's Indian attack positions up, or defense positions, let's say, up to tempi, right? He lost the tempo to e-pawn, so that did look a little strange, but he repeated this. He didn't play e6 this time, but it looks like Levon certainly had a look at your match or your games against him, because this game he also played that same system, and this time Fedorsev deviated. So perhaps his strategy or preparation also was a little bit off for these matches. Even if he was able to get, I think, a win in even that game, his position was pretty suspect in all his lag games, it feels.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, again, that comes down to the style. When you play this kind of style, I mean, you can be very good or very bad at times. And Levon certainly is a player who still is doing a lot of preparation before he plays in these events. So it's not too surprising to me that he's playing well. But again, even this game, I feel like Levon's going to win this game, I think. But like if we look at the position, there still are some chances for Levon to mess this up too.
It's not that easy. Yeah, I was just about to say, like, this knight can maybe jump back to f5. And how is white ever going to make progress? I mean, the pawn on h2 is often hanging. There's a lot of checks. And I don't know. Is this objectively even winning? Like, it seems difficult to make progress.
I mean, I suspect the computer would win this, but yeah, like this is the point that I'm making. Like even here, like it's not easy. And of course, I have this feeling like this game's going to go for like another 5 to 10 minutes. It'll be a draw, and then we're gonna have to wait longer for this Armageddon. So it's gonna be like forever before I even play. Yeah, knight e3, knight f5 looks. I'm not actually sure how white's supposed to win there. It looks extremely difficult. Extremely difficult.
Yeah, and also, yeah, because there's no good way to clutch the knight.
It goes rook a2, which... What is he aiming for with rook a2? King b3?
I don't know. It seems like just a bit of panic with less than 10 seconds on the clock. So let's see what Levon is going to do. I guess, wait, but knight e3 now? Knight f5? Wait, this looks completely off to me.
What? Wait, what? Really? Oh my gosh.
But like you guys were saying, if the knight, like he played rook a2, if he plays knight e3, knight f5, what is even the winning idea? h3, g4 is difficult to organize. You can't really ever sack an f5, right? Because I'm going to protect it. This looks like it's like some weird fortress, especially if I just go king f6, right? And then you're never sacking on f5 with the double stack. But Fedorsev is down 3 minutes.
Oh, no. Now he allowed a rook trade, rook e1.
Wow.
I'm not optimistic that Levon's going to find that, by the way, but let's see. He does. Okay, yes.
And now it's over. I feel like without the rooks on the board, black cannot do anything, and white can easily make progress. But yeah, with the rook, it looks super tough because black always has all these checks. But now it's going to be one for Levon.
Oh man, this chess in this tournament has not been inspiring by anybody. It feels like. I mean, this match like has been like both of Federer's matches were bad. I mean, Magnus, I guess today his match has been pretty boring and stable, but yeah, it really feels like there have been a lot of blunders, a lot of mistakes by the players here. I don't know. It's just strange.
And it feels like right now he's just trying to get his own knight trapped.
Well, he's trying to bring the king into like G4 somehow. So he's assuming he can put the knight on H3.
But it really does feel like your knight should get trapped somehow.
He goes knight G1, rook E1,
Knight
F3.
You play like G5 or something, right, to free the knight, but
I don't think it actually
rook
frees the
H1,
knight.
yeah.
What if I just ignore it?
Yeah, you go king
G4
E3,
is the
king
point,
F3.
but then the knight is horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I go rook E5 afterwards, and you're either going to lose this or this or both. E5. There should already be a direct win here, I would think. Rook A1
That's
play.
king F3. Just king F3 is winning. Oh, wait, no, king F3 is takes G5. No, wait, it's not.
Yeah. Check king G4. Wait, what is
king
Vaughan
F3,
doing?
king F3 here, king F3. Without king F3, what? King G4?
Rook A4 only move. Okay, he finds it, of course. H4. Okay, you just wait in the Zugzwang. But I feel like he's trying to mess this one up.
I guess, yeah, you just go rook B4 and it's...
Wait, this is not 100% clear cut. King F5.
I can play like some... I was going to...
King F3? Knight G1?
Then check. King G2, knight of 92. Yeah, it's not over. I guess you have to do this. I guess this is the way, and rook F8. And then knight G8. Knight G1, maybe just F5.
And then rook G8. That's not so simple, though. You might stumble into it, right? Just trying different stuff, but it's not easy to plan that ahead. Is that the only way to win? Because otherwise, you can't make progress,
perhaps.
Right? This knight G1 resource is pretty funny.
Yeah, because you don't. I mean, king F3, knight G1, you don't really make any progress there, and otherwise you hang this pawn. So I think doing rook B8 is the only way.
He's using a lot of time here, so I think he sees that king F3, there's knight G1.
Yeah.
Okay, so he just play rook B8. Yeah, good.
Wait,
move.
but still G5. G5. I mean, it should be winning.
But even G5, you just trade and go rook H4, rook B4.
Yeah, now it's over. Rook F8 is on the board, and Feta save. Okay, goes G5. Okay, so what? I guess F5. Well, you got to be sure
F5 and king E4 is winning, but I mean, it's you have to be sure because
he's going to try to white F4, king H3.
Yeah. The knight can't stop the pawn, but yeah,
king H3. Yeah, you just push the pawn, and you can always kick the knight away. Black cannot even give their knight for the pawn, and now I think just I goes king E5. He wants to go rook H8.
Yeah.
Rook H8, knight F4, F6, blunder the rook, and Feta save wins.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Although that's probably still a draw.
Yeah, still, I just mean like it's insane where we are considering where we were like maybe 15 moves ago. I mean, it's kind of insane. Wait,
I was just wondering, in case you go F6, right? Mm-hmm. Just out of curiosity, is this? No, this is just. No, you get into this endgame, right? Where you
this is winning with the knight.
This is the famous Hikaru Wesley-So endgame from American Cup 2023. Rook versus H pawn.
Yeah. Well, similar, but similar.
He's got it in the bag now. You have to take with the knight, and then there's no stopping the pawn. So Levon is going to win, and there it is. It's in the books. Okay, so Levon wins, and in the next, I always have no idea. I have no idea who's going to play in the next match, but he moves on.
I think he plays the. Does he play the loser of my match or the loser of the other match? I don't know, but doesn't matter.
Well, the winner of the Le Quang Lim and Carlsen match has to play someone as well, right?
Correct. Yes, correct.
I thought maybe they're playing each other, and maybe I'm not sure. So just one Armageddon, and then maybe another 30-minute break, and then maybe Hikaru.
One day I'll play my match. I mean, one day.
All right. So Levon moves on in the losers bracket, and unfortunately, we'll say goodbye to Feta Save. He's had his chances, but if you don't take your chances, then you get knocked out of the tournament. And Hikaru and Alex, I'll ask you guys, how much time do you think both players are going to bet? Hikaru, I'll start with you. I just want to hear numbers.
Okay. So in terms of the number from Le Quang, I don't perceive. I mean, Le Quang is a good blitz player. He's a good blitz player, but I don't think he's the fastest on the planet. That, of course, is me. So at least at regular bullet. Not, I mean, hyper and stuff is different. But I would say that because he's not perhaps the fastest player on the planet, I'm going to assume that Lekwang is going to set in his mind, he's going to bid a time like maybe 11:31. I think it's about 3.5 to 4 minutes is the range of where he's going to bid. So I would say 3.5 to 4. So like 11:30, like just under 12 minutes is my bid. My guess, Magnus, I think, is probably not going to, because it's single elimination, he's not going to trust that Lekwang won't bid super low. So I think Magnus is probably going to bid just under 10, like 9:58 or something like that. 9:58, 9:57. I don't think he's going to go super low because he's also going to feel like I felt against Fedoseev, where when he plays Lekwang, it's like, okay, if Lekwang wants to underbid me and beat 7 minutes down the clock, that's life. So be it. I mean, I'll take those chances with the white pieces. So I think Magnus is going to go just under 10.
Right. And Alex, what are your numbers?
Yeah, I generally agree with Hikaru, but I do think the bids are going to be a little bit lower. I do think that Magnus is going to underbid Lekwang, but I will go that I think Lekwang will be going in the low 10-minute or high 9-minute range, and I think perhaps Magnus will be just slightly under, 9:30 or 10. I don't think that Liam wants to be down like 6-7 minutes on the clock. I think that's just too much. Playing with around 10 minutes, I think he'll take those chances with black. But I do think Magnus is ultimately going to underbid him by around like 30 seconds to a minute.
Also, I just want to tell you guys, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but like Fedoseev bid 12.25 against me. Like it is scary bidding really low. Just keep that in mind. I mean, some players will do it like myself, Wesley, and Magnus, but a lot of players are not going to want to bid super low.
Right. Yeah, I think Magnus will definitely try to bid low because he probably feels comfortable that he can hold off Lekwang with the black pieces. He made a pretty comfortable draw in this game, even though he maybe got a slight even though Lekwang got a slight advantage out of the opening. So I guess Magnus feels pretty comfortable. The question really is how comfortable Magnus feels with his chances with the white pieces. So I think Magnus is going to bid around like 9.5 or maybe even below 9. And I guess Lekwang will go somewhere, around 10-ish, maybe a little bit lower.
Okay. Well, we're going to see.
I feel like we're all in the similar range. I feel like we all are mostly expecting Magnus to get black, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, that for Magnus, it's just a question of how much time does it... It's like, I think it's for him, it's where does he put Lekwang's bid at? Does he put it at like 10 minutes or 9?
Spoilers, we have it. We have the bids.
What are they?
So Lekwang, Liam bid 10 minutes and 58 seconds, and Magnus bid 10:29. So Lekwang gets the white pieces in 15 minutes, and Magnus will have black and 10:29. So I think not bad at all for Magnus. He managed to underbid him by 29 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty close to what I said. Pretty close. I said 9:58, right? And he bid 10:28. You said
10:29. So I guess Magnus didn't feel too uncomfortable playing. Like, let's say he probably thought in his mind, like, okay, if Lekwang bids 10 minutes, then he will have the black pieces, but I'll have white and I will have a 5-minute advantage on the clock.
Exactly. That's exactly. He did exactly what I said. He picked that time where he's like, okay, if I'm going to be white, but I have this time edge, so be it. That's how it goes, and I'll just do my best to win. So I mean, I think it's a huge. I think it's a huge victory for Magnus. I think having 10:28. I mean, he's down 4.5 minutes with the black piece. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's very manageable. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, It makes sense though, because like with Lekwang, like he doesn't. I mean, he is a good blitz player. He's fast. But there's a point. I mean, like where you just can't keep going lower is what it feels like. But again, we'll see, because you never know. There might be another Armageddon or two Armageddon matches later.
It would be kind of sad for Lekwang if he was, debating between 10:58 and 10:28, because I'm sure you would rather have 10:28 and the black pieces.
Yeah, I mean, of course you would. But I think. I think either way, though, it's just a matter of how that's like when we talk about luck in the game of chess is one situation where it's not about self-accountability, as the top G would say, but it's actually about a bit of luck and who's able to like kind of just bid in the right direction. So that's where the luck factor comes in. I think it's great that there is bidding allowed on these Armageddon games. And I think I like Magnus' chance. I think he's going to survive almost for sure here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely very exciting that they added this component to these matches. And yeah, I played Alexander Grishuk in the Chess.com Global Championship, and he had 10:45 in the black pieces. But to be honest, I wasn't too unhappy with it. Also, well, I guess that was also maybe because I got a pretty good position out of the opening, and he also was spending a lot of time early on. So I guess it really also depends on how the opening develops. If they get something very complicated, something that's with all the pieces on the board, and then you have the time advantage, it can be uncomfortable with the black pieces. But if you get something very solid, then a couple minutes really doesn't matter.
Right. Also, I did want to point something out because someone did write something in chat. It is true that you don't have to pick black if you win the bid for whatever reason.
Right.
Like you can actually pick the white pieces. I think you still. I mean, I don't even know how that would work, but I think you get 15 minutes and the white piece if you choose to pick white. But I think you can so like probably if the bids are like, if you win by 1 second, let's say it's like 9:54 versus like 9:53 or something, and you really think that like you have better chances to win with white, you can actually pick white there. You don't have to pick black.
But then how much time will the other guy get?
They'll get 9:53 or 9:54.
I think that's just how it works. I'm like, whoever bids lower gets that time that they bid it.
You're saying so if you bid 9:54 and you pick white, you get 9:54 and white, and you have to win.
I think that might be a thing. Yeah, I think Nico, he played a match against in some of the qualifiers, and his opponent, it might have been 10 minutes or it was also 15, and the other guy bid lower, but he just picked white. So he picked white, less time, and he had to win. And Nico beat him very easily.
That's bizarre. Yeah, I don't even know why. Why is that? I don't even know why that's an option. Because then it makes no sense.
That is extremely odd. Because I remember, when I played Grishuk, we both put in our bits, and then they told me like, "Hey, he bid lower, so you will have white."
Right.
Wait, is that really a thing? You can pick white?
You can pick white. Yes, I know this from the first event. Yeah, you can pick white. But
do you want to play with white and 8 minutes and you have to win?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of those things you do for the memes. Maybe I'll do that today if I win the bid or something. That's something you do for the memes for sure.
All right. We're still waiting for this match to start. Sure, the players
I was going to say,
ready.
for playing Grishuk, you probably don't really care how much time you're down with black because he's going to catch up to you regardless. That's, in classical or even in rapid, it feels like regardless of who he's playing, somehow, he's still going to find a way to take a nice long think somewhere in the middle game. So, it was an interesting match. I think is relevant. Mm-hmm.
It was an interesting match because the regular games were pretty tight, and but I knew like, okay, going into the Armageddon, especially now that I have the time advantage, it's just going to be a different game, and I just have to basically try to treat it as a blitz game. So I started out very fast, and like I said, I started out with a 4-minute and 15-second advantage, but it quickly went to like 5-6 minutes, and I got a position I liked out of the opening with all the pieces on the board. But eventually, I also ended up tanking also, because of the nerves. And at some point, I was pretty close to winning. And it actually went down to the wire. We both were below a minute at the end.
I actually had one experience bidding. This was 12 years ago. So, it was a Trailblazer. Hikaru, this might have been an event that you played in your childhood. This was the U.S. Cadet Invitational for the age under 16. And this is an 8-player round robin invitational for the top players in America under age 16. So this is when I was younger. And we had this 4-way tie for first, like with 4.5 out of 7. And back then, I don't know if they still do this, the first prize was the chess scholarship to UMBC. I think they were doing that for quite some time. And the organizers were like, okay, we're going to do an Armageddon 4 ways, but you have to bid on the time. It was pretty random because there was no regulations like, before the tournament. I think they just made that up on the spot. It was definitely a weird experience. I remember, I don't remember what my bid was. I do remember that I did lose with the black pieces, but it was just, I don't know if that was what inspired the organizers to do that, but it was super random 12 years ago. But now it seems like this is like commonplace in these Chess.com tour events.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's become commonplace simply because at the top level chess, it's very hard to win games. I mean, unless you're somebody like Hikaru Nakamura who can magically like win classical games of chess, then most games are drawn, and therefore you have to have a way to break these tiebreakers. So, I mean, it kind of is what it is at the end of the day.
Right, and I remember towards the end of the American Cup, Yasser was asking some of the players what they think of the format. And Hikaru, do you think the double elimination tournament is something we will see in more over-the-board tournaments, maybe the US Championship, or do you think many tournaments will just stay how they are?
I mean, I think many tournaments are going to stay the way they are, simply because as I look at the ecosystem, I think I've spoken about this before on stream, but I don't feel like the sponsorships that are happening with online chess are directly transferable to over-the-board events. You can get more viewership, but the organizers don't really, they don't understand how the ecosystem works in terms of getting sponsorships and the eyeballs and these sorts of things. And so I think the whole notion of having double elimination, changing the formats, making it more interesting, should directly be related to like getting bigger audiences, getting more sponsors. And considering that's not going to be happening over the board, in my opinion, for quite a few reasons, I think that's going to be something that stays online. I don't see the US Championship changing to double elimination. Even though I will say, actually, like, this is my hot take of the day, I do consider winning the American Cup to essentially be my 6th US Chess Championship, because I had to beat the absolute best players in America. I know I didn't play Levon or Fabiano, but I had to beat the best players in the United States. So I do consider it like that. But I think it's going to stay online mostly, is my guess.
Right, and as we speak, we are off again. We have D4 and C4 by Lequang. And Magnus in a bit of a think. I think he's just going to stick to his guns with the move E6, but I guess are they resetting the timer? Why is this move not coming through?
Oh, they're resetting it, of course, because basically they can't set it on move number 1. Although, wait, why is he still thinking?
It's already move 2, and...
they should have reset it before.
Oh, I just got a board restart, and then we see it.
Okay.
Now Kwang showed all his prep. That's okay, and we're off. Okay, so 10-20.
Well, but but you see, this is also a question, which has happened in the last event. So I played Wesley right in the Armageddon, in the first Championship event, and it was like an Italian, and then he switched the opening the next game. And I mean, I felt like that was actually kind of like Bush League. That felt wrong. Like, because I had the same situation against Dubov in the qualifier, where it's like we played like 5 or 6 moves in the Sicilian, and they're like, oh, we made a mistake or something, we have to reset the game. And of course, like, we both just played the same opening because the moves are on the board. Like, so it's kind of, it's on the edge. Anyway, Lequang's playing the line that Magnus played against Fury.
Yeah, and he beat him in, I think that was also Wyke, right?
Wyke and Say, right? And then he also beat Wang Hao with this in Norway Chess.
Maybe. That game I don't remember, but this is definitely...
game was like the first time, he played it.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember from the qualifier, the first playing qualifier of these events. So it was kind of weird because in the first game I was playing this guy. I was playing with the black pieces, and first of all he didn't show up for the first 4 minutes, and then I quickly got a comfortable position. So I'm up on time. I like my position, and then the game's just a board, and they're like, we have some server issues, and they restart. And then I played the second round again. I play against some young GM, and I get completely crushed. And I feel like that just completely changed the whole course of the tournament. But let's see what we have here. We have a typical kettle, and except for the fact that this pawn is on A3 and not, let's say, on B2. So I think Magnus cannot be too unhappy about this opening, especially given the fact that he's really pioneered this line, right? So he must know the ins and outs.
Yeah, probably that. I mean, the plus that Lequang has here is that he has the 2 bishops on the board, so this game will go for a long time. There's no straightforward simplification for Magnus. In Armageddon, sometimes it's more important that the game just keeps going. It's not even about having an advantage or pressing. You just have to make sure the game keeps going for as long as possible. And so with the 2 bishops, I mean, he's doing fine. Of course, I think Magnus is probably better already here. And honestly, what I also don't like about this position is that for black, it seems very straightforward. You're just going to trade the pawns, go b6, rook c8, like queen e7 or d7 with rook fd8. And all of black's moves look like moves that you play, as I snap my fingers. They look very obvious, very routine. And so you're not going to have to waste time in the opening. If you don't have to waste time in the opening, you can blitz out 20 moves. Then the whole time disadvantage you have, I think, matters a lot less. I think that's the other part. In Armageddon, you want to keep as many pieces on the board, keep it as complicated as long as possible, but you also need your opponents to have to think in the opening. It's like if you play at Berlin and somebody can blitz out 20 moves, that those 5 minutes that they have left, you really need them to burn some time at the start of the game. If they don't have to burn at the time, there's a huge advantage for the player with the black pieces. Huge advantage.
Yeah, no, for sure. And also, white has the bishop here, but look at this bishop on g2. It's perfectly neutralized by this bishop on d5. So Magnus really has nothing to worry about. And yeah, I completely agree with your assessment. I think Magnus is already for a choice. The moves look very natural. A4, I don't know what that does.
I mean, I like a4 just because it's a weird move. Like, you don't have the instant replies. Like, it's more about like a way to confuse Magnus, make him have to burn time. Because if he can just play all these moves quickly, you get to an endgame very quickly. And with 9 minutes on the clock, even if it takes a while to simplify, you can spend 3-4 minutes at just the right moment and save the game. So even though a4 is probably a terrible move objectively, I like the concept of just playing something to try to get Magnus to have to think here.
It seemed like it made more sense previous move, right? With the bishop on c1 to try to go bishop to a3. But somehow now it does make a lot of sense. He's managed to undouble these a pawns. I don't know if he anticipated queen a5. Yeah, that was a little strange.
I mean, did Magnus miss? Did he miss bishop d6 here or something?
But you still just move the rook, and even though white can recapture on d4, I mean, this is nothing to worry about whatsoever, right?
Yeah, probably rook f d1, yeah.
But
no,
yeah,
I like this.
Fair,
I like this, though. I really like what Lekwang has, because like the objective evaluation doesn't matter here. You just have to keep the game going. That's all that matters.
Right, but I mean, I feel like, okay, maybe now it's starting to look a little bit better, but overall, I don't really like his opening choice. The position has become very defined already. Some trades have happened. And yeah, like you also said, the position looks very easy to play for Magnus. And if anything, he's probably better. I think definitely in an Armageddon, you want to keep the queens on as long as possible. And can he take now on d4? Or is there the tactic with takes and e5? Does that work out for black?
I would just go for it. Even if it's bad, I'd go for it because it creates an imbalance where you're going to have 2 rooks against a rook and 2 knights. I would just go for it in Armageddon because of the imbalance. You need imbalances. It's very, very critical here. So I would do it. I would do it totally. I would play rook takes d4. Because if you don't take, I mean, also like Magnus's idea is like a6 here to trade off some pawns on the queen side. I mean, knight e4, knight c3. I think you just have to go for it. If it's no good, it's no good, but it's Armageddon. So nobody cares if you lose the game because the only result that works for you here is to win. Only result. So you got to be like, okay, if I lose, but who cares? Because a loss is the same as playing a good game of chess and making a draw.
Right.
We saw in the
and he goes for it.
White. Yeah, he does go. But I was going to say, you know, Hikaru, when you stepped out for a moment, we were looking at this game between Liam and Magnus, where it was also a Catalan. It seemed like there was a couple moments where Liam could have played a little bit more enterprisingly, but he kind of kept erring on the side of safety,
caution,
caution, and it just petered out. So obviously, you know, he's an extremely strong player. He can play in a multitude of ways, but perhaps. I mean, he ends up does going for rook takes d4, but he is burning almost his entire time advantage now. Obviously, the clocks are getting closer.
Yeah,
and he's not fully comfortable playing that way.
And Magnus played a6, which is just an excellent move to simplify. Just, I mean, killing the game basically. And I mean, there's no chance that Lekwang wins this game. Just no chance at all. I mean, that's also why, like, when I played against Magnus in our own Armageddon game, like, I just played this bunky King's Indian attack because, again, even if it's not the best opening, all the pieces stay on the board. You try to attack, you're going to have to spend some time. And I think when you play an opening like the Catalan, which is too well defined, there are too many different ways for your opponent to get to a position where they can make a lot of quick moves. I think it's just a fundamental mistake to play this opening in an Armageddon game. And maybe not in a quick one, like 5 minutes versus 4 minutes, but definitely in a slower one where it's like 15 minutes versus 10. I just think it's a mistake.
Yeah, because in the Catalan, your opponent often has the opportunity to throw out like 20 moves of theory, get into an endgame, and even if they're slightly worse, they often just hold.
Well, it's like, look at this position. In this current position, if Lekwang has 5 minutes and Magnus has, let's just say 3 minutes or something, I actually think this position is completely fine in a blitz game. Because again, you're going to be able to go like some a3, bishop c1 or something to keep things on the board. And then one little wrong move, and then you have the 2 bishops, and you start maneuvering forever, and you could possibly win the game. But here, Magnus has like 8 minutes. There's just no chance that Magnus is going to make a blunder and lose this game. It's just not possible almost. Because it's too clear. It's A for B even if they get into something super dry like rook versus rook, there will be plenty of time for Magnus to get in 50 moves. So yeah, it's looking super tough here for Lekwang. I don't see a good way to keep the game going. I mean, a4, you're probably just going to lose that pawn. And maybe you have to go for something like 95 trade-off everything, but yeah, you're never going to win there. I mean, 5 minutes versus 3 minutes, you have a chance, but here it's not happening. It's not happening. I think it's just a mistake to play this opening because there are many variations where it peters out. You get a very simplified position very quickly. That's just my general read. Although it's interesting, Magnus decides to trade the bishops like this, rook b7, h6.
He could have taken here right away.
I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, wait. He could have done this take, and now if you take here, we take on d5. If you take here, we take on f4. Yeah. Right, and if this you defend the knight, and if you take, then well, you're up a pawn, so you're definitely not going to lose this. But now we have this endgame. It's very even, but there's still some play left.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can go like rook c7 and if you can get rook c7 with e4 and f3, and you're going to have chances to win. But I mean, against someone like Magnus, very hard to see that. I think rook c7 is the only move here, by the way. It's the only move that actually not knight b6, but even here, e4, g5, bishop e3, knight. Oh, wait, no, knight g4 is probably no good. Yeah, if you could get e4 with f3 and bishop e3 in, then you're going to have some serious winning chances down the road. But I mean, you need all those moves in order to get there, and I don't see it happening.
Right, objectively speaking, with the rook and a2 and these knight, well, I guess you can't go knight c5 anymore, but knight e5, knight d5 ideas. I mean, realistically, it's way too active, right?
Yeah, he's not even going to get a chance. It's just going to be a draw. I mean, there's just no chance here now. I mean, these knights in the center of the board are just way too strong. Just no chance. I'd rather be black here, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if anything, Magnus might get some chances here because it's honestly difficult to deal with both knight d5 or a knight jumping to d4. Computer saying the best move is bishop to d4 and go down this endgame down a pawn, but you're never going to win this. So it's looking like it's probably going to be over soon.
Yeah, no, I think it will be. Although actually f3 is a good move because you can go king f2
and knight d5. Yeah.
But I mean, still, knight d5, king f2 with black and trade knight for a bishop. It's just a very easy draw.
And then maybe
also
you just check him back.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're Magnus here, do you just go for the trade? I guess so, right? Just simplify the position. Although white is not threatening to move this bishop, also not threatening to move the knight. So maybe you play a move like
f5.
I don't know,
G5,
f5 or g5.
Yeah. I mean, I already, the other problem is when you look at the time situation. Magnus is 7:15, like Kwang has 8:15. I mean, Magnus is a minute less, but it's not a minute where it's like they have 2 minutes left in the game. I mean, they have so much time left that Magnus can actually use time here and try to see if there's a more precise way to play this position. He doesn't have to play on pure intuition. And I think he will play g5 or f5. I don't know, probably g5, I'm guessing, because f5, bishop d4, there's pressure towards the pawn on g7. But I assume he'll play G. Yeah, he does, of course.
G5 on the board. Yeah, good move by Magnus. He took a little bit of time there. And now, honestly, I don't see a move for Kwang. You cannot move this knight because then knight d3 is coming and you lose pretty much everything. And I mean, if you move the bishop, then probably also knight d3.
Knight d3,
and at the very least, you lose the pawn. So what do you even play here? Rook b3 to start?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, at this point, I would almost just offer a draw or something. I would just like try to make a repetition or offer a draw or just like get out of town because there's nothing's going to happen here. It's just it's over, unfortunately.
In hindsight, it seems like really like Wang needed to get the black pieces. I mean, the entire match has been pretty balanced. It doesn't seem like either of the players had too many winning chances. So it was risky, like you said, Hikaru. It's scary to bid those low times, but I mean, you look at this game, right? He never even had, remotely any pressure on Magnus here. So perhaps he should have just tried his luck, try to really get that bid, 9 minutes or something like that. And okay, if it doesn't work out, but I guess, it's all hindsight, right? He would lose that game, but we'd say, that was too low of a time for him. But in general, yeah, it's kind of these matches. I mean, I think you also had a couple of them, maybe even against Wesley, where it's like you play 3 or 5 games, they all end in a draw. But like you said, there has to be a winner at the end of the day. So it's kind of this like funny situation where, Liam can walk away from this match. Okay, I played fine, but he will be eliminated from the event.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, it's rough when it comes down to Armageddon for sure. And I mean, I think that's probably one of the issues with the format. I will say that I don't like is I think that after the 4 rapid games, there should probably be 2 blitz games before Armageddon. I think that's just a mistake with the format, honestly, because it's going to be very difficult in rapid if players are very solid to have decisive results in general. And so I don't love it. I don't love it. And yeah, I feel bad for Kwang because like he really hasn't. I mean, what has he done wrong in this match other than not being black?
I feel like the 2 mistakes that he made is probably bidding a little bit too high and also clearly this opening.
Right, but I mean, bidding too much time. Like, how is that? I mean, like, how is that? That's like a mistake. But I mean, you say it's a mistake, but how is like in reality, like that's the mistake that decides whether you win or lose in a game of chess? I mean, that's pretty harsh when you think about it that way. I mean, when you think about it being a mistake that you bid too much time, it's like, I mean, you can say the same thing about me playing Magnus. I could have bid 2 seconds less, so my mistake was bidding 1 second more. So I mean, I think that's just like that's the gamba concept in the game of chess after all.
Well, but to be fair, in that match against Magnus, I think you got a great position out of the opening. Like you said, you got all the pieces on the board, and you did have a massive time advantage. So
you're right.
You did bid pretty low. You got the white pieces, and you just went for it. But here with Lequang, he bid probably a little bit too high, and he didn't really have anything ready for the Armageddon. He just played the same opening in the second rapid game. And I think the Catalan is a very fine opening if the score is even, right? Maybe you get a slight edge, maybe you push a little bit if the game ends in a draw, that's fine.
Did Magnus go ahead.
But if you desperately need a win, I think you want to keep more pieces on the board. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about this decision by Magnus, because now Lequang can always get the e4 score, but you definitely have to go king d3, because king of4 vacuums all the pieces off the board. King d3,
right. Although the one problem
what about... Oh, no, it doesn't work because there's rook b8.
Yeah, but I mean, I think actually you're right. The first part, I don't think there's anything you do about it at the time, but you're right that I think the opening choice was a big mistake, because again, like Lequang is a very solid player, like very, very fundamentally sound. But in a situation like this, like, who cares if you lose the game? If you play some stupid opening, you lose the game, nobody cares, because it's a must win. Like, you have to win the game. So if you look like a clown, you play like some kings in the attack or some garbage and it doesn't work out, okay, so what? Like, that it doesn't matter objectively. Because there's only one result that gets you to the promised land. So I do think that you're right about the opening. I think that playing the Catalan was a big mistake here in the Armageddon game. So it's just there are too many variations where you can get a very simplified position.
Right, and it has so much theory.
I was going to say he played the same line that Magnus has played multiple times. Of course, at this level, everyone's played everything, so you're not going to be able to fully avoid it. But it did seem like he did it, very quickly from the opening. Okay, he played 93, takes. Magnus brought his light square bishop out, and he was already fine. And Lequang seems to have started. You said it earlier, Hikaru. It seems Liam probably looked at some stuff, and no matter how the match was going, he was going to stick to that plan. So perhaps this was the line he prepared for earlier in the match, not counting on the Armageddon. But yeah, it just wasn't the solid choice.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. I think probably this was what he was planning to play against him if this happened in the rapid game, and then he just decided to play it anyway in the Armageddon game. I think that's a fair assessment. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Right. In the meantime, Magnus has gotten another pair of pawns on the board, so things are looking better and better. Also, now knight g3 becomes an idea, and it becomes really difficult to see how Lequang can keep this game going. And also, he's already starting to get down on time. But yeah, I think definitely in a match like this, I think you need to have just a plan for the rapid games, but you need to have a completely different plan in case you will end up with white pieces in an Armageddon game. And yeah, for myself, it's also, again, that match against Grishuk, which comes to mind, because in the regular games, I played the Catalan, didn't really get anything. And in the Armageddon, I thought, like, okay, I played the English, kept all the pieces on the board, and I felt like, okay, just need to play quickly and get something going. But yeah, Lequang never really managed to get anything in this game, and it looks really good for Magnus right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's a famous saying, right, from Mike Tyson. It's like everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right, or something, or punched in the face, or something like that. And it's like it's the same thing. Everyone has a plan until you're in the Armageddon game, and I do think that Lequang, he had his idea for the rapid games, but then he tried to use it here, and it was just a mistake. But in Armageddon, there are going to be situations where that happens, where you have some opening idea and it's just a complete bust. You don't even get anything with white. I mean, it's happened to me multiple times where I'm playing with the black piece, and my opponent, whatever they try in the opening, doesn't work. So it's very hit or miss for sure. But that's how it goes.
It's always a little bit.
In the Armageddon, what did Liam do? I know he lost the match, but I forgot what color was he playing against Fabiano.
Black.
He was okay.
Okay. So he lost. So he lost the game. Yeah. I was going to say
right. So maybe that influenced him, because he played with the black piece against Fabiano. I think he had like 9 minutes, and maybe he felt like the time disparity was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, probably that probably did influence him in terms of his decision. But I mean, again, I feel like if you're going to end up in this situation, your preparation is the Catalan, I mean, it's just not the right choice. I also feel like, frankly, when you're playing against somebody like Magnus, who's such a strong player and very rarely loses, like, you have better chances, even if you're low on time, of drawing a game with black than of winning with white. Because draws, I mean, 60% of the games that are played, just normal games, are drawn when you're playing just regular chess. And so because like 60% are draws no matter what, I just feel like you have to go as low as you think you can go against somebody like Magnus. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I still think the chance of getting a draw are higher than the chance of you winning for the most part.
And we have a
nice
Mm-hmm.
nice final touch by Magnus. You just pre-move knight takes e3, king of 5, pre-move e5, and yeah, that's it pretty much. And very comfortable draw with Magnus. It felt like he was never in any danger. So Magnus stays in the tournament. I honestly don't know who he's going to play, but we are saying goodbye to Lequang Liam. He had a good showing. He drew all his games against Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen in the regular games, but in the Armageddon, they proved a little bit either too strong or a little bit too smart, you could say, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's like very tough because I mean, how do you really feel about this if you're Lequang? It's like, I mean, I drew all the games against Fabiano, I drew all the games against Magnus, and I'm out of the tournament. So I mean, it's just the nature of the format, I guess, but it definitely feels kind of unfortunate. But on that note, you guys, I do think I'm going to have to leave. So I will catch up with you guys after I play my match, which finally I assume is going to be starting sometime in the near future. So I'll see you guys later. Okay.
All right, Hikaru. Best of luck against Hikaru.
Bye.
And welcome everyone to the Champions Chess Tour. And here we have the matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley. So, Alex, what do you make of the outcome of the opening so far?
Yeah, I was having a chance to catch up. And of course, Hikaru and Wesley are no strangers to playing each other, just playing two long matches only a couple weeks ago at the American Cup. I believe me and you also had the pleasure of commentating a previous match between these two players in another online event. So most of their games have been going in this E4, E5, whether Hikaru is black or Wesley is black. So again, I'm not completely familiar with all the intricacies of this variation, but if I was a betting man, I would definitely assume that it would be some kind of either an Italian game or, as we see here, Rui Lopez, because between these two players, they seem to be completely content to debate these finesses in these, very subtle top-level E4, E5 openings.
Right, so we missed the opening, so let's recap real quick what happened. So Hikaru started off with E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop to b5, to Rui Lopez. And Wesley responded, as always, with the Berlin. Now, Hikaru played the move d3. He wants to keep more pieces on the board, bishop to c5, castles, and knight at d4. And I feel like we've seen his opening in the American Cup. Hikaru played the move bishop to e3, but things became very dry after it takes on f3 and takes on e3. So Hikaru plays the move bishop to c4, a move I have not seen a whole lot. Now, Wesley played d6, a4, c6. We see trade on d4. Knight at d2, castles, but to me a5 looks a little bit weird. I guess he wants to deprive Wesley's dark square bishop of the b6 square, but it feels like Wesley has a very good game here. He has more control in the center. He's got all of his pieces developed. And also for Hikaru, how are you going to develop here? Because the knight on d2 cannot head to f3, and so your pieces are slightly tied up. I like what he's doing here with b4 and knight at b3 though.
Yeah, that's a great plan. You mentioned this idea of a5, this knight on d2 maybe being a little bit without a route, but this is kind of starting to make a bit of sense now of White's position. Wesley does have great control of the center. I mean, I don't think he has any objective problems, but Hikaru has found a little bit of his own idea, and I'm not sure how he can continue further on. I mean, I would think about a move like bishop e3 at some moment just to add some pressure to the dark squares on the queen side. But yeah, it's interesting to see Hikaru we saw it yesterday, we see it today in the first game. He is sticking to playing 1e4. Of course, this is a move he has played many times, but we've also seen him go for knight f3 on move 1, trying to play a slower game, maybe a King's Indian attack type approach. So clearly, Hikaru has done some kind of preparation for this event as a whole, I'm sure, and has some sort of strategy laid out. But watching these two guys play, makes it very abundantly clear that it's so difficult to generate, especially against Wesley, like a dynamic position or an imbalanced position, because he is so solid, so well prepared. And I think that's why we see these guys often end a lot of their matches in draws, and then the game has to go all the way to the Armageddon when this deadlock is going to be broken. But I do like what Hikaru is doing with his position, this b4, this c4. At least he's kind of marking some play of his own, even if objectively speaking, Wesley is completely fine.
Right, so yeah, move c4 by Hikaru. I don't know how I feel about this move. The pawn on b4 perhaps becomes a little bit loose. He could have also played something like f3 to continue with the move bishop e3, because bishop e3 is currently not available because you hang the pawn on d4. So let's see what Wesley is going to do now. He's got a lot of options. He can resolve the tension by taking on c4. He can also keep the tension or play pawn at d4. Pawn d4 I don't like as much because I feel like that gives Hikaru the opportunity to go f4 later on. So I think Wesley will play perhaps something like queen e7, keeping the tension and hitting that pawn on b4. And honestly, how should Hikaru deal with this? Maybe just bishop d2, defend that pawn?
Yeah, I was wondering if there's some kind of c5, a6 idea. C5 followed by a6, trying to make some weaknesses on the queen side, but it might not work because Wesley does not have to take an a6, right? He would have this b6 resource or even b5 as you're pointing out. So I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. Bishop d2 would need to be played there, and then just, again, maintaining the tension. But for Wesley, it seems like, he'll maybe play like rook d8 at some point. He can decide when to resolve this tension in the center between the d5 and e4 pawns. But one thing that I don't think we've made a note of yet is Hikaru's up 3 minutes on the clock, right? So that, we even heard him say when we had the pleasure of having him join us for the commentary for the Magnus match and so forth, that a lot of times in these rapid formats, you just want to have a position where you can play quickly, and that is even, perhaps more valuable at times than the actual position you have on the board.
And we see the move b6 by Wesley. Wesley seems a little bit unsure, as you said. That's why he's spending a lot of time. Perhaps he wants to make sure that the move c5 of Hikaru does not come with as much strength. But the pawn on b6 can also become a slight target. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with Wesley's position. But as you pointed out, the time disparity can become an issue. And so Wesley definitely should try to keep an eye on the clock. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Maybe now he can go bishop d3. Because if you take twice on e4, maybe now we can take on b6. Take the rook on a8 and take on b6. Although I don't really think white can be better here, but perhaps now white equalizes, because in this position Wesley could perhaps be a little bit better because he's got more space.
Right, and yeah, I don't think Hikaru is going to necessarily. It's funny, yeah. He might, as you said, white might even need to objectively try to equalize against the space, but I don't feel like Hikaru is going to want to go in a position like that here. Obviously, he doesn't want to take too much risk in game one. There's still plenty to play for, but nevertheless, I feel like he still wants to continue this fight, probably trying to avoid some of these more forced variations. At the present moment, it doesn't seem like Wesley has a threat. It seems like so. I was wondering if he could just play some kind of developing move, like bring the bishop to d2 instead of e3, so that e4 is not hanging. Again, I'm not saying it's something that's objectively best, but perhaps if he wants to keep the game going, that's what he should do. Saying that time advantage is getting, the disparity is closing in, so perhaps Hikaru is just kind of weighing his options for his bishop development here.
Yeah, there's no clear plan here for white, so let's see what he's going to do. I think he's definitely looking at developing that bishop, maybe bishop to b2. A move we haven't discussed yet is also something to consider. But then again, the move queen e7 is going to be annoying, and I guess you'll have to play bishop to c3. So I'm sure he's looking at one of these two moves, either bishop to e3 or bishop to d2. Bishop to e3 can perhaps make things a little bit more direct, but bishop d2 keeps all the tension in the position. But yeah, overall, I'd say Wesley really has no reason to complain about the opening. And it's always interesting, right? Hikaru knows he's going to play Wesley. He prepares, but Wesley's just so rock solid that even any idea Hikaru throws at him, he just equalizes.
But he goes bishop d2. So I think, he obviously looked at that variation with bishop e3. And he has decided, okay, let's keep it going. Yeah, Wesley, rock solid as always. I was also considering the move you mentioned earlier with f3, just to completely overprotect that point at e4. Obviously, that would take away the sting of some of these tactics. But Wesley very quickly goes queen e7. And yeah, very, very healthy position here. I mean, he's got no weaknesses. I wonder if Hikaru could try to play c5 at some point, even as a pawn sacrifice potentially, so you can get the bishop pair. That would definitely be a way to balance the game. But again, it seems like if Hikaru was able to keep that tempo a couple of moves earlier, right, just like quickly play bishop d2, even something like c5 here, that could have rattled Wesley a bit more. Now with the time being equal, it seems like he's not going to do anything like that. Perhaps he'll play this move f3, maybe rook c1, I don't know, to at least menace some kind of c5 ideas. But yeah, it does seem like white needs to be creative, right, to post black any problems in such a healthy position.
Right, and we often talk about how the time usage is such a tell, right? In the beginning, Wesley was a little bit unsure, and that's why he was spending so much time. But he's really sped up over the last couple of moves, and now Hikaru's thinking he doesn't really see a clear plan. And To be fair, I don't really see one either. He goes for the move knight to c1, which looks kind of odd. I don't really know where the knight is headed. For the moment, you cannot even go to e2 because that hangs the pawn on e4. But the bishop on c2 is kind of stuck over here, defending the pawn on e4. The bishop on d2 is stuck defending the pawn on b4. Your queen on e1 is also stuck defending that pawn. And Wesley can slowly but surely improve his position with moves like rook a to b8, maybe preparing a potential b takes a5, maybe swinging this knight around at d7, preparing an f5 push, or let's say the f5, the f8 and e6. So I feel like Wesley holds all the cards here. I think for Hikaru, the most important thing right now is just to keep the time even, not drift too long, and wait for Wesley to do something and then react.
Well, I'm going to throw my hat in the ring to assess what knight c1 is all about. Maybe he wants to create some kind of bishop a4 idea just to give that bishop a more active role than being, purely defensive. And the other thing, what this reminds me of is what Hikaru was just saying about the move in the a4 in Liam's game against Magnus. He's like, oh, no, I like that move because it's a little weird. Just get him thinking, right? So that's what I'm thinking. I'm seeing he plays knight c1. We're like, what the heck is that? Wesley's like, what is he going? Where is he going with that knight? That's causing him to spend, 40 seconds here. So practically speaking, perhaps that is the idea. But I do think most likely it's bishop a4 because I don't see where that knight's going. Maybe he wants to put on a2 to overprotect b4, but that's got to be really, really ugly. But it's got Wesley thinking because it feels like, he set up a beautiful position. He has all his pieces out. And now it's like, okay, what's your plan, right? You've kind of gotten close to exhausting the useful, natural looking moves. Now you actually need to make a decision. And Hikaru's back up on the clock.
Right, and one idea that Hikaru also has here is to play f3, protect the pawn on e4 once more, and then go knight to e2, maybe even knight to g3, and then your bishop is also free to move again. So perhaps bishop a4, the move you mentioned earlier, tickling the pawn on c6, or bishop b3, tickling the pawn on d5. So even though the computer might not objectively agree with it, I think the move knight c1 makes a lot of sense, and that's why Wesley is spending so much time. He's already spending more than 2 minutes on this on his turn here, and Hikaru all of a sudden is up 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, no, any way you slice it now, you can definitely say knight c1 is a great move, solely because it's got Wesley thinking so much. And what do you think about this wacky idea down the road? If you're going to be playing f3 and knight e2, why don't you throw in g4 as well, right? And then you can, again, obviously, if Wesley's not doing too much, you go g4, you go knight g3. You might try to drop the knight to f5. You might try to use the h-pawn. So again, if we want to get a little carried away, we can think about that. And by the way, Benjamin, this queen e6 move that walks right into your idea that bishop can possibly go to b3. That looks extremely tempting now with the queen on e6. But Hikaru, I think, just wants to keep the pace, right? He only spent 10 seconds in that move. He smells that, Wesley is a little bit, maybe unconfident in his setup. So he just very quickly reacts. So that seems to be also an idea. But bishop e3 did look really tempting, but Hikaru, I guess, didn't want to go for that.
And yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at what's happening here right now. After the move queen e6, Hikaru could have also played bishop to b3, because if black takes, there's now the move c5 with a discovery on the queen. And after the move queen e2, you deprive your knight of going to the e2 square. So queen e2 was played. I was wondering if maybe we were going to get a repetition here with queen e7 and queen e1. We know how they like to make draws in the Berlin with their little queen dance. But we have to move bishop h5 by Wesley hitting the queen. Hikaru plays f3 and Wesley drops the bishop back. And if anything, I feel like the move f3 only helps Hikaru. It strengthens the pawn on e4. Now he can, for example, play bishop to b3. And I still think he should go for the plan of eventually moving the knight over to e2. So maybe still queen e1 followed by knight e2. And black is still very comfortable here, but white is slowly but surely starting to crawl out.
This bishop h5, bishop g6, it's not a horrible move, but this whole time we were saying, white maybe should go f3, So to see Wesley provoke it does seem like a win for Hikaru. But I think you're absolutely right. The queen on e2, it doesn't seem so bad by itself, right? Supporting the center, supporting these light squares. But now you really start to wonder what is going to happen with that knight in c1. I think Hikaru will realize this. Of course, you can't just do all these plans willy-nilly. I think at some point Wesley will try to seek some clarification on the queen side or the center, perhaps with some pawn push or exchange. But what do you make of this move rook d1? Is it just anticipating some trades of the d file? Is there some deeper meaning to this move? Or just kind of a pass to see what Wesley's going to come up with?
It's very interesting. Perhaps what he wants to do is he wants to go queen e1, and he wants to make sure that then at least his rook is active on d1, right? Whereas, let's say you play bishop e3 here, black goes here, and you go queen e1. Now your rook stays stuck on f1, and it might be unlikely to get the f4 break in. So perhaps that's his idea, to get the rook to d1 before he might have to go back with his queen. We see rook 88 by Wesley, and now to me, bishop e3 makes a lot of sense, putting a little bit more pressure on the d5 pawn. And I'm starting to like this more and more for Hikaru. He has a slight edge on the clock. Also, this bishop on g6, it's developed, but it's pretty passive. It's kind of stuck looking at this pawn on e4. I think Wesley would much rather have it on a square like e6, for example, queen e7 and the bishop here. But that seems unlikely. And now we have bishop e3 on the board and queen e7 quickly by Wesley. So I guess now we will see the move queen e1 by Hikaru. And I think Hikaru can be quite satisfied about how this game is progressing. He's keeping playing the position. He has an edge on the clock. And I don't really see a clear plan for Wesley.
Yeah, I mean, we keep coming up with these ideas for Hikaru. I think it might just be practically easier for White to play. And I think we also see that not only in Wesley's time usage, but also his moves. Queen e6, queen e7, bishop h5, bishop g6. These don't strike me as moves that, Hikaru is going to be fearing. And they also don't strike me as proof, of Wesley's plan. I think he's just trying to sit on his position and just kind of wait for Hikaru to make progress. As I say that, we do have a clarification on e4, so it looks like Wesley does want to open up this d file. But now, again, Hikaru can continue seemingly with this knight e2 move. You know what else I'm considering perhaps in the future? Maybe that knight can even find its way to the c3 square if I play b5 and try to carve out that d5 square. So that might be another idea to play on the light squares. Perhaps Wesley should try to play in the dark squares. All of Hikaru's pawns are in the light squares, so I was considering maybe knight h5, knight f4, but he does go the other way. So it seems like Wesley is playing a bit more defensively or reactively in this middle game.
Yeah, 97 played by Wesley, and I didn't really like the trade on e4 because Hikaru also had the option of bringing the knight out of d3, combine it with bishop c3, and put pressure on this pawn over here. But 92 seems completely fine. Knight f8 by Wesley. He wants to go knight to e6 and fight for the d4 square. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do now. Maybe your idea with b5 actually looks pretty interesting because black has to make a decision here. If you take here, you open up white's bishop on this diagonal, and that looks pretty good. And if you go c5, well, then knight c3 to d5 looks great for white. The knight on d5 is putting pressure on the queen and also on this pawn on b6. So let's see what is going to happen here. Hikaru goes rook to a2. This tells me that Hikaru wants to keep the position as undefined as possible and just go for very slow maneuvering, right? He wants to go rook here and try to get control over the a file.
Yeah, a move like b5, while it does fight for those light squares, perhaps it also gives up some dark squares, right? Like black will now be able to play bishop c5 check or something. So like you said, Hikaru just wants to keep it undefined, keep the tension. He is ahead on the clock. So he is, just kind of trying to build the pressure on Wesley, not just on the clock, but also on the position. And now, I'm looking at the computer suggestion here, and it strikes me as a very difficult move to play. B takes a5, voluntarily just splitting your pawns up. I don't know if Wesley's going to play that move. That would be, to me at least, extremely impressive. I would assume something like moving the rook from the a file so that it's not, under this pin. But then, of course, you make a concession. If Hikaru takes on b6, he could play rook a7. So it does seem like, again, b takes a5 is such a tough move to play. And if you don't play that, then you're going to give another small concession to Hikaru. Also from the d4 square, that is under control from the knight and e2. Perhaps Hikaru can even add bishop c3 at some moment. And again, rook b8 is played. Again, I just did not think that taking it on a5 was very human.
Yeah, it didn't look very logical. Now we see Hikaru taking on b6, opening up the a file, but rook a7 can comfortably be met with rook b7, rook d7, or queen f8. So now Hikaru has to come up with another plan, and maybe Wesley can go for a quick knight d4, because look at this. Let's say Hikaru goes rook a6, for example, black goes knight d4, and after this trade, the queen can come to e5, and black all of a sudden has a pretty strong battery lining up towards the white king. You can never really go f4 because then you hang the pawn on e4. So I think Wesley has done a good job over the last couple of moves. That being said, Hikaru now has a pretty firm advantage on the clock. He's up 2 minutes. So let's see how he will try to use it here.
Yeah, I wonder if he could still flick in this b5 idea at some point, because at this point, it's maybe not as effective as before because Wesley has gotten his knight to e6, right? So then even a move like c5, you might get into this situation where both players get this powerful central outpost. But again, I do think Hikaru at some point, he's going to want to make a move, right? He's been keeping the tension, bleeding Wesley on the clock. But at some point, you have to do something with that, right? Because you're going to exhaust, all these tries. So we do see Hikaru again. He has like roughly 2 minutes up in the clock, so he is, investing around a minute here. I do expect that he will try to come up with something and not just sit still. I mean, he can play any number of moves, right, that don't really change the position too much. But yeah, maybe he's considering just something like b5. Like, okay, maybe it is time to provoke some kind of, contact between the armies.
Yeah, so let's see if he's going to go for that. I mean, a move to keep the game going would be something like King H1. I think it's a good idea to step out of this diagonal, making sure there's never any tactics. Perhaps your king is setting a little bit safer here, but then perhaps again, this idea of knight d4 for Wesley. So we were talking about the time usage earlier, and this is a clear tell that now Hikaru isn't quite sure what to do. He goes rook to a7, rook d7 instantly by Wesley. Perhaps we'll see a trade here on the d7 square. And now what is he going to do? Is he going to stop knight d4 with perhaps a move like bishop e3?
But then what do you do in response to something like queen e7, right? That b4 pawn seems like it always needs a little bit of attention. So I guess now, I mean, if you go b5, there might be bishop c5, and I'm happy to trade that bad bishop. I feel like that's kind of been an issue throughout the game for Hikaru. He made that expansion, and it wasn't necessarily a weakness, but it did require support. So yeah, tough, I think, for him to make, and again, like you said, in the time usage, we can see it. Actually, in the American Cup as well, I don't know how much you had a chance to follow those games between Wesley and Hikaru, but it seemed like Hikaru would always build a time advantage early on. Even I think there was a game he was up like 9-3, right? Just a massive advantage for a rapid game. But Wesley just digs in, and he just really speeds up when he gets under, 3-4 minutes. And invariably, they would often equal out on the clock. So it seems like this might be a repeating story for them.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. I heard Fabiano say in an interview that he feels like Wesley does lose control when he gets down to his last seconds, and Hikaru is still extremely strong in those types of situations. So Wesley very much tries to avoid those types of situations. He can get himself down to maybe like 2 minutes, 1 minute, but he makes sure that he doesn't drop down to his last final seconds, because then really anything can happen, even if he's winning. And that's actually what happened in one of their tiebreaks. Now, after the move bishop c3, I like the move from Wesley. He goes pawn at c5, and after b5, the thing is here, now that white has put their bishop on c3, it's going to be much more difficult to go knight at c3 and knight to d5. So Wesley is first to jump in with the move knight at d4. Hikaru drops his bishop back to d1. And now look at this, pawn at f6, because this bishop on g6, that we were talking about earlier, is now finding its way back to the f7 square, putting pressure here. Bishop d2, good move by Hikaru, bishop f7, and rook to a4. And if Hikaru is given a chance here, he's going to go knight to c3 and knight to d5. So Wesley has to decide, is he going to trade this knight off, or is he going to keep the knights on the board? He goes for the second option, going queen b7, but now Hikaru can go knight to c3. But I'm sure Wesley wants to go rook a8.
Yeah, how dangerous do you think it is for black? Obviously, the knight on d5 is sitting pretty, but what if I just ignore it, right? I mean, I guess it does put pressure on b6, so it's not like, it's completely, it's not just, like a decorative piece. But nevertheless, how it doesn't, like, Wesley has his own knight on d4. So is it really, obviously it's optically a very nice progress for Hikaru, but can he really build on this? Can he, how would he be able to, increase, his pressure, or even just any constructive plan after that?
I don't think he can. I think Wesley, in this case, would be the first one to grab the A-file, and that should give him all the ways to increase the pressure on Hikaru's position. Hikaru's queen can swing over to g3, but that's not really going to create any meaningful threats. And also, black could give up their bishop for the knight on d5, because let's say white takes with the c-pawn, this pawn on c4 starts running very quickly, combined with bishop to c5, maybe like queen a1, and you can take with the e-pawn. But now, first of all, the pawn on c4 is a target, and black can attack it with someone like queen a2, but also black can start expanding in the center with f5 and maybe a potential e4. So Hikaru decides to go queen f1 to keep the a-file closed, but I think Wesley definitely is for choice. Now the question is if he can make any meaningful progress.
I think another question is, does he want to, right? He's playing the black pieces. It seems like if he just sits here, like I was even thinking, let's say this bishop draws back to d8 for Wesley, maybe he can go like queen f7, then Hikaru will play like knight b2, and then queen a7, knight a4. You could already see some kind of repetition of that nature. They are entering, I mean, again, they still have time on the clock, of course, but, as you said, Wesley, as Fabiano was explaining in the interview, he doesn't want to get down to those, last second blitz battles. definitely not against Hikaru, who's one of the best, if not the best player in the world in those situations. So perhaps Wesley will be content to even just repeat with the first game with the black pieces. And I don't know if Hikaru can really avoid that, right? Especially right now. I think the point is that Wesley does want to prepare queen to f7.
Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Queen f7, definitely an idea by Wesley. Like you pointed out, there's still knight at b2, and after queen f7, we can go back. But I think Wesley, he must realize that he's got all the trumps here. His knight on d4 clearly is better than a knight on a4. He's got a clear target with the pawn on c4, and white doesn't really have any targets. The pawn on b6 is nicely defended. This knight is passive. I guess you could look at it this way. These bishops on d1 and d8 probably cancel each other out, but this knight on d4 is clearly more active than the knight on a4, and the bishop on e6 is clearly better than the bishop on c3. So from that standpoint, Wesley definitely has a big edge. We see the move knight b2 by Hikaru, but I don't see a meaningful way in which Hikaru can improve his position. I think if he can get his queen to the a file, that would solve a lot of... He goes bishop a4. What? It's going to sit like this?
Yeah, he changes the configuration, but this looks, at least with a knight on a4, it felt like, okay, you're putting some pressure on b6. This looks pretty awkward for sure. And I like this move from Wesley h5, right? He just wants to play h4 and get a clamp on the king side, which could provide, fix those pawns, Hikaru's pawns. And that in the later stages of the game, that could, not only could those pawns become targets, but even the king can become a little weak on those dark squares. So we see Hikaru running the king. Don't know where exactly, right? Because he can get to the center, but what is it really doing there? It doesn't feel any safer. And queen f7, not only putting pressure on c4, but also queen g6, and then maybe queen g3 in the future is also the idea. This bishop at a4 and knight in b2 are really, really dubious pieces. Perhaps Hikaru is hoping for some kind of, I don't even know if it's about 91, 93, but it looks very difficult to organize that with the pressure on c4.
And he moves his king back to g1. And after the move queen f7, Wesley could also go for a potential f5 push. He goes pawn h4. I think it would be great for Wesley to get this bishop into the game, maybe with f5 followed by bishop to g5. So Hikaru, perhaps that's why he plays bishop c2, firmly stopping the f5 push. But Wesley could prepare it with a potential g6. He could then also go bishop e7, f8 to h6. But the moment you move your bishop away, then knight a4 becomes an idea. Then knight a4 becomes an idea again for Hikaru. So let's see what's going to happen here. Both players around 2 minutes. We see bishop e7. Perhaps Wesley is going for that plan with g6, bishop f8, and bishop to h6.
Yeah, I mean, that looks very powerful. And the problem for Hikaru here is that I think he's just stuck in defense, right? He doesn't have any constructive plan. He's tied down to the c4 pawn. Wesley has massively expanded on the king side here, but we are slowly but surely approaching the time trouble phase. Queen to g6. He does take the pressure off c4, but I was mentioning this plan earlier, maybe some kind of invasion, queen g3. You even need to watch out for some bishop h3 ideas, right? Bishop h3 and knight f3 could be an extremely nasty combination. And Hikaru goes queen f5. That's a great move, right? That really takes the sting out of bishop h3. Although I would still be tempted, but there might be like a bishop e1 resource as well.
I don't think it works. If you take an h3, white cannot play bishop e1 because black takes here.
And right.
Mm-hmm. Right, but we just take, and after knight f3, there's queen g2, and
there's
black's
no queen e1.
attack.
Yeah.
Exactly. So Wesley plays the move queen f4, but to me, the whole idea of bringing the queen to g3 looks a little bit too straightforward. It feels like Hikaru can easily parry it, and now your queen on it, it's active, but is there a world where this queen can get trapped is what I'm wondering about.
Yeah, it'll be difficult. I mean, you always have this g3 square, but yeah, it's interesting. I think that's a great point. Your earlier plan, you suggested g6, f5, really slowly improving the position, perhaps getting the dark square bishop in, and Wesley just kind of went guns blazing with his queen. Hikaru, he had to play a little passively with queen f1, but again, it's no, as long as there's no danger there. And now I think I like this move a lot. Bishop g3 over protecting c4. We might see knight a4 back on the board so that you get black to worry about that the b6 pawn. Not what happening, however. We do have knight d1. Yeah, is there any universe we can still get this knight back to d5? I think that's what Hikaru would love to do, especially because Wesley's queen on f4, it's not like it was an a7 threatening all those invasions. Although I guess, what about queen c1 here?
Oh, and Wesley goes f5, blowing open the position. Yet the one thing that's difficult about getting the knight at d5 was that in case you play queen e1, there's always going to be those sacrifices. But f5, Wesley blasting open the position. And what should Hikaru do here? If you go knight f2, I would be quite worried about sacrifice on f3. I don't know if they're working, but also this bishop on e7 can suddenly come into the game. And yeah, what should Hikaru do here? Again, queen e1 allows this. Bishop e1 looks kind of passive, and he made a move. He played bishop e1, so now let's see what Wesley's going to do. Hikaru, he's up 25 seconds on the clock. Let's see how he will try to use it. Bishop g5.
Yeah, personally, I don't think I would really survive this position because it really feels like you're under a lot of pressure. But I've seen Hikaru do this many times. He might be in a very cramped situation. He only's got like 2-3 ranks for his pieces, but he's able to use them so efficiently. And now finally this knight, who is all the way on b2, now it's on c3. He has the options of a4 and d5. Wesley invades with queen c1. Both players are nearing the under 1 minute mark. Hikaru keeping a small time advantage. Benjamin, can you imagine a scenario where Hikaru is able to somehow sneak his queen into black's camp via the A or D file somehow? Of course, right now it's quite passive, and then perhaps doing some damage there, or at the very least, maybe these pawn pushes that Wesley is doing open his king a little bit for perpetuals or even more.
Yeah, no, for sure. We see bishop f2 by Hikaru, so now let's see what Wesley is going to do. If he's content with a draw, he will just trade here on f1, but he wants to keep the game going. He goes queen is c2, and rightly so, because Hikaru's pieces are still kind of tied up, and Wesley should definitely have the advantage, but you got to be careful. If this queen can somehow sneak in, then Hikaru can maybe give at least a perpetual, but I don't see a good way to do it. Now let's see how Hikaru is going to proceed. Yeah, maybe bishop e1, he goes...
so much pressure. Yeah, you can't... Okay, are we repeating? Wesley's got 20 seconds, so he's really, he really might call it quits here. But also at the same time, Hikaru, with the trade of those knights, I feel that was a big benefit to Hikaru's position. That knight in d4, you were mentioning, there's always these knight takes f3. White's knight was like constantly jumping to these, awkward squares. And now Hikaru is spending a little bit of time. Is he thinking about, playing for more? Doesn't really seem possible, though. He is quite passive.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a big mistake by Wesley right around here after 92. I think he had to keep this knight on the board and play a move like queen a1, because now if white takes, black can recapture with either pawn, and they get a strong passer on d4. And white's pawn on d4 doesn't really seem to do that much. So that's the thing, like Wesley probably had to allow some sort of imbalance. It gives him more chances to win, but he might be worried that it also might give Hikaru chances for a counterattack. In the meantime, let's see what's happening in the game. I think the players are still shuffling back and forth with their queens. And now Wesley is forced to trade because otherwise you lose the pawn on e5, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, this looks like a complete deadlock here. No more winning chances for either side, at least to my eyes. And yeah, I don't even think Hikaru needs to really do it. I guess Wesley can still try some like g5 ideas, like if he wants to go for something, but hard to imagine that.
Oh, wait, what happened?
What do we have going on?
What? He took and played king g5 and who hang the pawn on e5? What?
I think he just blundered it. Yeah, you got to stop bishop c7. Okay, Hikaru cannot trade those bishops.
Yeah, I think if you trade, you might even lose, or you do lose.
You do
bishop
lose
g7.
That horrible escrow bishop, yeah. Okay, was that it? Do you think that was planned, or do you think this was like a
no? I think it was a big blunder.
Yeah. Still,
bishop d3.
This king is so active. There's a funny reference. I almost thought bishop h6 was mate, but he used to have g5.
Yeah, still g5. All right, so let's see how Hikaru will win this. He will try to win this. He can maybe go here, bishop b7 and bishop d8. But Wesley perhaps is just in time with g5 and bishop here. Hikaru down to his last 13 seconds. Wesley does have this move though after bishop f8.
It's not impossible that Wesley can also still press here. I mean, this is so active. If he's able to get his king, this is like some king g3 ideas. That does look a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, he goes bishop f6. He's trying to set it up. Will they repeat?
All right, king back. I wonder if Wesley's just going to contempt here with the draw because he's down a pawn. He goes bishop e5. Okay, king f2, I suppose. How? Bishop f6. So he's passing the move to Hikaru. King e2, king g3. What do we do?
Maybe there's some e5 idea. Yeah.
There's king f1.
King f1.
But yeah, incredible what just happened there. Wesley hung a pawn. Hikaru all of a sudden had chances, but he misplayed it, and Wesley now has... It's getting very close to it, I think.
Yeah.
Something like...
Bishop d4 is certainly a threefold after king e2. I think we've seen that position in all different move orders.
I would think so, but I'm not even 100% sure. King e5 played. This does allow king e3. Wait. But isn't he also trying to lose here?
Yeah. The thing is for Hikaru, right, his extra pawn is really not moving anywhere. But how's Wesley planning to even win this at this point if his king is not invading?
You can't. The thing, though, for Hikaru is that he cannot get this bishop out. Like you can, like bishop f8, it can go to d6. So I think they're just going to shuffle back and forth. But also at this point, since Wesley has moved his king away from f4, Hikaru's completely... I really feel like Wesley is trying to lose here, but maybe that's just me.
Yeah, this is not... I mean, he could have repeated. Instead, he's walked his king from f4 to d7. That doesn't seem like a winning try. The problem for Hikaru, if he could take that bishop from e2 and put it on d5, then he would probably just be winning. But it's... Well, actually, hold on. This king d3, now you can finally go like bishop g4. Wait a minute. Maybe he will be able to get... Oh, he doesn't do it. But I thought he might be able to get that bishop into Wesley's camp for some winning chances.
Right, they're shuffling back and forth again. Bishop to h7. I guess bishop to f8 is good. And there we have it. And now bishop. All right, so let's see. Bishop e6, bishop e2, I guess is fine. And there we have it. And I think he's just going to wait here with his bishop.
Yeah, king of 4. There's always some kind of bishop d6 ideas.
Bishop f5, Hikaru wants to imbalance the game. I don't think Wesley should really take, because then we only have the dark square bishop on the board. And all of Wesley's pawns are on dark squares. So I think we're headed for a repetition here.
Right. The problem is the bishop at f8 is trapped. You don't have any square except h6, and then you don't have any square other than f8. So, wow, 100-move game, it looks like is going to be in the books. Doesn't look like either side could be trying to win. I do agree with you, Benjamin. It did seem like Wesley was over-pressing. Obviously he's down a pawn, but the margin of error is just so high here in this block position, and the extra e-pawn really is not moving. However, I mean, the game's still going. Wesley did lose a game in the American Cup to Hikaru with an inexplicable blunder. He just gave up his rook for the knight, if I recall correctly, which was just a losing position. So, crazier things have been happening between these two competitors.
Yeah, for sure. And we see Hikaru shuffling back and forth. Wesley had to be careful right around here that Hikaru was not able to get the move e5 in, but I don't think he could. And I think this was just... Probably this was the threefold. So yeah, overall, all right result for Hikaru. He was under pressure for a long time, but there was one moment when Wesley all of a sudden gave up a pawn on e5, quite inexplicable, and Hikaru had chances to win. So let's have a look right here. It seemed like the game was headed for a draw, but here Wesley all of a sudden took an e4 and played king to g5, hang the pawn here. I guess this is still a draw though, because Wesley is so active, but here, this is the moment where Hikaru missed his chance. He could have played bishop f6, attacking this pawn. It's good to trade the e-pawn for the h-pawn because the e-pawn is so weak. And after g5, apparently you go pawn to e5, and you don't mind black taking because there's bishop to d8. But even then, I wonder if there's a way to make progress here if black just sits.
Yeah, bishop e7 here is interesting, right? Because you are potentially trying to go bishop d6. That e5 pawn is still not for the taking because bishop takes e5 would be met by bishop d8. King e5 obviously drops the g and h pawn. That would be just horrible. So that looks like a nice way to make progress. Maybe you can combine bishop d6 and bishop. If you trade, there's like bishop g4 and d7. But yeah, bishop e6 here, I think, is you're pointing out perhaps the idea. But even after bishop d6, right, it could be possible that maybe Wesley can go back to d8. That does look pretty suspect to me. But in any case, this does look like a legitimate winning try. However, the players have 20 seconds here. So if you don't get this right, you might just be giving up your e-pawn for nothing. And then, you're in the same endgame, except you don't even have that extra pawn.
Exactly, yeah. So perhaps something like king to f1, passing black the move so that in case black goes bishop f7, you go bishop d6. Now black cannot... Oh, they can. No, well, whatever. Can. Anyway.
Okay, it's check, yeah.
Maybe with king to g1.
King G1,
I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then,
there we go.
And then you're winning.
Yes.
Because this is check.
Yeah.
So there were still some chances left, but unfortunately Hikaru missed them. Hikaru was just in the chat and he asked everyone, "Are you not entertained?"
That was definitely very entertaining. Who says draws are boring, right? 100 moves between these two guys. It's crazy. I think a lot of the games do end in draws, but so many of them have quite a bit of drama. And yeah, I mean, these guys, well, actually, I assume this was the last game of this round, right? In all the matches. Hard to imagine multiple 100-move games. So we should be getting them for game number 2, I guess, quite soon.
Yes, I guess we're getting underway very, very soon. Wesley now will have the white. Oh, Hikaru says we're starting in 8 minutes. He's enjoying the stream. So, yeah, the breaks are quite long. Okay, so Wesley is going to have the white pieces, and let's see what he's going to do. In the American Cup, he challenged Hikaru by playing d4, and he went into the Nimzo Indian with queen of c2. This is not what happened. Bishop b4, queen of c2. Now, in one of the games after short castles, he played the move e4, but Hikaru had it all prepared, and in the other game, he played the move a3, and that game also was a pretty controlled draw. Now, in the matches we commentated on in the Global Chess Championship, I think Wesley always opened up with the move e4, and he tried to challenge Hikaru in the Italian game. And to be fair, Wesley did get some advantages. So, Alex, what do you think Wesley is going to go for here?
Yeah, I think he'll be sticking to e4. They did have more games in the American Cup as well, where Hikaru was playing. They had some games in the Ross Limo, if I recall correctly. One of them, Hikaru did win as well in the same variation that he crushed for the safe in yesterday. So, yeah, I do think that Wesley will go for e4, but I'm not sure if Hikaru will go for c5 again. That game with d4, remember that line with e4 in the Nimzo Indian, that line I think has a tendency to be quite drawish, and I think Wesley played in the classical portion maybe even, so perhaps he wants to maybe test Hikaru's memory for some preparation, but ultimately it was kind of a safe try. So I do think he'll be sticking with e4. We do tend to see a lot of e4, e5 games between Hikaru and Wesley, at least until things start getting to the wire when maybe, the match strategy starts shifting a bit. So I do think we'll have another e4, e5, although personally, I would love to see Hikaru just go for the Sicilian again and throw caution to the winds, perhaps. And, he does, a lot of those games from Hikaru have been very entertaining and enterprising, but of course you also have to weigh the risk reward of playing, these more risky approaches.
Yeah, I think Wesley can definitely go for a game like this where he has a small try. If Hikaru knows all of it, it just ends in a draw. I think, however, let's say after 3 games, the score is still tied. Wesley will have to take a little bit more risk with the white pieces and fully go for the win, because I feel like if the match comes down to an Armageddon, Hikaru's chances are going to increase dramatically. So we'll see what's going to happen in this game, but we are going to be taking a very short break. The next game is going to start in like 5-ish minutes. So you definitely don't want to miss it. And we will be right back with game number 2 between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Welcome back, everyone, to the Champions Chess Tour. And we are just getting ready for game number 2, which should be getting underway any second now. Alex, before the break, we were talking how Wesley So is going to approach this game. So what is your final call? Is it going to be e4 or d4?
I think it's e4. I'm locking it in. Final answer.
All right, then I'm gonna lock in I'm gonna lock in d4. Fine. Okay, the board is ready. The players should be getting ready as well. It is 10 minutes past the top of the hour, so I guess they should be starting any second now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to win our little wager here. But to go a step further, I think if we do have d4 from Wesley, in case you are right, I think Hikaru will stick to his Nimzo Indian. Obviously, one of the highest level openings you can play. And then against e4, as I said before we went on break, I think Hikaru's going to go for e5, but I would love to see him whip out the Sicilian, or, actually the Sicilian is totally fine. He has been having some very interesting games there, but I guess we'll find out any moment now. Still, it's game 2 of the match, so both players are, they don't have to take unnecessary risks, right? Maybe when we get to game 3 and 4, when they have their final game with the white pieces, they will maybe try to be a little more aggressive. But in this case, I do think they'll still play with, with a modicum of caution. And there we go, Benja. You owe me dinner, as I have predicted e4 and e5 from both players.
And knight f6 on the board by Hikaru, inviting the fried liver attack with knight at g5. But Wesley just keeps it very quiet with the move d3, bishop to c5, castles d6, c3, a6. They had all of this in the not in the Champions Chess Tour. Global Chess Championship, exactly. And Hikaru went for this plan with rook e8 and bishop e6, and Wesley's going to play something like, or bishop e2. And I guess this might be the first moment where Hikaru is going for a bit of a think. The move bishop to b2 is a little bit different compared to move queen c2, because with the move bishop b2, white very often wants to go for a very quick d4 push. I think it's not out of the question that a move like queen e7 can be met with d4. White sacks the pawn, but if you take, there's moves like queen b3, d5, and all of this can quickly backfire. So knight e7, very solid by Hikaru, maneuvering his knight over to g6. Wesley does the same thing, and now to move c6. So very symmetrical. And Alex, I think when we were doing commentary on the Chess.com Global, you told me that you played these types of positions with white. So can you tell us a little bit about the plans and ideas here in the position?
Yeah, I've dabbled both the Italian and the Rulopas. There was definitely a period of time where I've played these lines. I've actually played both Queen C2 and Bishop B2. I feel like in these positions, it's all these little tries kind of keep black on their toes. And like you said, a lot of times when you put the bishop on B2, this could help you play D4 a bit earlier in the game. We see here that's not Wesley's approach. He is playing with C4. This is, bless you, this is also something that I have seen as well. Now you can see the bishop on B2 is going to be putting additional pressure on E5. I think you probably remember this game as well. I believe Hikaru ended up holding it. They had this tension in the center. Hikaru pushed D4 at some moment, and that allowed Wesley to really build up an attack on the king side. He pushed F4, I believe, and Hikaru was in some trouble. So I don't see that happening here. And yeah, this is the type of position. Again, it's kind of mirrored for game one, where Hikaru kind of gave Wesley the opportunity to play E5, D5. This time, Wesley has allowed Hikaru to put his pawns in the center, but he is pressuring both the E5 and D5 pawns. And again, it does seem like Wesley is pretty masterful in these positions. I should be taking a bit of notes because I don't feel like I get positions as good as he does, against the same play. But yeah, again, he's quite, looks like he is relatively comfortable, although he is still going for another thing, perhaps deciding if he should, maybe play a waiting move like Queen C2 or something like that, or just clarify the central tension by taking on D5 or C6.
Right, so Hikaru's playing super quickly, but with move D5, he does sacrifice a pawn. So let's see what happens in case white takes. We're going to recapture, and what happens in case white takes on E5. Do we have a move like Queen C7, attacking the knight on E5? And in case you take, now there's the move Queen takes G3, because that bishop on A7 is pinning that pawn on F2. Some of you guys might be playing this game and are like, hey, wait, why can I not take this queen? But the pawn is pinned, and this solves all of black's problems. So let's see, after Queen C7, what can white do? Maybe you go D4, but now we take the pawn on C4, and I guess that solves all of Hikaru's problems as well. Maybe there is pawn takes D5, but I guess here we take with the rook, and this imbalance should be good for us. The two minor pieces should be better than the rook. Computer is saying rook to C1. And in case you take now, so you give up the two minor pieces for the rook, but this bishop all of a sudden is pretty passive after the move C5. But this is not easy to go for Wesley if he's not in his preparation. So I doubt that he's going to go down his variation, going to go down this variation. So then maybe move like Queen C2, what you mentioned earlier, is quite likely.
Yeah, and I'm looking 15-12 on the clock for Hikaru. So those lines you were just putting on the board with these material imbalances and just generally sharp concrete play. I mean, this just kind of feels like Hikaru is in his prep, right? He might even know quite a bit about those specific lines. Wesley, on the other hand, is a little bit in the tank here. So it does seem like Hikaru probably hasn't, probably knows some of those crazy lines. Yeah, I mean, I really expect, I don't know if it's Queen C2 specifically, but I do think Wesley will ultimately bite on a move like that because, I don't know, like looking at all these variations, like you said, if you don't have them prepared, and he obviously has I think he'll know that Hikaru does have it prepared. He might not decide to go for that principal route, let's say, and just kind of keep the tension. And for the record, I think Queen C2 looks, very, very logical. You might play Rook D1 in the future. Perhaps, yeah, we do have Queen C2. No, you put Queen C2 on board, excuse me. I was going to say, just kind of a passing move. But, for Hikaru, I wonder if he can, I guess he can do something in the center, but I was also wondering if he can, maybe play like, I'm not sure, Queen D7 or Rook D8, but then I guess he has to still watch out for some kind of, pawn takes D5. So, yeah, I mean, 4 minutes on the clock. Usually you only get that in the Armageddon, but now Hikaru has it in just game 2.
Yeah, an interesting idea here could be to go for the move D4, followed by bishop to C5, bishop B4, and rerouting this knight to the C5 square. However, your bishop does become a little bit passive, but I guess, yeah, this is a good way to bring it back. If you want to keep the game a little bit more simplified, perhaps you just take on C4, then take on B5, followed by rook to C8, and this looks extremely solid for black. So it just depends on what kind of mood Hikaru is in. And Wesley, in the meantime, is taking a lot of time. So let's go down that variation again. E takes D5 is clearly the critical move. We take, knight takes E5, so queen is C7. Perhaps you start with the move C5, because if you take, B6 looks pretty good for white. But even that being said, even though this is probably not that clear, d4 blocking the bishop, you probably get this back. And very often this is how it goes in top level chess, where white might have a slight pull, but black prepares the variation so deep that they find a way to draw out the game. So perhaps we can go down a variation like this.
Well, now we do have it on the board, by the way. After all that, right? What do you think, what would be your practical advice, right? This is like a situation, I was saying, Wesley did play queen c2, right? So he spends 5 minutes, right, or something along those lines on this decision and ultimately just goes for queen c2. Do you feel like he should have just kind of 2 minutes in, been like, all right, these lines, I feel like, obviously decided not to go for it? Or do you think this was a very appropriate usage of this time where, because it was just such a massive decision, whether to grab this pawn in e5, like you said, there was all these branches with c5, that variation where you even get b6 on the board. So I'm just curious, what do you think about his decision-making process in terms of burning 5 minutes and then just going queen c2, which he could have played maybe in, 5 seconds, right?
Yeah, perhaps it's a little bit too much time indeed. Like you're saying now, he's down 5 minutes, or well, right now it's 4 minutes because Hikaru is out of book, which tells us that queen c2 clearly is not the critical move, and also the computer already gives black quite a significant advantage after the move d4. But yeah, I think Hikaru right now has all the reasons to be happy about the outcome of the opening. And yeah, I agree with you. I think perhaps Wesley, if he was spending all that time, maybe he really had to dig into these variations with pawn takes d5. But it's always difficult to go down a variation like that if your opponent is blitzing, right? Because hey, one mistake and white could lose the game there if you do something wrong. Right.
Do you think maybe he should have just been like, all right, I already, what is it called? Sunk cost fallacy. Like, okay, I already put 5 minutes in. Let's just, YOLO, like take on d5. And, if I run into some, prep, then, so be it. Because of course he must have realized, okay, deep down that, that is the critical line. But by the way, we do have Hikaru. He took a thing. I was checking his camera real quick. He had his hand, his face buried in his hands, but not, not in an upset way, but just in that type of way where it's like, okay, what is this move queen c2? What is my preparation? Why is he not taking a d5? But overall, he invests around 90 seconds of his time, plays the best move. And that plan that you pointed out looks, extremely powerful, because I would be worried my bishop at a7, kind of sucks, it's blocked in. White's bishop on b2 can just go to c1, right? So that would be a better diagonal. But bishop c5, bishop b4, then you find a way for that bishop to for black to put in the work. And then there's beautiful knight d7, knight c5. You put pressure on d3, you put pressure on a4, and that knight is not going anywhere. And like I said, we did see a structure, this was several months ago, where Wesley was able to get a kingside attack, but with the knight on g6, right, you're never really going to be pushing this or at least it's going to be very difficult to push f4. So it does seem like Hikaru is, taking over on the clock and even on the position.
Yeah, for sure. And I think he had actually a similar type of position against Dominguez. So he knows that d4 very often is a good move, just grabbing more space. And this bishop for the moment looks very passive, but it is going to come back to c5, and then he's going to follow with this. Bishop a3 played by Wesley, trying to deny us of the move bishop to c5, but Hikaru just goes for knight to d7, reinforcing this move. And I think if Hikaru gets the bishops off, he's definitely going to be better. He, again, has pressure on the pawn on d3, the pawn on a4. Maybe a potential knight f4 could be an idea to increase the pressure on this pawn. And I wonder if at some point you're going to take on b5. White is probably going to recapture with the a pawn, which will give us a passer on the a file. If you take with the c pawn, well, then there's probably going to be annoying pressure along the c file. So I think Hikaru has all the reasons to be happy here. Now Wesley decides to take on c6, and Hikaru recaptures with the rook eb1 played. And again, this reminds me of a game, I think it was played between Hikaru and Dominguez. Very similar structure. Again, I think now you want to play queen to c7. Of course, you don't want to play b6 and blocking your bishop. But you go queen to c7, followed by bishop to c5. And I think Hikaru should have the edge here.
Yeah, I do like what Wesley did there. That was a really interesting point you made about Hikaru taking on b5. I didn't really think of, he would want to resolve that tension. But like you said, if Wesley takes back with the a pawn, then Hikaru gets a pass pawn. If he took back with the c pawn, then Hikaru can invade on the c file. So, with that in mind, I do like what Wesley has done. He took on c6. Now at least he has something to play for, right? This rook on b5, it does look pretty nice. He does generate some pressure on the b7 square. If Hikaru ever plays b6, he does have that very well defended, but perhaps it'll be a little harder to play knight c5. And again, I think Wesley at least has carved out, practically speaking, at least some clear objectives for his position. Saying that, Hikaru's got this terrific bind on the dark squares. He's got a space advantage, but I'm not sure how much better that is. To me, I would think that, okay, it's, I would feel comfortable, but I wouldn't think I'm in a, phenomenal position here. But perhaps, like you mentioned, there's this knight f4. That knight could even circle back to e6, where it can increase the pressure control of c5. But again, it seems like it's going to be a very slow crawl to try to make use of these small positional trumps.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen here. Wesley has to make a big decision. Is he going to keep these dark square bishops on the board? I think it makes a lot of sense to do so with the move bishop to c1, because it makes it more difficult for us to get control over the c5 square. And also, all of these pawns are placed on dark squares, right? So intuitively, you want to keep those dark square bishops on the board. And I wonder where this knight is going to go, right? I mean, this knight can sit on c5, but then where's this knight going? From g6, maybe you can try to attack the rook somehow, but I feel like white always has a way to not get their rook trapped. So, and Wesley does play the move bishop to c1. And also look at the clock. Hikaru is up 5.5 minutes on the clock, so I think he's doing great here so far.
Yeah, and bishop b4, as you mentioned already at several occasions, that knight's coming to c5. It's funny, I actually thought when Wesley played bishop a3, I was like, oh, that's really smart, right? Because he's preventing bishop c5, but it didn't do anything once Hikaru played knight to d7. But okay, Wesley, Hikaru's dominating the dark squares. Wesley's dominating the light squares. Rook and b5, knight and f5. Could there be some, I guess with the rook and c6, it's not really possible. I was saying, could there be some bishop h6, queen c1 ideas? But again, the rook and c6 is indirectly patrolling the 6th rank. Knight f4 also can cut that away. Yeah, I'm just thinking, I guess it's way too ambitious. I mean, something like g4 would create too many weaknesses, and that rook on the 6th rank does a phenomenal job of playing defense. Just thinking of ways if Wesley could get in that counterplay, but I guess his strategy might just be to sit. And Hikaru's pieces are pretty, but the knight in c5 is maximized. The bishop in b4, probably not really going to put it anywhere better. So what else can Hikaru do to improve his position?
Right, so rook to b1 played by Wesley. And now let's see what Hikaru is going to do. Perhaps the move knight c5 was a little bit too hasty. I was thinking maybe he should go for rook to b6, because now you actually kind of threaten to take the rook here. Let's say white plays g3. You take here, and white has to make it, or it's not a tough decision. You cannot take the c pawn because it leaves your queen hanging. And if you take the a pawn, well, then this pawn on a5 is always going to be super strong. But now, given the fact that Hikaru's already played knight to c5, now in case you play rook b6, you're really not worried about this trade. I think you just play something like g3, and I think you happily recapture with the c pawn, because now your queen can come out of c4. So I think knight c5 perhaps was a slight inaccuracy. Hikaru decides to improve his position with the move knight f8 first. And now we'll see what Wesley is going to do. I think he should try to start an initiative on the king side, but I think it's going to be a bit of a slow roll. Maybe something like h4, h5, making sure that this knight on f5 cannot be kicked away with a potential g6. Maybe swing the other knight around, bring the queen over to g4. But it's going to take a long time before he really gets something going on that side of the board.
What do you think about Hikaru playing h5 himself so that he can play g6 and kick that knight out? You do weaken some of these dark squares, but yeah, the knight in f5 does seem to be one of the better positions for Wesley. One of the better pieces, for Wesley.
Right, so after knight f8, Wesley has played the move bishop to d2. The bishop on b4 just became a little bit too much for him. And it makes sense, because now in case Hikaru takes, you can recapture, and white will definitely have some pressure along the b file. There's no good way to really get rid of this rook. We can strengthen the knight on c5, but I don't really see a good way to improve from here. So let's see what Hikaru will do. Can he also let Wesley take? I mean, I guess you recapture and have pressure here, or do we just have to take on d2?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the top suggestions here just leave the bishop. I'm trying to figure out, is it just compensation for the pawn, or am I missing something tactical? The computer just likes, here, and then what if takes back? I guess it's just a knight f4, and now the pawn on d3 and the pawn on a4. Okay, interesting. That's an interesting, I would have thought, okay, I have to take on d2, but actually sacrificing that pawn really allows you to maximize your pieces. You attack d3, a4. This sample variation looks like white's holding on, but this is ugly stuff, right? 91, rook a1, seems like you're very passive. I wonder if Hikaru would go for that. That is very creative, sacrificing this pawn. Because if you take on d2, then black is probably, then white is not unhappy. At least you have this pressure on the b file, which would make it harder for Hikaru to make some progress.
Yeah, I think it's a tough decision for a human to sacrifice a pawn like that, because here Hikaru clearly has a good position, and who knows what's happening after he sacrificed the pawn, right? I mean, maybe you don't get enough compensation and all of a sudden you're taking a lot of risk. So I think it's quite likely that he's just going to trade on d2. His time advantage is dwindling a little bit. He was up like 6 minutes, or maybe even like almost 7 minutes on the clock. Now it's still quite hefty with 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So let's see what he's going to do. We have more moves. He did indeed take on d2. Knight takes d2 by Wesley. And now maybe it's time to bring the knight around to e6, but Wesley could perhaps go for more trades with knight b3, because I think if you take here, there must be some tactic with this, and the knight on a4 is hanging. So Wesley doing a good job of alleviating the pressure, but Hikaru still is a little bit better, and he's up 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, but we do have this knight b3, and we saw in the previous game, right? Wesley was a bit down on the clock, not this big of a time disadvantage, but he was able to bring it back. I mean, it really feels like he is, he was definitely on a little bit of the back foot. Hikaru kind of utilized his dark square control to get his pieces in good spots, but Wesley's just methodically just kind of relieving the pressure. First, he trades the bishops down to knights. And I was even thinking, can we just what happens if we get one trade of knights on the board, right? Like either white will take on c5, or maybe Hikaru will, take on b3. Yeah, how good is this situation? Maybe there's some kind of plan where the A rook can actually, do a little rook lift, like rook e8, rook e6 or something like that, and then you try to swing things towards the king side. Because one thing that is in Hikaru's favor is that pawn on a4, right? That's going to need constant attention. You can't move. If you lose that pawn, you're giving me a really strong pass pawn. So perhaps something like this, risk-free, trying to maybe make something happen on the king side. I guess Hikaru will have the opportunity to press a position like this for quite some time without too much risk.
And h5 has just been played by Hikaru, but I don't know. The move h5 does allow Wesley perhaps some opportunities with a move like queen to d2 and a queen swing to g5. I like the idea, but I think it might not exactly work out. I think he had to play this a little bit more patiently with maybe b6 first, maybe this first. And let's see if Wesley will go for this opportunity. But if he doesn't, I think Hikaru is always going to be a little bit better. Like, let's say Wesley goes here, we go g6, then I goes here. Let's say you go king here and b6, but it's always going to be super difficult to break through. What is your idea going to be here? Is it going to be to go for f5? I mean, that could also contain some risk. So let's see what's going to happen. But yeah, Wesley does have that opportunity to go for quick counterplay with queen d2. So let's see if he will take it.
I'm not sure he's going to find that, because after takes, queen d2, g6, you can't. I'm not sure you can play queen g5 right away, because you do have this pressure on. I guess you can, because there's this 97 fork. I was going to say there is this pressure on the d3. Oh, I guess, yeah, sorry. There is this simple rook takes b7. Yeah, okay, so then it makes sense. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, can't I take on d3 or something like that? But yeah, not good. Or maybe rook e8 here. But
rook e8 is definitely possible. With white has ways to slow roll the attack with a potential g4. And after the trade, if you go king g2 and rook h1, black is all of a sudden getting checkmated.
Really, but I just didn't appreciate at first how difficult it is for me to even threaten this pawn on d3. I thought, okay, I'll play like b6, and now you have to play a lot of defense, right? And a4 is hanging, but like you said, this attack is coming really, really quickly. But Wesley has not gone for queen d2. He has just decided to retreat voluntarily from f5. And Hikaru's whole idea behind h5.
Wait, isn't this a blunder? Knight takes a4, and Hikaru's looking like, wait, what? He's looking at it. He's like, wait, what? Because now knight takes d4 doesn't work. Why no longer is knight on f5? So here we take. White can no longer take, and we just have a fork on the queen and the rook, and black is winning. So Hikaru's looking like, wait, what? Wait, what?
Maybe Wesley just wants to take an h5, but then there's
knight c3.
Yeah.
Wait, and if you take here, you take and defend the knight, and rook takes b7. I guess we just go here. Rook b8 is met with rook to c8. So I think Wesley made a big blunder there.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Hikaru is looking at it for sure.
He's looking very confused. He's looking almost like, really, dude? He sometimes will say that out loud during some of his, Title Tuesday games or blitz matches. Yeah, so he's checking it out, right? Just, was this some kind of trap? But yeah, that's a great point. The a4 pawn was immune because of this knight d4 tactic. You no longer have that resource with the knight going back to g3. So I don't know if Wesley forgot about it or he overlooked, some other detail, because the lines you just showed. I mean, yeah, knight a5 does not work. Knight d4 does not work. Knight c3 is a threat. That's a huge pawn at a4.
Yeah, no, if Hikaru takes here, I think he is going to win the game. I mean, knight c3 is a big threat. I don't see how Wesley. I mean, maybe the only move he has is rook a1.
And then you
attack the knight,
yeah.
And if we jump in, he can take here, and this isn't that bad, perhaps. Computer thinks it is after this, and the a-pawn is just
running. Yeah.
But
that's not so obvious to see from a distance, I think. But I doubt that. Do you think this was really Wesley's idea? It feels like he might have. Maybe he was. Maybe he thought I'd trade the a-pawns, I'd trade some rooks, and the knight at c3. Okay, it's in my position, but it's not really threatening anything.
I think he just forgot about knight takes a4, and then there is no knight takes d4 anymore. I think it was just a blunder. In this position, after rook a6, we also just have knight f4, defending the pawn on h5, putting some pressure on the pawn on d3. White's pieces look really tied up, and I really like the idea of going rook to a6, and either white is letting our rook into, let's say, a2, or we get a massive a-pawn, which we're just going to push down the board. And Hikaru is spending a lot of time, though. I'm sure he saw it right away. I think he's spending just a little bit too much time. I think he should just take it at this point.
I don't know if he has doubts, like, okay, Wesley may not have blundered such a thing, but maybe he's just coming to terms with the fact there is no trap. There is nothing he's maybe necessarily overlooking. Yeah, it is a lot of time, but as long as he makes the decision, it's time well spent, right? Because if he plays, g6 is right, it's like a natural move here, and he does go for it. He does go for knight takes a4. So ultimately, this is a decision which is a game changer, right? If he plays this move, this increases winning chances dramatically. Wesley obviously had plenty of time to think while Hikaru was calculating. Rook a1 is on the board. But yeah, that idea that you put on the board with rook a6, I mean, obviously wasn't the only move. That was a gorgeous idea because, yeah, when it's actually the pawn is just going down the board. A5, you can play a4, then you put the other knight on c5, the queen can support it, and it looks like this is just, extremely difficult to stop. Yeah, especially knight h5, now that knight is completely offside. Like, it seems like that pawn is basically marching down to a3 without any resistance. And then, of course, you have all sorts of follow-ups, maybe getting the queen to b2. I don't know if Hikaru necessarily sees this idea with rook a6, because as you pointed out, you don't need this idea to be, in a better position. But nevertheless, when they get to that point, he does have a very solid chance of coming up with it.
Right, and now he's thinking again after the move rook to a1. He can also go back to c5. That still gives him a very stable advantage because the knight on c5 always puts pressure here. But the knight on c3, it really is a thorn in white's eye, especially if you get that past a-pawn and you can push it down the board. But also combine with knight f4. Because look at this, in case of knight f4, take, and knight here. You can go knight e2. You can't really get rid of these knights. So it's going to be super annoying. I think now we're just going to play rook a6 in a foreseeable future. Hikaru's gone knight c3. I like how he's playing this. I just don't like how long he's taking for these moves. I think these moves, he probably saw them pretty much right away. And rook a6 is on the board. Wow, he does go for the pawn sack.
Yeah, that's a beautiful idea. I was also going to add, I don't know if you considered that idea, but when you play knight at 4, there also is some kind of rook g6, h4 attacking idea as well. So using the rook more offensively. But no, this rook a6, I mean, yeah, Hikaru is spending a lot of time, but he is coming up with the best moves, and he's still up on time, right? That was the beauty of him having such a massive time advantage. And now here, knight e2. Okay, so Wesley doesn't even go for this pawn on h5, just electing to get rid of that really powerful knight on c3. Apparently, Hikaru can just go for, I don't know, he probably can't go a5 because there's queen a2, right? So he's got to be a little careful after the trade.
Yeah, I think what looks good to me, I think knight e2 is a good move by Wesley, trying to trade of this knight on c3 as quickly as possible and stopping us from playing knight f4. So I think Hikaru should probably, he goes for a5, sacking the pawn. Wow.
But then he'll get the knight to d4 as well, potentially, right?
You do get massive compensation indeed with the knight coming to d4, but I don't know, to me it looks a little bit unnecessary. I thought, okay, just take on e2, go queen b6, attack the knight, and then after queen a2, you go queen to b4. And white all of a sudden is completely dominated. Eventually, you're going to go knight f4. In case of g3, there's always h4 or queen c3. This knight on e6 is always a beast because it's making sure that this pawn is not really going anywhere. So I think Hikaru's idea is fine. He still has a big advantage, but to me, it seems a bit unnecessary to sacrifice a pawn.
I don't know if you just caught this, but did you see Hikaru on the cam when he played that pawn sack? He was nodding his head. He looked in the zone, super confident. So I think he just saw this. Maybe, yeah, I'm sure he saw knight e2 as well. But perhaps he saw this pawn sacrifice. He saw it was strong, and he just went for it, relatively quickly, to put maximum pressure. He certainly looks really confident when he played that. Of course, as you pointed out, you could have a pretty similar situation where you do have this outside pawn. but you're not down any material. He does go queen b6, so the idea is what, queen b1 potentially, or you know, I don't know, 90. That seemed like 94 was, at least to me, like a move that was a little more natural, but.
Queen b6 might be a mistake because this gives Wesley the opportunity to go h4 and g3. And the thing is, if Hikaru had gone h4 here himself, White's always going to be stuck because you never want to go g3 because it's going to open up your king way too much. And in this case, Black can always jump their knight to f4. There's always going to be ideas against the White king. But now after h4 and g3, White deprives the knight on e6 from the f4 square. And to me, it's not 100% clear how you're going to proceed here, right? a3 is not possible. I mean, 94 allows c5. So this is sort of what I was alluding to earlier, is that I'm not like the pawn sack. It looks good because your knight on d4 is an absolute beast, or on c5, you control these pawns very nicely. You've got a very strong a pawn, but you're down a pawn. You're down a pawn. And in the other positions, the material is equal and you have a good position. But Wesley is just taking the pawn on e5.
He does. So queen b4 is apparently very strong. I guess if queen b1, then there is just queen c3, and we don't have anything there. How about a3 here? That looks very natural. a3, I'm threatening queen to b2. You know, you can't even trade the queens. Wesley grabs a pawn. Hikaru just stood up a little bit, adjusted his chair. You know that meme where it's like, you lean forward with the game controller, time to go serious mode. That's what that reminded me of. He's going, you know, he's sports mode on, as they like to say. Yeah.
Do you also know friends who stand in that situation? They don't only lean forward, but they stand. They
stand?
Yeah, so like when you're playing FIFA and then it gets intense, and they don't only lean in, but they stand.
Yeah. Yes. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. We get a3. That's what that reminded me of. I'm glad we're on the same page for that. But yeah, a3. Now he's down 2 pawns. You were concerned if he was down 1 pawn. Yeah, queen d4. Excellent. Now again, there's still this queen b2 idea. That knight on c1 is just horrendous. How does
But here,
Wesley...
queen e8. If you go king h7, I guess you can take here, and there will be ideas of perpetual. So knight f8.
Hold on, queen b2 still.
Right, I guess you have to go queen a4, queen b2, and knight b3. And here Hikaru can get the piece, but can you go for more is the big question.
Right, I mean, Wesley will still have 2 pawns, right?
3 on the e4, d3, and c4.
Yes, that's right, I'm losing my pawn because it's turning into a queen, kind of. That's how you get the 3rd one. So we do have knight f8 on the board. Hikaru is still up on time, so if it gets a little bit, you know, if he is going to require some precision, he should have enough time to figure that out. I guess you can just kind of, I don't know how you would do it. I guess you can wait to play that queen takes b3 move, right? You can first try to get that knight out to e6. I mean, you can even play maybe knight e6, knight d4, right? Just kind of trying to eliminate that knight entirely. So it does seem like, yeah, if you don't rush with queen takes b3 in that probable variation, then you even maximize your advantage.
Exactly. But the one thing might be that the moment you go knight e6, let's say here White plays, I don't know, g3, for example, you go knight e6, you do allow this check again. I don't know if it works. Maybe you just go king over and take the knight, and there might not be a perpetual. But White, in the meantime, can also start pushing their pawn. So the question really is like how much time you have. Maybe king h7 followed by knight d4, an idea that you mentioned earlier, is the way to go. And Wesley getting down to his last minute, but I don't know. I don't really see anything else besides the move queen a4. I mean, you have knight b3, but Black takes here, or after queen b2, you might have to go queen a4 anyway. So Wesley getting low on the clock here. This is a big opportunity for Hikaru to take the lead in the match. Huge opportunity.
I had a quick question. That position, when you put c5 on the board, was there no knight takes c5 tactic there? I didn't see a perpetual. Yeah, it was like queen b2, knight b3, knight e6, c5, and then I was wondering. I don't know. My pawn was not. No, was the pawn not yet on a2? In that position?
So okay. I think it was after queen b2, knight b3 is what we're expecting here. a2, let's say g3, I guess knight e6, right? c5 and takes.
Yeah. Was there some resource there? Some crazy check sequence? I was wondering.
Can you just do this? Oh, check and take here.
And I can't,
because you still have to take the knight, and only then you promote the pawn. In the meantime, more moves on the board. Queen a1 is the move Hikaru played. Queen c2. Oh, and what about knight e6 here? Look at this. G3, knight d4.
Queen c1.
Is he going to go down that line? It looks super tempting to me. I think Wesley has to get his king out of the way with king to h2. But then, after king h2, there's also ideas of queen b2 and taking here and going for checkmate.
Yeah, you can combine these threats knight f4 and a2 at the right moment as well. Yeah, and look at the time. Hikaru, he was investing a lot of time earlier, but yeah, it's such a big time advantage early in the game, right? When Wesley decided to pick queen c2, he spent 5 minutes of that. So he's been paying the consequence of that time management ever since. And Hikaru still has, he still has plenty of time to figure this out. Wesley's going under a minute. This is actually a really cool situation. I mean, you're down 2 pawns, but compare the black queen on b2, the knight on e6 hopping to f4 or d4, and black's and white's pieces are completely paralyzed on the first rank. So it just shows, the quality over quantity. And also these central pawns, if you could at least play like c5, c6, right? You can move them down the board. You can get some counterplay, but neither of those pawns is mobile whatsoever. Wesley under 30 seconds. I mean, barring some, perpetual blunder from Hikaru, he's going to take this. He's going to take the lead and get a win with the black pieces.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge. So let's see what Wesley's going to do here. It looks super tough. Like you said, these pawns are not really going anywhere. He goes queen to e1, but now Hikaru's going to jump in with either knight at d4 or knight f4. I guess Wesley, oh, wait, you have this idea. You can go knight d4, threatening queen takes c1 and knight e2. And if you go king here, then knight to e2, sacking the knight, and you just get a full queen.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I guess you might even have, it's less sexy, but something like knight b3, right, is also a potential idea. But knight e2 is nasty, right? The double knight sacrifice. And yeah, this seems like you should be likely winning with a2 b1. But yeah, knight e2 is way cleaner. Wesley has 15 seconds left on the clock, I believe, at this moment. So Hikaru is, I guess he's deciding between these various knight jumps. Are we going to get your line with knight e2, or is he going to go for the more prosaic knight to b3?
Right, so knight to b3, if you can make it work, it's going to be much cleaner because you can get a full queen advantage. So let's have a look. So knight b3 takes stakes. There's a nice line. So c5, let's say we go queen b2, c6, a2, c7 only move. And then you give a check. You pick up this pawn, and I think you're still going to queen this pawn over here. But he goes for knight e2, sacking the knight, but his a pawn is going to push through.
He's nodding. Nodders. He is nodding. He knows this is a puzzle rush moment. And that's a beautiful shot, right? Because that line you showed, right? If you got to calculate, right? C7, you have to see this check on e5. Wesley grabs the piece. We're going to get 2 queens. The funny thing is...
But look at this. You cannot keep the queens on the board. Or wait, there's queen e3 still.
Still queen e3.
But then queen c1. You force the queen trade.
G1. Yeah. I wonder if there's some ridiculous position where if Wesley would be able to take an h5, bring the knight back, and get the pawns on like e4, d5, and c6, could that be a fortress? Hikaru, super precise, plays g6, doesn't even give him a single pawn. And okay, 2 queens. The queen and knight is a famous checkmate combo. What do you think about the queen and queen? That might be a little bit more dangerous.
That's going to be super lethal. And Wesley just resigns. There's no perpetual at all after queen g5. There's just queen to g7, and both the queens are going to block all the checks. So a big win for Hikaru. He takes the lead with the black pieces, and yeah, his chances look great now of winning the match.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very well played victory, especially. It did seem like Wesley made that mistake with knight g3. Hikaru, took his time. He calculated out the beautiful sequence, found rook a6, which was the top move to get himself the outside past a pawn. That's what won him the game. So a very powerful game. Again, with the black pieces, right? So now he's going to have white in the next game. So huge win for his chances here. A lot of times the games we've seen these two really great players and then draws. So it seems like a victory, of course, really will force Wesley to perhaps change the style in the American Cup. We saw him play like the modern. So maybe we'll see some more risky approaches for him because he's got to do it, now or never. He is going to be, best of 4, right? You do need to equalize the score.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm curious to see what Wesley is going to do. By the way, in the meantime, we had Hikaru in the chat. He said, are you not entertained? But yeah, I would be surprised if Wesley just plays the Berlin again. I think if Wesley plays the Berlin, I think Hikaru is just going to force a draw. I think we will just see this a variation with, just a classic Berlin draw. So it's going to be very interesting to see what Wesley is going to do. He can play the modern, but keep in mind that this is not a must-win game just yet. Like, he can still come back in the 4th and final game. However, the thing for Wesley is that this game with white pieces was very unconvincing. So is he going to be confident that he is going to come back with the white pieces in the 4th and final game? I don't know. Like, I think it will be a good strategy for Hikaru to just make the draw here and get one game of the match, but we'll see.
Absolutely. I mean, Hikaru has been taking black against Wesley in the Armageddons with a time disadvantage, putting Wesley in a must-win situation. So I'm sure he will not mind having 15 minutes and, the same situation. So, yeah, I mean, Wesley, I think Hikaru will be fine with a draw in game number 3 and, kind of play like, a very favorable Armageddon type game in game number 4. So we'll see.
Right,
again. Mm-hmm.
And we saw Hikaru bobbing his head there, so he's feeling very confident. He must be feeling good. I don't know when the next game is going to start. Let's have a very quick look. I don't think it has started yet. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at this match between Artemiev and Caruana. The score is still tied there. We're in a bit of a time scramble, but with all that being said, Hikaru says, "I love y'all, the true fans and the loyalists." All right, well, we appreciate that. But with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere, keep hanging out in the chat. Hikaru's here. Keep sending in your energy. And we will be right back for game number 3 between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. And welcome back, everyone, to the Champions Chess Store. We're getting ready for game 3 between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. We saw in game 2 how Hikaru took the lead with a great win with the black pieces. And Alex, how do you think he's going to approach this game?
Yeah, obviously it's a best of 4, so victory in any of the games is huge. Hikaru also wins with the black pieces, giving him white pieces in game 3. And it's an interesting moment for Wesley because on one hand, obviously he needs a point. On the other hand, if you take too much risk, the match could be over right here, right now, right, in 3 games. So I think Wesley I don't think he'll be too risky. We do have E4 on the board. I think he'll be relatively solid. Maybe he'll take a little bit more risk. But in general, I think he's going to try to pin his hopes on winning with the white pieces in the last game. For Hikaru, I would imagine that he wouldn't be too upset for a quick game or a draw. And as we say that, it looks like Wesley has thrown away his E5, his Berlins, all his solid repertoires. He is looking like he does want to make a dent in the score this game right here, right now.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the correct strategy for Wesley. Again, if he was going to play the Berlin, Hikaru was just going to force a draw with the white pieces. I'm pretty sure of that. And I think also that's the correct strategy for Hikaru. Just getting another game out of the way and getting one draw closer to winning the match. Bishop b5 check and knight d7 is on the board. And Hikaru goes for the move bishop to a4. This is definitely one of white's main lines. However, it is also a line that keeps a lot of play in the position. e6 has just been played by Wesley. And I believe here the main move is rook to e1, defending the pawn. And here a6 by Wesley. Now you're threatening to trap the bishop with b6 and c4. So what white generally does here is they play the move c3. And after b5, they go bishop to c2. And black can decide here. Black can just go for bishop to e7, d4, and bishop b7 and take in a little bit of a Breyer setup. But black can also go for the move c4 here. Although after the move c4, and which is actually what Wesley has done, the variations do become a little bit more forcing. And actually, I think there is a forced draw here with the move a4, bishop b7, d4, here. And if you do this, there's some long line. I think it's like e5, take. Mm-hmm. This could happen. I don't know if it will. And it's something like, there's some line where black goes like queen a5 and queen. I don't know, but there's also another line here.
If you go back a couple moves in this position, this line with the exchange sacrifice you're showing after e5, pawn takes e5, knight e5. I had a game here. This is a game that I played against Christopher Yu, who's now, a grandmaster. This was several years ago. And I believe in this position, he played the move I think he played queen d5 against me. I played pawn to f3. And when he played the move knight to b3, I responded with the move bishop to f4. And he actually ended up playing bishop c5, king h1, knight takes a1. I sacrificed an entire rook. This was something that I prepared for the game. And yeah, so I am actually quite familiar with all these crazy exchange sacks, rook sacks, and this position is actually quite bad for black, even with an extra rook. I actually won that game and went on to get my first Grandmaster norm. So lots of pleasant memories from this particular variation you're showing. By the way, I was a little surprised Hikaru played c3. I thought the idea was to play c4 in that specific position. I know there's lots of nuances in this line, but regardless, it looks like both players are familiar with all these different variations of this Moscow Sicilian. Not as sharp as an open Sicilian, right? So I think obviously Hikaru is showing, doesn't want to go maybe in the sharpest variations, doesn't want to go in the most crazy theoretical lines, but instead just kind of wants to play a slower, safer game.
Yeah, and he went for bishop to g5, followed by knight b2. But I think Wesley has all the reasons to be happy about this outcome, about the outcome of the opening. He's got pretty much all of the pieces on the board. Only one pawn trade has happened. And to me, it looks like Black just has a comfortable Sicilian position where they have all of the pieces developed, and he has good pressure on the pawn on e4. So I think it was definitely the correct decision by Wesley to play the Najdorf instead of the Berlin defense. And I think, yeah, his position is pretty comfortable here. So let's see what he's going to do. To me, the move castles looks the most straightforward. And maybe Hikaru should have picked a different line that gives him better chances of trading everything off or going for a quick draw.
Yeah, I mean, Wesley could be definitely satisfied with the opening. You have this very comfortable Sicilian. White does not have any of the more critical setups here. Lots of pieces still on the board. Not like a disastrous position by any means, but just a position that is certainly playable, and Wesley has his fair share of chances. I wonder if Hikaru, I'm sure he was aware, at least on some level, of those lines with queen takes e3 and playing a4. Perhaps he was influenced, not wanting to play more sharper or go into more forcing lines when he doesn't need to press for a win. But at the same time, this is, the age-old, tale where it's like maybe if you play too much for a draw, you're going to keep making smaller concessions and give your opponents chances. Saying that, what Hikaru has done is not horrendous, but yeah, I do wonder what his game plan is going to be. It looks like Wesley's going to castle, play rook c8, try to maybe push those pawns on the queen side at some point, maybe try to engineer some central pawn break, and Hikaru is going to be left just kind of reacting and staying solid to whatever Wesley throws his way.
All right, so castles by Wesley is on the board. And now Hikaru has to decide how he is going to position his pieces. Maybe something like queen e2, followed by rook 81 makes a lot of sense. And we will see how Wesley will place his pieces. Maybe queen at c7, maybe queen b6. Putting the rooks on c8 and d8 makes a lot of sense to me. I feel like you're probably going to get a cagey game again, where the players are slowly but surely going to maneuver. I feel like Wesley's pretty comfortable, but it's not easy to come up with a very direct plan here.
Yeah, and we talked about this in the previous games, the time usage, right? We're trying to get into a little bit of the minds of the players based on, for Hikaru, we get to see his camera. But, for, both players, we do get to see their time. And here, we did see Hikaru utilizing his time advantage very effectively in the previous game. That obviously contributed to his victory. Here we are... Here we see him actually down on time, not really a familiar situation, at least for him in this match. Again, perhaps showing a little bit of hesitation. He goes knight to d4. Do you think he might be preparing something like f3 just to bolster that pawn on e4? The bishop on h4 could drop back to f2. And again, like you said, very cagey, right? Very, very cagey play from White.
Yeah, so knight d4 on the board. Yeah, maybe f3 strengthening that pawn on e4. I don't think you ever want to go for pawn f4. It seems very unlikely that that's ever going to work out. And rook to c8, a very logical move by Wesley, improving the placement of the rook. I guess queen e2 also makes a lot of sense, improving the queen a little bit. And we do have that move f3 on the board. So let's see now what Wesley is going to do here.
Yeah, again, f3, rook c8. Looks like Wesley plays... I don't know. Well, at least up to this point, very, very natural. I would play queen b6, maybe preparing something like rook d8. I like the queen at b6, right? Kind of staring down the king in g1. And as I mentioned, possibly preparing some kind of b4 push to combine with the pressure on the half-open c file. And I guess queen b6 could be met with bishop f2. Obviously not the end of the world. g6. Okay, so Wesley must be preparing e5, right? That's the only reason I can imagine he's going g6. Doesn't want to allow knight to f5. So he wants to maybe play e5 and then d5, right? If that's allowed, and just kind of start steamrolling down the center.
Yeah, I like how Wesley is playing this. G6, he's not playing e5 right away, because if you do, White has knight f5, and White is very much fine. But G6, he's preparing then move e5. Hikaru's played bishop f2. So now let's see if he's going to go for it. If Hikaru drops his knight back to b3, I think a very annoying move would be the move knight to a4, attacking that pawn on b2. You probably play a rook to b1. And this knight at e4 is always going to be super annoying because there's no good way to get rid of it. And here Black can keep improving his position with moves like queen to c7, rook after d8, and eventually that move pawn to d5. So let's see how Wesley is going to proceed here. He doesn't have to play e5 right away. He can also play something like queen c7 first. This will always be a useful move, clearing the d8 square for the rook so that Black is better prepared for an eventual d5 push.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Wesley. This is the second time he's in a must-win against Hikaru. Well, not second time. Multiple times he's been a must-win, but I'm thinking about specifically the game. He was able to win with a black piece against Hikaru in the American Cup. He played the perk. And I remember in that game, Hikaru, he kind of shied away from some of the more critical, some of the more aggressive lines. He was trying to stay solid, but in doing so, he did allow Wesley to slowly build up his position. And that did end up in a victory for Black. Here we see Hikaru, again, he's not necessarily playing, passively per se, but at the same time, you can't really say he's playing actively either. He's trying to play a bit more of a safer approach. Perhaps, obviously Hikaru is, very experienced in these situations, but perhaps it would have paid off a little more to, Wesley's going for the Sicilian. Maybe it would have been a better approach to kind of take the bull by the horns, even though, of course, that is what your opponent wants as well. If you're playing the objectively the best moves, sometimes, you could get those draws or victories from a position of strength, as opposed to, just trying to stay solid and giving up, these concessions to your opponent.
Exactly. And as Hikaru's thing here, I'm having a tough time coming up with a good plan. I think maybe you want to go for something like a4, but I think if you go a4, there's always going to be the move e5. And now your knight cannot even go to b3 because you just lose a full pawn. So you might have to go knight e2. And here Black might have something like takes and knight d3. This looks pretty nasty. So it's tough here. I mean, the move queen e2 looks very logical, but I think sooner or later Wesley is going to play e5. Now that you're queen e2, you have to retreat to the square b3. Black goes knight a4, I guess. And after rook ab1, I still like this idea of rook to d8 and pawn to d5. But besides that, I don't really see another move besides queen e2 that makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to play that a4 move, but as you pointed out, there is this knight d3 fork looming in the position. Feels like a4 is usually, the standard way to get counterplay against that a6, b5 pawn chain. But not so simple. Yeah, it's tricky. I was wondering, can I go I was thinking about rook c1 or something, but again, not a huge fan of, just kind of boxing in my pieces like that. And Hikaru, I mean, we usually say the opposite, but he is down 2 minutes, right? So he is definitely feeling a bit uncomfortable, or at the very least, he's not having an easy time coming up with the plan. Yeah, I think something like queen e2, take control of d3, and then try to make some push. But you know what else I'm wondering here? There is this pressure on the c file. The bishop on c2 for now is defended by the queen on d1 and knight on d4. But at the right moment, maybe if you combine this e5 and b4 push, you could open up some tactics there on the bishop. So again, just feels like Black has a lot more constructive ideas. And again, Hikaru is still thinking, obviously not so simple for him to unravel.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. The time disparity is becoming quite significant. He's down more than 2.5 minutes on the clock. And also, I think Wesley's got a dream position out of the opening. You can't really ask for much more playing with the black pieces. But again, he's got all the pieces on the board. His pieces are placed slightly more actively, and he controls the central pawn break. Hikaru doesn't really have any good pawn breaks. We said earlier how the move a4, it seems like it just backfires after the move e5. There's b4 to kick the knight away, but then the pawn on c3 always gets extremely weak. So again, I'm having a really tough time seeing a plan for Hikaru, and probably so does he. I mean, he's now getting more than 3 minutes behind, and but he still has to keep things together. We know how resilient he is, even in positions that are not the prettiest. He normally just he just keeps making moves. So I'm a little bit surprised here that he's taking that much time.
Well, let me point something out. I'm looking at some engine suggestions just to give us a clue into what might be playable here. And the engine actually gives a pawn sacrifice, or at least a temporary pawn sacrifice. Let's say b4 on as a suggestion. The point is that when the knight retreats to d7, the only square, or I guess a4 as well, but the safe square d7, now you play a4 without having to worry about the knight hopping to d3. Of course, in this case, Wesley will have the opportunity to possibly capture on c3. Then b4 is going to be loose as well. So yeah, perhaps Hikaru is maybe looking at something like this, but it's not an easy decision to make. Obviously, you are making a massive weakness of the c3 pawn, and we do have a move after a long thing that was a 3-minute thing, or 4 minutes actually. Hikaru has played knight to f1. Again, maybe just slightly covering that d3 square to open up a4 ideas. I don't know where that knight is going per se. Maybe he's thinking, okay, if Wesley ever plays e5, then I'll go knight e3, and the d5 square will be a little bit under my control. But yeah, what if Wesley just goes rook f8? What is Hikaru's next move, right? He's kind of still in that situation where he needs to come up with maybe something constructive.
Exactly. I think he wants to meet rook after the 8th with the move knight to e3, but and to make sure that in case Wesley goes e5 and d5 here, at least he can get some more trades in, right? And that should alleviate some of the pressure. Like, let's say you go d5, you take, and you play queen e2. And all of a sudden, this doesn't look that bad. However, maybe after knight f1, Wesley can play e5 and d5 right away, right? Because white moves his knight away from the center, so central breaks become slightly more appealing. So let's have a look. In case Wesley goes e5, I think you definitely want to go knight to b3. You don't want to let black play d5 and keep all his pieces on the board. So I think you definitely want to go knight to b3, trade off at least some pieces. But Wesley's still going to go here. I guess you trade here, and maybe something like queen d2. And, you know, things aren't that bad. Wesley clearly has the edge, but the position is becoming somewhat simplified. So from that standpoint, I like the move knight f1, and e5 and knight b3 is on the board.
Yep, and e5, knight b3. Now Wesley must be considering these d5 pushes. He plays knight a4, a move you have mentioned multiple times, being pretty annoying for white, right? Now this pressure of b2, either you got to defend it with the rook or the queen. Both look really, really ugly. But then afterwards, I think Wesley will most likely just push d5, and that is actually on the board. Rook b1 and d5, I believe, from Wesley here will be very, very strong. It's like he's maximized his position, right, first, and then he finally goes to the break. Meanwhile, Hikaru's pieces, as you mentioned, he's played knight f1. While those pieces are retreating from the center, you do want to add that pressure.
Yeah, so d5 looks like a great move here for Wesley, opening up the position, making full use of the fact that all of his pieces are active, and a lot of Hikaru's pieces, they're on the first and second ranks. But yeah, what do you do after d5? I mean, if you take, okay, d5, knight bd2 is on the board. He's strengthening that pawn at e4 and also hitting the knight on a4. So maybe this is a good moment for Wesley to drop the knight back to c5, or maybe even to b6.
Yeah, b6, just support the d5, and then you can even possibly go to c4, right? And in a future position there. Yeah, I mean, this seemed like it was going to be the course of the game from a certain moment, that Wesley was going to be able to engineer this d5 breakthrough. And the question was, okay, how is Hikaru going to be able to react to, right? Is he going to be, squished off the board, or is he going to be able to find, we talked about this in game one, right? Hikaru was under pressure. He held eventually the game was a draw in 105 moves. I said, I've seen Hikaru do this many, many times. His pieces are stuck in the first 2-3 rows, but he's always able to somehow maximize their efficiency and potential and find some squares for them. So again, he will need to use some of that magic here for sure to avoid a severe disadvantage in the face of Wesley's activity.
Yeah, and we have knight c5 by Wesley on the board, increasing the pressure on the pawn on d4. So I think now Hikaru should take, because if you don't, black is going to take here. You can get some trades in, but you will end up with an isolated pawn on e4, which is always going to be constant worry. And here, also there's the move b4, putting pressure on the pawn on c3. You can obviously not take because that hangs the bishop. So, but Hikaru actually plays it. He does play queen to e2. Wow, quite a surprising decision. Do you think maybe he also wants to trade off the bishop as well?
Yeah, I think he's just, at this point with, look at this, bishop c2, knight d2, bishop f2, knight f1, right? Just so it's like, it's almost, rook d1, and he's got a nice little Tetris piece. But yeah, perhaps he's just welcoming some simplifications, at least to get some clarity on the position. And, even if he will be at a disadvantage, at least, with fewer pieces on the board, it will be easier to figure out where they're going to be going. Yeah, I do think he will probably give this bishop up. I mean, what you're going to take with the pawn, and, in case of knight takes, and I mean, I guess you could do that, because then, yeah, it is what he does. I was going to say, in a dream world, you are going to put that bishop on b3, right? And it's going to have a powerful diagonal. So perhaps if you, play knight g3 or knight g2 or whatnot and add some support, you could dream about actually that bishop becoming a lot more active. And then if you really want to dream, you can even imagine a rook coming to f1 and trying to at least get some counterplay. But Wesley, no, not taking his foot off the gas, b4, utilizing that pin on the c file.
Yeah, b4, great move by Wesley. I think a very good move to get in, especially from a practical standpoint. Let's say you play another move like rook after d8. White can now solidify the structure with pawn a3. And at least with the move b4, that gives black something to play against, right? This pawn on c3 is going to be terribly weak. Hikaru goes knight at d2, but what is the idea in case Wesley takes? I guess he just wants to recapture, because if you take, you leave the bishop on b7 hanging, and the bishop on e7 is also hanging. So I guess this trade might not be that bad for Hikaru. He's strengthening the pawn on e4. He wants to perhaps go bishop to d3, maybe swing this knight around. So his pieces are slowly but surely crawling out. But Wesley first improves the position with rook f to d8. So now, if he goes down that line, the knight on d2 will be hanging. So here, b takes c3 is a legitimate threat. Maybe Hikaru has to play something like knight f3 to make sure that in case Wesley takes, the knight on d2 will not be hanging.
But even if that trade doesn't win material immediately for Wesley, that is going to saddle Hikaru with this big target at c3, right? There's a very good chance you're just not going to be able to hold on to that pawn. The silver lining is you do open the b file. Obviously, there's ideas of bishop b6 for Hikaru. The rook is putting pressure on b7, so at least his pieces are finding some kind of purpose. Saying that, if this trade was to happen, you are going to be stuck with the a2, c3, and e4 isolated pawns, all requiring attention. Hard to imagine that Hikaru would be able to hold on to them. So perhaps his, long-term saving grace is trying to simplify the position. Maybe he'll be down a pawn in an endgame, but perhaps if it's 4 and 3 on the king side, you can localize the damage and kind of hold on without having to, even though you are at that, pawn deficit.
Yeah, knight f3 is on the board. Another great move here for Wesley would be to play bishop to c5, trading off this dark squared bishop for Hikaru, which is probably his only minor piece that has at least the potential to be active. And then also after the trade over here, you never have to worry about a potential bishop to b6 after the trade on c3. So Wesley holding all the cards here. Bishop c5 is on the board, and he's also up 2 minutes on the clock. It's looking pretty tough for Hikaru to keep this together.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. The bishop and f2, probably the only redeeming quality for Hikaru's position in terms of his piece placement. And Wesley expertly just trades that right off. The time advantage is in his hands. Definitely is looking like a great game for Wesley so far, but not over, not by any stretch of the imagination. Saying that, what should Hikaru do here? I mean, I guess the bishops are going to be force traded. I mean, I guess he can take and move his king to h1 or something like that. C3 would still not be hanging just yet because I believe the b7 bishop is hanging, and then maybe even the a6 pawn could be loose after that, although it does look a little dodgy, allowing black all that activity. Yeah, it looks really shaky. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Hikaru can do here. Like I said, I think I'm dreaming about just like liquidating this whole queenside and, minimizing damage to a single pawn.
Yeah, it looks super tough. I mean, he plays the move h3. Makes a lot of sense, making sure that black never has the knight g4 jump. But what happens in case black actually takes here? So let's say black takes an f2. You're going to recapture take with the queen. Let's say you take here. You take on c3. White takes here. You take on c2. Although I guess you take with the knight. You don't take on c2 first, because then black has the move rook to d2. And this should be crushing with 2 moves on the second rank. So h3, Hikaru is keeping it together. However, he's also down 2.5 minutes on the clock. So let's see what Wesley is going to do here. He must realize that this is his big chance to come back in the match. And he plays the move a5, slowly but surely strengthening his position. Also, as you were saying earlier, this pawn on a6 could be hanging in some variations, but he's taking this thing out of that as well.
Yeah, I like that move, right? He is not, committing to anything. Hikaru's played h3, no doubt a useful move. Wesley responds in turn with a5. And again, it seems like throughout this game, Hikaru is the one who has to make some difficult decisions. He is spending more time. So, we often talk about, okay, Hikaru, pass the move, get them to, make a commitment, to make a mistake. We see Wesley can do the same thing. A move like a5 makes a lot of sense. And the problem, I think, for Hikaru's position is that there's just no active plan. Again, the only thing I can think of is perhaps trying to somehow get activity on the F file, right? Again, something like rook f1, bishop b3, even at the cost of like the c3 pawn, but it's so hard to organize because the e4 pawn requires constant attention. But again, if I feel like if Hikaru is able to at least get that sort of combo, bishop b3, rook f1, at least he'll get some slight counterplay on the f7 pawn. He goes king h1, just again, out of the way from any potential checks or danger on the diagonal. But can Wesley, again, it's a bit forcing. He doesn't have to do it. Can he grab the pawn, like take on f2, take on c3? Is that something he could consider?
It's definitely something to consider, but I feel like that would definitely free up Hikaru's pieces because the bishop on c2 is so passive. It's not going anywhere. This bishop on c2 has to keep defending the pawn on e4. Like you were saying earlier, maybe some counterplay along the f file, but it looks very difficult to organize because your knight on f3 is in the way. But let's have a quick look in case Wesley takes and takes on c3. I think it's a mistake because in case he does, there must be something like queen h4 at the very least.
Oh, even queen h4 here.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know if queen h4 is correct, but at least you get some play with white. So I think Wesley, his best choice is probably to keep improving his position with moves like king to g7. That being said, since Hikaru's played the move king to h1, this bishop is now free to move. So maybe if Wesley wants to keep full control over the position, maybe you take on f2 first and now go king g7. And what is white going to do? The one advantage white has here, though, is that now he can play rook to e3. So that in case black takes on c3, you can now recapture with the rook.
Right, and we see the full effect of h3, right? Not only on left, but now, of course, there's no fork on g4. Good news for Hikaru. The time advantage is, kind of leveling out a little bit. But, yeah, I like what he's doing, right? He's this h3, king h1. He doesn't have an active plan, but he's not making his position any worse. He's just saying, okay, Wesley, you have to come up with something. And, of course, as we just examined, if you kind of are a little hasty, you try to cash in too early, try to grab that pawn, that might lose the lion's share of your advantage and give Hikaru counter chances. So he's basically just keeps putting the onus on Wesley to come up with something, and then hopefully whatever plan Wesley chooses, Hikaru will be able to use an alternate method of getting his own either defense or counterplay, like you just pointed out, this rook e3 move. Again, I think Hikaru said this before in terms of, him defending tough positions. He's like, you just got to find ways to keep the game going, right? Just keep it moving, keep it going. And eventually your opponents, they are going to either slip up. I mean, we saw this incredible save yesterday against Vidashev in the Armageddon portion, where Hikaru was down 3 pawns, but found that incredible stalemate fortress. So, again, there's always a chance as long as you're keeping the pressure. We do have a trade on c3. I don't think we'll get the entire forcing line, but Wesley has decided to force the pace a bit here.
Oh, but look at this. Wesley now has the move knight takes e4, because in case you take on c5, there's knight g3, forking the king and the queen. And if you take the knight first, we take on e4. And in case you take the bishop, now you take on f3. Or wait, you can also take the rook here, and black is just completely winning. So he's got a winning tactic here. Is Wesley going to find it? I think if he doesn't... Oh, and there it is. Knight takes e4 is on the board. Brilliant move.
Wow. Is there any way... I guess we can just... Wait, can I take on... Can we take on e4 twice and try to pick up e5 afterwards? Like rook e2 or rook f1?
You have rook b7. You have rook b7, which is definitely the line you probably have to go for. At least here, you get some activity. And you definitely get some play here. With maybe rook f1, knight takes c5. You get some threats against black's king. So I think this is what Hikaru has to go for. All the other lines are losing right away. Again, there's knight g3. And after bishop takes, your rook on b1 is hanging. So you absolutely have to take and give the bishop on f2. Hikaru's thing here, I think it's super important for Wesley that he keeps a slight edge on the clock. If he lets it come down to the final minutes, then Hikaru is always capable of mounting a comeback. But if Wesley keeps an extra 1 or 2 minutes on the clock, it's going to be tough for Hikaru.
But I hate to break it to you, Hikaru looks extremely, extremely annoyed by this move. He was shaking his head, and he definitely came to him as a shock. He sees it as a blunder, but as you just pointed out, it's not a game-winning blunder, right? Because he has that rook b7 move, right? So he needs to, calm down a bit. Like, yes, he's missed the move, but it turns out he still has these resources. So now he's shaking his head, evidently, frustrated by this tactical strike. But it's not over, right? So if he's able to follow that line, the nice thing is, right, you don't really have that many options. You can't take in c5 because you lose your queen. What else are you going to do here, right? F2 is under attack, so you got to maybe look at taking an e4. So I do expect he will actually find that, but of course, first the shock needs to wear off when, Wesley drops this, brilliant move, as you said, knight takes e4.
Yeah, so definitely knight takes e4 came as a shocker to Hikaru, but I think it's not something to be too unhappy about, because at least it freezes pieces, right? So let's look at that variation again. Again, you have to take an e4. Mm-hmm. Wesley has to take here, then you take on e4, Wesley takes the bishop. And again, after rook to b7, you attack the queen. If black takes another pawn, to me, this looks way too risky. There are even ideas of rook takes f7, but also what about rook f1, hitting the bishop? You want to get your knight out of the way. And again, white gets a lot of play here. So Hikaru just has to shake it off. Has he moved yet? No, he hasn't. I mean, bishop takes e4 is the only move. He's got to go for it.
I think it's one of those things where it's like you're shell shocked when you've missed some blow and you're cursing yourself and you're all in your emotions. But like you said, he's got to shake it off because he's actually not. Don't count him out just yet. In fact, that line you just brought up, right? Those rook f7 ideas, right? Suddenly, if king takes, you get knight takes e5 check, and you might even be winning. The queen and knight just jumping in on those light squares. And again, he's down to 1 minute. And do we have a move? No, he does not find. He plays bishop h4 and then a very quick rook takes b7. So he's trying to do some kind of queen takes e5. And I don't know, it's not fast enough, but I was going to say like bishop f6 and try to do something in the dark squares.
I'm not buying it.
Yeah, he's definitely fishing for compensation, but he must have missed that other variation that you put on the board.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. He's down in exchange and a pawn here, and he is hitting the rook, but the rook can pretty much just move anywhere. I guess you don't want to go to e8 because then you probably take, or maybe you take the knight on c3. He's definitely got some tricks here, but Wesley should have it covered, maybe with a move like bishop to d6. Also, Hikaru is down to a minute. I felt like he definitely still had chances in that line that we showed earlier by just staying on e4, but here, it just feels lost, especially given the time situation. So let's see what Wesley is going to do here. Maybe Hikaru can still brew up some tactics, maybe a potential, like let's say bishop d6, maybe queen f6 followed by bishop takes g6, but it all looks very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, even in that best case scenario that you mentioned, the queen on b7 just swings over to g7 after we trade, on g6. So yeah, very hard. I mean, if Hikaru is able to somehow, queen f6, bishop b3, rook f1, knight e5, right? If you like the bishop g3, bishop e5, right? If you kind of get 5 tempi and put all these pieces on the most, aggressive squares, then perhaps you could do something. But yeah, Hikaru takes on a5, he grabs a pawn. The rook on d8 is just hanging, but as you said, you can't go rook e8 here because the knight at c3 will be hanging. But as long as that rook just kind of scoots out of the way, Hikaru is just going to be down in exchange. Still, I guess he will try something. I mean, I personally would try to go bishop f6 or bishop b3, just point stuff at Wesley's king and see if a tactic arises. If he gives me a chance to make some kind of, some kind of swindle. But objectively speaking, Hikaru is down in time, down in exchange. It is objectively losing here.
Yeah, so rook f8 by Wesley on the board. Let's see what Hikaru is going to do. I think both of those moves that you mentioned make a lot of sense. Bishop b3, putting some pressure on the pawn on f7. Now, if Hikaru's queen magically lands on g6, he would be checkmating Wesley because Wesley is never able to take. So maybe Wesley can just move his king out of the way. I think Hikaru would love to combine it with a potential like bishop to f6, but I don't really see a good way to make to break through to Wesley's king. But the one thing Wesley has to be careful of is not to panic, not to choke. He still has a lot of time. He has to keep the time on the clock because again, if it comes down to the final seconds, really anything can happen. But right now he is in full control. So let's see how he will try to convert this one as he is thinking.
I think a big problem for Hikaru here is that queen on a5. I was trying to find a way to get it into this attack, and it didn't seem look, it's going to a3. Anyway, the point I was going to make is that most of the squares were covered by black's pieces. You couldn't really find a way to get that queen into the attacking formation. Now you got to move this queen again. Yeah, Hikaru goes queen a4, attacking the knight. But where's Wesley going?
But it's getting a bit murky. Yeah, where's the knight going?
And if the knight moves, and then check this out, Benjamin. Then g3 takes queen g4, right? And then you're double attacking the bishop and the pawn on g6, and then you have at least a draw there with queen g6, queen h6.
That would be a massive save for Hikaru and a big throw by Wesley. Wesley has to go for the move knight g5 here, keeping the knight close to the defense of the black king. But even here, let's say Hikaru takes and plays something like bishop f2. There's still, this rook is hanging. Again, like if this queen ever lands here, there's going to be threats. So Hikaru is fighting here. He has 54 seconds on the clock. Wesley's time advantage is dwindling. He's now only up 40 seconds, and it's becoming unclear.
Yeah, I think maybe Wesley even has, when he played knight e4, he must have been trying to go into the g3 square. But queen a4 is a really nice move. I was just saying that queen, it can't come into the game, but Hikaru, very alert. The moment that knight went to e4, he found the a4 square. And in that variation just showed with the knight coming to g5, it's still not over. And look at the time. Hikaru has been down quite some time for most of the game, but he's leveling it out. Practically speaking, with that bishop on b3, on the light squares, right? A lot of exchange sacrifices that are, this one obviously was, out of desperation, but a lot of famous exchange sacrifices are for the bishop pair or for opposite color bishops. And that's because you can dominate on the color complex that your opponent cannot defend. So Hikaru's practical chances are on the light squares. Wesley is now lower on time. He certainly sees that trick with queen to g4, but I think that also might rattle him. He's like, oh, wait a second, what the hell's going on here? There are legitimate, threats and tricks that I need to watch
bishop
out for.
g3, a big blunder. Wait, queen takes e4?
Queen e4, and then you have queen g6 again.
And wait, what is this? You just take. I guess he might be banking on rook to c1. But even 91, no, 91 is not there. Sorry, there's 91.
Bishop h4. Yeah, what is going on? And Hikaru,
what a massive throw!
A very confused face.
And Hikaru's like, wait, Wesley, what is this? I mean.
Wait, but now we're up material. Wait a second.
Bob is there. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What the hell was that? Yeah, so Hikaru now is back in the game. He's up material. He got 2 pieces for the rook.
I can't believe it. What did Wesley just do? I mean, bishop g3 just hangs the knight on e4. And it clearly doesn't work. And now Wesley is completely lost. He goes bishop to d6. But now Hikaru is completely winning. You can go rook e1, try to trade with the rooks. Or maybe it's even better to keep the rooks on the board. He plays bishop to f2. Good move. Rook fc8 played. And now Hikaru, if he wins this game, the match is over.
He wins the match. Exactly. We talk about him saving, swindling, maybe getting some perpetual. He can win the match. And look at this time. Wesley's playing on the increment. Unbelievable. Hikaru just needs to solve this issue with the pin. But look at this incredible bishop pair, especially the bishop in b3. That bishop is never being removed. And now Hikaru probably just wants to go knight f3, knight e5, add pressure on the light squares. And eventually that a-pawn is probably going to make its way down the board.
Yeah, Wesley did do a good job of trading off the dark squared bishops. It's not that easy for Hikaru to make progress here because you cannot play a4 that hangs your bishop over here. You also cannot play rook e7. Wesley's controlling the 7 ring. So Hikaru goes g4. He's slowly but surely marching up the board. I don't think you have to be too worried about Wesley taking here. I feel like that should always be a technical win. But Wesley's just going to sit here with his rook on the 7 ring and the other rook over here. And again, it's not that easy. Like maybe you initiate a rook trade.
Yeah, try to remove a pair of rooks so that we may, if I would try to figure out a way if I can coordinate, we see Hikaru shuffling around a bit. I want to coordinate to have all 3 of my pieces attacking the f7 pawn. But yeah, maybe Hikaru should have kept both, the moves are coming in very quickly, but if he maybe kept both bishops on the board, that would have made it even more difficult for Wesley to defend this. Wesley's digging in. He's making it very difficult for Hikaru to move that pawn. But I think this is probably objectively winning. You have the 2 pieces. You have the passed a pawn. Perhaps Hikaru, some knight d6. He's threatening knight e8 fork. That's easy to miss when you got no time. And also rook f3 to put more pressure on f7. Wesley's got to solve these problems. He trades rooks.
Rook
himself.
c3. Good move by Wesley. Yeah, now Hikaru gets the rooks off the board. But rook h3. The h pawn is dropping. I think Wesley's going to save this game. He's going to get the h pawn, and he should be able to get rid of the g pawn as well with like h5 and h6, g4. And I don't think it's going to be enough for Hikaru to win. And Hikaru now is smiling. He realizes he's thrown it. I think maybe for Hikaru, he might have just been so happy not to lose that he probably relaxed a little bit too much and let Wesley off the hook, whereas he could have finished off the match.
Yeah, I mean, this rook h3 move is very precise, and it looks like you're going to vacuum off most of the pawns off the board. But still, right, this is still something to play for here. Again, it's not going to be so easy, but if I'm playing white, I think I'm still going for the win, right? Especially if I can get that a-pawn moving down the board. But I guess there is this problem where you have this h5 threat looming. Hikaru plays knight f3, right? So now h5 can always be met with g5. Any chances for just a4 here?
I like the move rook h3 by Wesley because look at this. If you go a4, there's all of a sudden g5 and rook g3. And hey, who's playing for a win now?
Go knight e5.
I mean, you're probably still holding control with like a5 and king d5. And we see g5 on the board, king g4. This one is clearly headed for a draw now. But yeah, big throw by both players. It's all like Wesley should have won, and then Hikaru was certainly winning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Which of them do you think is going to be more disappointed or relieved, or you think are both going to be pretty pissed off with the result of this game?
I think Hikaru is going to be pretty pissed. I mean, just knowing that he's generally the one who's more pissed whenever he throws. And also, he had an advantage in the end game, right? The position was very clear, whereas Wesley had the bigger advantage also for longer of the game. But there were still chances. There was, the queens were still on the board. The game was still going on. Whereas for Hikaru, it felt like, okay, he should really convert this endgame.
Yeah, I mean, he's also made the last mistake, right? You could argue as well.
Right.
But at the same time, the evaluation was like plus 6 or plus 7 for Wesley. So, I think Hikaru will be like, well, I could have closed the match right there. But with that in mind, it's also pretty nice that I didn't let him equalize. And he's going to keep the lead. We saw this game going. There's all these forks. There's no time. Obviously, the drawing margin here is like enormous for, now a little trick. You can't take a5 because of the fork. But okay, Wesley will just sacrifice his rook for the exchange.
Yep, he will just take an a5 and then take the bishop over there. And this third game ends in a draw. Wow. What a game. I feel like Wesley certainly should have won this one. Then he threw it all away. Got into a lost endgame, but unfortunately, Hikaru let it slip. Wesley kept his nerve, kept making it as difficult as possible for Hikaru. So we're going down a fourth and final game.
Perhaps the final game. We may still get an Armageddon, but we do get a fourth game, right? It looked for a moment like the match was going to be over right there. And Hikaru says, "Are you not embarrassed?" So a little bit of a spin on his usual post-game comment. But yeah, it reminds me, Hikaru's been saying, yesterday after the match for the safe, we played like 2300s, right? Or something along those lines. I'm sure he's having similar thoughts right now with the mutual blunders. I mean, Wesley just gave him a piece, right? Pure, clean piece was given up by Wesley. So
yeah, incredible stuff. I don't know what he missed. Did he miss that knight g1 existed at all, or that there's no bishop f2 after knight g1? I honestly have no idea, but big throw by Wesley right there. And so overall, a good save by Hikaru. It looked like he was under a lot of pressure. But yeah, he had the chance to finish the match off right there. And in the meantime, let's have a look at this matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Artemiev. It looks like Artemiev is about to take the lead because he's up a full rook, and I don't think Fabiano has quite enough.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe Artemiev won the previous game. Or am I wrong?
Wait, did he? No, it was a draw. It was a draw.
Okay. I thought he was winning when I last checked. Okay, so this would, in that case,
this one is still not over. It's difficult to get rid of the pawns, and also the knight is pretty solid on the e4 square. How do you?
But I like that bishop on e7, right? It's arresting the knight. There's, it's limiting its dark square axis. Yeah, king e3 is a nice move. Yeah, it is practically, you do have to force, you do have to pass pawns, but if we're being realistic, the extra rook is more valuable. Still needs to take some care, of course. Maybe he's bringing the bishop to e1 to restrict the knight from the other side. And king d4,
I like that move.
Robbie's coming next.
Yeah, and king d4 is just going to be game over. You're collecting this pawn. Eventually, you're going to collect this pawn. And a full rook is just way too much. Knight d2, I would just take here in a heartbeat and just bring the rook around. Very clean win.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's what he's going for.
Should be doable.
Bishop f2, a little bit odd. I mean, as long as this knight is on the board, you never know. Okay, you take now. King c3. Bishop d4. Bishop d4 is game over.
Mm-hmm. He's going to see
He's got 3 seconds. So, king e4, okay. Again, as long as this pawn remains on the board, the game is not over. King b2. King b2 is on the board. King d3, check. King c4, okay. c2, I guess you check.
Bishop d4 is still available.
Rook b6, that's it.
He picks up the knight.
Or are there any stalemate tricks? Now that I can see. So Artemiev takes the lead here 2-1. Fabiano Caruana will have to come back with the white pieces in the fourth game.
Yeah, I mean, so we have two similar situations. Both Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So will have the white pieces. So not only are they in a must-win, they also will have the opportunity to do so, right? Obviously, you can win with black as well, as we saw Wesley attempting to do so and getting very close. But yeah, these guys are definitely going to go all out in their pursuit of equalizing the match.
Right, so let's see how Wesley is going to try to do so. I guess he will stick to his guns with 1e4, but it's going to be tough because Hikaru played a very convincing game in game number 4. And what a storyline this would be. There's probably a whole lot of people watching who are like, hey, who is Vladislav Artemiev? I haven't heard a whole lot about him, but he first knocked out Magnus Carlsen and now is on the verge of knocking out Fabiano Caruana as well. That being said, he also had a 2-1 lead going into the fourth and final game against Magnus Carlsen, but he did throw quite badly. So with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be taking a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Keep hanging out in the chat, keep sending in your energy, and we will be right back for game number 4 between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. And welcome back, everyone, to the Champions Chess Store. We're getting ready for game 4 between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. Alex, Hikaru only needs to draw with the black pieces here. How do you think Wesley is going to approach this game?
Well, Hikaru won in game 2, so this is already the second opportunity for Wesley to try to level the score. He did get very close to taking Hikaru down in the previous game, but a big blunder turned the tables. It seems like Wesley's strategy, he played the Sicilian, he went away from his usual Berlin, he wanted to play a more dynamic game. It seemed like it worked really well. And we see him playing c4, so he's playing, maybe the reverse Sicilian. And look, even though that game didn't go in his favor in the end, it was a draw. I feel like he wants to just stick to that same strategy. He went away from e4 only so many times he could do that. And he's basically playing the Sicilian for both sides. I don't know how much he watched the match, but yesterday we saw Hikaru in the Armageddon playing black against Vladimir Fedoseev. And Fedoseev did play the English as well. That game ultimately was a draw, but it was going very well for him. He was able to keep lots of pieces on the board and get a big advantage. So perhaps Wesley is just going to go for that strategy, seeing that it has worked almost for him and for Fedoseev. He's thinking third time is the charm.
All right, so we have this variation on the board. A bit of an unusual move order. Like very often, you can get this position in case black goes e5, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, and now c6. And it's quite similar, except that the difference is that white is a bishop on g2, and instead of the knight on c3. So I wonder really if there is a difference, or if black is just going to do the same thing here. But yeah, as we were speaking, knight c3, e5, g3, c6 to me is a bit of a sideline. I thought that black generally just goes for bishop b4 and turns it into a reverse Russell Lemo, but c6, knight f3. But generally a very interesting approach here by Wesley. Turning the game into a reverse Sicilian, because first of all, Hikaru was struggling in game number 3, and also Hikaru was struggling a lot with the black pieces against Fedoseev. Now, the funny thing is, I've had this position after bishop to g2 against Wesley So in one of the Rapid Chess Championships, and Wesley played the move bishop to g4, which is the correct move. I've also had another game where my opponent played the move bishop to e7, but here after pawn takes d5 and d3, white is quite a bit better because you are going to get an isolated pawn on d5. So let's see if both players are familiar with these variations. Hikaru is still playing very quickly, so I guess he knows that after bishop g2, he has to play the move bishop to g4.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of variations, as you pointed out, where black will play c6 when white's bishop is already on g2. So you're kind of blocking it out, taking over the center. So Wesley's move order here, keeping the bishop at f1. I wonder if it gives him any additional flexibility. Obviously, playing something like d3 to undermine the center is very thematic. But it is interesting to see that Hikaru, again, the previous game, he was on the back foot for most of the game, and he was on the back foot on the clock. Here, we see he's confident early on. He's essaying his preparation, and it's Wesley who's already down 2 minutes. And, it's early days, but so far it is all positive for Hikaru.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen here. I'm a little bit surprised that Wesley is taking so long for the move bishop to g2. Perhaps he's looking for other ways to keep the game going. But the reason why white goes bishop g2 and doesn't take on d5 right away is because if you take on d5, black's knight on b8 now gets access to the c6 square, and that pretty much solves all of the problems for white. That being said, is there an additional option to take here on d5 and go d3 right away? That could make a lot of sense. Perhaps Wesley is considering that.
Yeah, and then what would you, if I take on d3, what would you recapture with? Would you consider doing the bishop? I wouldn't think so, right? Because you do play g3, you might as well put the bishop on g2.
Yeah, I would take with the queen here, and also with the move queen d3, you then have the option of going queen to b5. And actually, there's a funny story. So I was telling you that I had this game here, right, with bishop to e7, takes d3, and I think here my opponent played the move knight to c6. And here, as I was thinking, I eventually played the move queen to b5. But I remember one of my Twitch viewers, he would tell me like, yo, you know what's so annoying about you? He said, the every opportunity you get to trade the queens, you take it. And I had that in my mind when I played the move queen b5, but I also thought it was actually the best move. So that was a pretty funny story. Hikaru, after the move bishop g2, blitzed out the move bishop to g4. All of this is the top line, and queen b3 has been played by Wesley. And here I forgot, I think I had this against Wesley, but I don't know what he did. I think eventually you take on b3 and maybe something like knight a6, but let's see what Hikaru is going to come up with.
Yeah, getting that knight to a6 and b4 in that position, if white has the double b pawns, looks extremely comfortable for black. That knight on b4, obviously keeping an eye on c2 and d3 can be booted out, but we do see Hikaru spending a little bit of time here. So as you said, you assumed he knew this bishop g4 move, which you also had yourself in a practical experience with Wesley. Hikaru knew, perhaps even seen that game, but now he's on a little bit on his own. But I do like that plan you pointed out with queen b3, knight a6. However, you do also open up that a file, right, for the white rook. So again, not that they are too likely, but hypothetically, even something like knight a4 and knight b6 is like a random tactical idea using that rook on the a file. So perhaps Hikaru is weighing his options. He can also maintain the tension between the queens as he has elected to do so. And then if Wesley was to take on b6, then there would be positions where Hikaru takes over the pawn and activates his own rook down the a file. Although, of course, now he can even take with the bishop.
Yeah, bishop c5, good move by Hikaru, putting pressure on knight on d4. Now h3 by Wesley. And I think, again, this is still pretty much how my game went with him. I don't know exactly what Wesley did here. It was something like bishop b6 or bishop to d7. You can also drop your bishop back all the way here. But white definitely has some chances here. Eventually, you're going to play the move d3, put pressure on the pawn e4, and it's a little bit uncomfortable for black. You can play bishop to e6. Oh, sorry, bishop d7 is already on the board. But I was going to say, in case of bishop e6, white can always trade here. So bishop d7 on the board by Hikaru. Again, I think Wesley is going to try to delay this trade as long as possible, because if you take the knight on b8, can always come out to c6. And that is really the only problem piece black has, probably.
Right, and I think by playing bishop d7, Hikaru is definitely committing to most likely getting the b8 knight through a6. As you mentioned, Wesley will not be interested in helping Hikaru develop by trading on d5. But the a6 square is pretty comfy because you have the b4 and the c5 opportunities. However, as you mentioned, if Wesley is able to eventually break with d3, and let's say, there's a situation where we have a trade of the e pawn and the d pawn for the d and c pawn, then white's going to get a central pawn majority and perhaps some chances there to make it count and push it down the board. However, if black maintains this pawn trade, Hikaru will be very comfortable, right? As this restricts white's pieces. We can see the bishop at c1, very, very passive, of course. But yeah, I'm wondering, what is Wesley considering? Is taking a d4 a legitimate threat? What if I even play castles or something like that? Am I worried about giving up this pawn? I'm even considering something like takes, and some kind of d3, just blow it open, get your darks for bishop out. And again, maybe it's a little bit too, well, of course you can't even take a d4 here because queen takes b7. But regardless, I was going to say, even if you take a d4, this could give me the bishop pair. So is that really even a threat for Hikaru?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, the bishop on c1 is really a problem. And in the meantime, Wesley has traded on b6. Now let's see how Wesley's going to recapture. I guess with the bishop or with the pawn, both make a lot of sense. And yeah, at some point, Wesley can definitely go for taking on d5, followed by the move d3. But there's always these lines starting with bishop takes d4, maybe knight to c6. And this vacuum gets... the center gets vacuumed a little bit, but white will always have the bishop pair, so white will always have something to play for. So let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. I think black generally has to be accurate to try to equalize here.
Yeah, I was counting on Hikaru going a takes b6 here, but then there are some positions where perhaps Wesley would trade on d5 and then utilize that b5 square for one of his knights, right? So again, it's give and take. You do give up the c6 square for Hikaru, but you do get the knight. Wesley also has Hikaru would also have the open a file. So Hikaru is mulling this over, thinking, do I keep my structure, the integrity of the structure, bishop takes b6? I saw a question in the chat, which I thought was actually a pretty good one. Someone said, why is Wesley trading queens in a must win, right? So again, that sounds very logical. You want to keep many pieces on the board, but sometimes, you make these trades. It's not necessarily because you want to make a draw. It's because, well, first of all, maybe the position demands it, but second of all, it could actually give you some other advantages. So now, as I mentioned, a takes b6 is on the board. Perhaps Wesley could try to make use of these double pawns by trading on d5, getting the outpost on b5, and even though the queens are on the board, everything else is on, right? That doesn't guarantee the game is just immediately a draw.
Right, so a takes b6 on the board. I think, yeah, Wesley just feels like queen takes b6 is the best move, so that's why he goes for it. And of course, maybe in an ideal scenario, you want to get a complicated position with queens on the board, but if trading queens is the best move, that is what the top players will do, even if they are in a must-win situation. Now here, after pawn takes b6, I like the option that you gave earlier by taking on d5 and going knight db5, because the threat of knight c7 is very much real, hitting the rook, and now you collect the pawn on d5, and if you take the pawn on d5, the pawn on e4 is going to be terribly weak. So the question really is, how do you stop that? You can play knight a6, but the knight looks a little bit off, and white here can go for a plan with something like pawn a3. Then you go b4, kicking the bishop away. Or no, sorry, b4 is not available because you take here. Maybe you start... Right, you start with rook to b1, and white gets actually pretty good control here over the central squares after something like bishop to b2, and your knight over here is kind of passive. The pawn on d5 needs constant attention. So I like how Wesley is playing this, and he's just taken on d5. The only other option Hikaru has, and maybe this is what he has to go for, maybe he has to take on d4 right away, because if you take on d5 now Wesley goes knight db5, and that opportunity is gone.
Right. I was going to actually say, when you were showing that line with the knight on b5 and the pawn on b4, that's exactly what Fedosseev got yesterday against Hikaru. In that game, though, Hikaru, he did he have double pawns, or was he? I think he only had one pawn, right? He was down a pawn He only had one B pawn, but Fedosеев had that same exact configuration: knight in B5, pawn in B4, pawn in A3, and it was a huge thorn to Hikaru's position because that was an extremely solid and movable queenside blockade. So Hikaru is, I see him looking at him, he's tapping himself a little bit. He's thinking what to do. He does go for bishop takes D4. So he was really concerned about that knight coming to B5. But as we mentioned, D3, an excellent move from Wesley. He's opening the position for the bishops. Hikaru still has this target in the center, the E4 pawn, the D5 pawn behind it, and those double B pawns also can be a bit vulnerable. If I'm playing white here, I would love to go bishop G5, just add more pressure to that central formation. And looks like Hikaru might need to be a little careful not to allow the bishop and G2 to just start ruling the diagonal.
Yeah, and right now, Wesley really has everything going for him. He's got the better pawn structure. I mean, these pawns on B7 and B6 are very weak. He's got the bishop pair. And also, Black's pawn structure seems to be crumbling, especially after the move that you mentioned, bishop to G5. I mean, Black can take on D4, but it feels like all of this should really backfire. Maybe there's even the move queenside castles. Now D takes E4 only becomes stronger, and sooner or later, you're going to take here and take the pawn on D5. So it looks really tough here for Hikaru, but Wesley is in the tank. Is he going to go for the move bishop to G5? Or he can also keep it a little bit more solid with the move bishop to E3, defending the pawn on D4.
Well, that idea that you showed with the long castle looks really, really powerful, right? Because even though the queens are on the board, if we're talking about this, everything else is still on. So white would be able to get a rook to D1. The other rook could come to E1. The bishop, the knight, and the bishop on G5 are putting tremendous pressure on those pawns. If Wesley sees, he does play bishop G5. I think that long castle's move could be a little bit easy to miss because I don't know, like it rarely happens, I think, even in general in the English opening, that white will castle long. But all of a sudden here, it's extremely effective. You don't allow knight C2 check, and you get the rook into the game with tempo. So very powerful play from Wesley here. And again, he's playing the Sicilian, the English, which you can make the argument as a reverse Sicilian. And it looks like this strategy is paying off for it. He is able to put Hikaru under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, so let's see what Hikaru is going to do here. Probably going to take the pawn on D4. But again, after queenside castles, it looks really tough. I'm having a tough time to see how Hikaru can at least somewhat keep the position together. I mean, again, if you lose the pawn on D5, you're also going to lose the pawn on E4. And besides that, I mean, if Wesley also takes here, the pawns on F6 and F7 are going to be doubled. The pawns on B6 and B7 are going to be doubled. And if you take here, like everything starts hanging. So it's really difficult here for Hikaru. He has a small edge on the clock, but is that going to be enough to save the game? I mean, maybe he has to try to force the issue in knight takes D4, right? So let's go down the line again. White's best move is queenside castles. And what can we do here? Maybe something like knight E6, attacking the bishop, and after takes takes.
Look at this, but then knight takes D5.
But at least it hangs the pawn on A2.
Yeah.
I guess he has to go for this, because if you take an E4 with the pawn, there's D4, kicking the knight away. And this, white might be better, but it's acceptable. It's an acceptable position. And same thing here, like it's bad, but you're in the game, kind of.
At least you're getting some of your own play, yeah? If you don't go knight D4, though, as you were saying, what is really your move? Aren't you just losing, a pawn? I mean, you could take on D3, but then Wesley would take on F6, take on D5, and you would imagine the pawn on D3 is not going to survive for very long. In this position, white is threatening a fork on C7 and to take F6 and to take B6. I was wondering, I don't know. You can't even castle short because of knight F6. I guess I get castle long, kind of stealing the idea from white and just hoping that my rooks on the central files are going to be, good compensation. But yeah, I'm not sure. The pawn structure is extremely ugly here.
Yeah, it's really bad, which makes every potential rook in game very tough to hold. Hikaru has made a move. He went for knight takes D4, so perhaps he's going down that variation that we mentioned earlier. Now here, queenside castles looks very good for Wesley. He can also take an F6 first, but I don't really see the need because this knight is not moving away anytime soon, and this bishop is not under attack. So I think, to me, queenside castles looks very logical, and it's going to be tough for Hikaru. But let's see what Wesley is going to do here.
Yeah, it really feels like that's the star move, right? You really keep the pressure on black. Otherwise, I mean, what are you going to do to defend against C2? I mean, you can short castle, right? But then it's just not as powerful because the rook on D1 would have generated additional threats. I mean, you can play like rook C1. Those moves just, again, once you see long castles, it just feels so strong. Perhaps Wesley does see it. He's just trying to work out those variations after knight E6, like we were talking about. But yeah, again, it's, I feel like it's one of those, once you see it, you kind of just know that is the best move. It's combining attack and defense as well.
Yeah, Wesley does seem a little unsure here. He is again burning clock. So let's see what he is going to do. I think, again, queenside castle is the move, or taking here. So the question really is, what is he unsure about? And in the meantime, Hikaru can think of a way to defend. But yeah, I guess that's, again, the one thing Wesley has to be careful of. If Wesley, keeps up the pace, keeps making right moves, he has great chances to come back here. But if he gets too low on time, really anything can happen. And that's what we saw in the third game. And queenside castles is on the board.
Yes, indeed. Wesley has played the most critical testing move. I do like those, obviously the situation is not easy for Hikaru here at all, under tremendous pressure, but I do at least like those variations you were pointing out with 96. Perhaps trying to get some activity. Rook takes a2 in some variations, combined with a d4 pawn push. At least it feels like you are blazing your own path and not just rolling over as white takes over the board. I mean, right now, the simple d takes e4 is a very powerful move. It's simply attacking the knight and the pawn. So you have to imagine that knight has to move out of the way. And on e6, it also gives you the tempo. I mean, what other move do you think Hikaru is even considering? Maybe he wants to take on d3. That doesn't look very appetizing either.
Taking on d3, I think, doesn't really change much. White is just going to take with the rook, attack the knight, and really all the same problems still remain. Like, you're going to end up with such a bad pawn structure. After, let's say, bishop 65, you've got the double stack here and the double stack on b6. Also, this pawn on h7 is isolated. So sooner or later, it feels like these pawns are going to drop off. That being said, they're not dropping off right away. And after bishop c6, you're still kind of hanging on. But I think for Hikaru, really the most important thing is to hang on into the game, keep the time somewhat even, or keep a small edge in the clock, and then anything can still happen. So let's see whether he's going to go for this move knight e6. We thought that it was a good practical chance, because now white really shouldn't take on e4 because there's the move d4. But still, there's the move knight takes d5, which does allow rook takes a2. So let's see what Hikaru is going to go for here.
Yeah, I think the saving grace in some of those lines is that even though black's pawns are shattered, the more pawns you trade off, right, the more you can kind of increase your chances to hold, your chances to draw. And yeah, the one thing is Hikaru is really investing lots of time here. Obviously, at this point, he understands clearly that he needs to play extremely precise defense. So yeah, he is going to be level on the clock with Wesley. But as we saw in the previous game, again, as long as he's able to drag it out, even, I mean, his position here is nowhere as difficult as it was in the last one. He plays rook c8. I wonder if his idea is to play some knight e2 check-out moves, in case of, pawn takes e4 or something like that. But I was going to say, compared to last game, he's not in as much trouble, it seems. And even then, he was able to keep the game going, and ultimately Wesley cracked, made a mistake, was even losing. So here, rook c8, we do have a lot of moves coming in quickly. What do you think about this move with rook c8? I mean, I thought the rook at a8 already had a pretty decent job. What do you make of this?
I think it makes a lot of sense, because now white cannot take on d3 because there will be bishop f5 pinning the rook to the king. So it definitely makes some sense. Wesley now probably should take an f6 and take on d5, creating a lot of knight jumps. I don't know where you go with your bishop, like maybe the f5 or e6, or maybe you try to create some tactics over here. But even though he had a very bad position last game, he had the queens on the board, and that, of course, always gave him the potential for tricks. Here, as we are in an endgame, it's always going to be quite miserable. Like, sooner or later, some pawns are going to drop off. The tricks you have are limited. That being said, maybe there's also a bigger drawing tendency because there's less pieces. So let's see how he will try to keep things together. But it looks tough. But that being said, Wesley keeps tanking. Wesley keeps taking a lot of time, and that he should definitely be careful with that.
I mean, it's true that in last game there were queens on the board, but even in that sample variation we were looking at, if Hikaru keeps the pawn on d3, that's going to also give him some practical chances. And even, we saw this in yesterday. Magnus was able to beat Artemiev in a drawn endgame because he had that pass pawn on h3, and he ultimately snuck it through with a little bit of a tactic. So even, always keeping these pawns close to the promotion square, especially, like you said, maybe has bishop f5, that's always going to be setting something up, right? Whether it's knight c2, d2, all these like random, obviously they don't work right now, but they're always looming. And practically speaking, I think that's one of the most unpleasant things to play against, when your opponent's pawn is like really close in your camp, next, close to promotion. that's always a bit unpleasant. And that's why I think we see Wesley taking. He certainly sees he can take it f6 and d5, but he might be thinking, well, that's not so great that his pawn is going to stay alive. I did notice there was a really, really nasty little idea for Wesley on bishop f5, the move bishop e4. And the point is that when you take, I go knight f6, right? So that could be a very nice idea. That would, I think, be a really annoying thing, because if we draw the pawn on d3, then we really don't to have too much counterplay, and you're most likely just groveling. But I don't know if Wesley sees that just yet.
Yeah, that looks super nasty, because here you're just losing a pawn. And again, you stay with the very nasty pawn structure. I saw one funny line, by the way. It's not very relevant, but let's say Wesley had given a check here and then taken on d5. There is the move d2. And the point is that in case you take, there's bishop f5 check. And after bishop e4, there's knight to f3, which creates a lot of tactics. But Wesley's taken on d5, and now Hikaru's thinking, let's see what he's going to do. Maybe king f8 or move the bishop out of the way.
Yeah.
But let's say you go king here, and white takes here. How? Oh, bishop f5 anyway. What? And you have a perpetual.
And you get a perpetual, yeah. That's pretty funny. And the pawn in d2 takes away the c1 square, right? So it is playing a big role. Yeah, it's a good point. Hikaru doesn't need to rush with bishop f5 possibly, because the pawn is still immune. So this king f8 move that you're pointing out is pretty logical. Just get the heck out of those checks. But yeah, I mean, you look at these pawns, right? You got the chimneys, right? The F pawn chimney, the B pawn chimney, they're all lined up like that. And Santa Claus is coming in. But what is Hikaru? He has played king f8. He has played king f8.
So do you? I mean, I'm sure he sees that variation, right? Knight takes b6 and bishop f5. I mean, that's really the main point, because if you do not have that move, if you play something like rook to c7, this is game over right away after takes, because you're down a pawn and you're probably going to lose another one as well. So I'm sure he's looking at that. So let's have a look. So in case a knight takes b6 is on the board, is he now going to? I'm sure he's going to bishop f5.
Yeah.
And white here has to play g4, bishop g6, and f4. The only way to keep the advantage, because you have to shut out this bishop on g6. However, there's still the move rook to c2 hitting the bishop. And in case you take here, you play f5, keeping your hopes alive of reactivating that bishop. And to be fair, it remains a bit complicated. White can go g5. This bishop remains passive, but you go rook f2, trying to random this pawn on f2. And, black definitely still has some play here. And Wesley has just played g4, and bishop g6 is on the board.
Interestingly enough, it seems like that variation, according to the engine, is best play for both sides. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, and it's on the board. We have f4, and that was the only move. Hikaru, I mean, he has to play rook c2 here, because f5 not only traps his bishop, it also will win his pawn on d3. So it looks like we might be heading in that direction. That's a weird position, because at first glance, I would think white's got to be completely winning. He's got two connected pass pawns on the king side, and some simple plan like a4, a5, etc. seems to be winning. But as you pointed out, that f5, rook f2, if Hikaru can, grab that pawn on f4, then move his rook, he's still going to have that passed f pawn, right? So he's still going to be able to generate some kind of play. Wesley is going under 3 minutes, and Hikaru is nodding. He's back to nod mode, and that usually means he's, maybe seeing a little something. Maybe he's gaining a little confidence. And again, we were talking about this. As long as that pawn remains on the board, it's always generating some kind of, annoying threats. And Wesley's thinking here, what is he considering other than taking on b7? Does he have any other move?
There are certainly other moves as well with the bishop, but I don't think they make a lot of sense. Maybe bishop f1 to make sure that you round up this pawn, but even, it's taken on b7, and I think Hikaru has to play the move f5 here. If white plays f5, your bishop is just dead, and the game is practically over. But after f5, there's still the hopes of opening up that bishop. White probably keeps it closed. And now after rook f2, I mean, if you take the pawn in f4, you're eventually going to move your rook out of the way again. f4, this pawn starts pushing up the board. Your knight can maybe swing back, hit this as well. And, the black king can go here, the rook can swing in as well. So Hikaru is doing his best to create as much play as possible here. And he's also up 2 minutes on the clock. And money, Chris, you're probably not going to be mod.
I was just looking at that. He asked so many times, but every time he said it, it only decreased his chances. Saying that, it looks like he's gone now. The real mods were able to take care of it. But I'm looking at this position, and Carter's thinking. Yeah, I mean, you cannot allow f5. Absolutely not. But, it's, like you said, if you play king g7, the other rook comes in, you're going to make life a little difficult, and then there it is on the board. Yeah, g5, and I expect him to just snap play rook f2. And then I guess, yeah, as you mentioned, there's also this 96 move potentially to round up that pawn. there's no way to save. Yeah, there we go. Rook F2 on the board. There's no way to save the D-pod, so you might as well go fishing for all these other opportunities. But Wesley's getting down to 2 minutes. We saw in the previous game, he went to 30 seconds, dropped the piece, right? So even the best players in the world are not immune to these time trouble blunders. And as long as Hikaru is just able to keep threads going, another idea I was thinking about at some point was H6, right? Just trying to activate the rook through the king side or something like that once you pick up F4. The problem is, even if you win those pawns, the F4 and the H4 and the G5 pawn, you have doubled F pawns, right? So not really going in tandem like White's queenside pawns. H4, and H4 Wesley wants to win the
clever move by Wesley. Indeed, he wants to trap the bishop with pawn H5. Bishop H5 by Hikaru, but now I wonder, in case Wesley takes on D3, because here's the thing. Had Wesley taken on D3 right away, there would have been rook takes F4, and after knight D5, there's rook H4. So maybe that was Wesley's idea. He wanted to go H4, and now, in case you take on D3, there's knight D5, and you don't have a good square for your rook. So that is why Hikaru plays 96 instantly. He still wants to take this pawn over here. And there's no good way for Wesley to keep this together. So maybe what he should do is just go all in on the king side with A4, A5, and A6. Because how are you stopping that pawn?
I don't know. I mean, I would. My dream is to just pick up F4 and try to get the counterplay. I was thinking the bishop at H5. At least it can jump back into the game. Maybe like bishop E2, right, or bishop F3 at some moment. But that's an excellent point. A4, A5, right, and then once it gets to A6, it's really got the red carpet there. You get 97 check and knight F6.
And but also look at Wesley's clock. He's down to 1.5 minutes. Hikaru still has 4 minutes on the clock. Let's see where he's going to go with the bishop. Probably bishop to G4. I mean, F3 is not available. G6 is not available as well because here H5. Your bishop is trapped and there's also checkmating ideas. So I think you go to G4. It still looks fairly solid there. Is Wesley still going to push this pawn? I think it's lost its punch a little bit now that this knight is moved out of the way. And Hikaru has real chances to create counterplay here with the move H6 that you mentioned earlier. Because if you take here and white recaptures, there's always going to be the move rook to H2, and you line up both rooks on the 7 rank. And bishop G4 is on the board. Hikaru is playing perfect defense.
Absolutely. He's already got these ideas of rook B8, right? He could come from the queen side. You can't play rook B3 because there's knight C5. Just in general, these knight C5 forks are looming. So... and Wesley is very close to being under 1 minute. He is currently up 2 pawns, but F4 is dropping. There is some potential issues on the second rank. This knight F6 maneuver, maybe Wesley was trying to set up some mating nets. Maybe he could try H5 here, but then just H6 will nip that play in the bud. And all of a sudden, he's running lower and lower in time. This doesn't even look all that bad anymore for Hikaru, right? He's got so much activity.
Yeah, Wesley down to his last 40 seconds. And also look at this. Rook B8 all of a sudden is a big threat because you cannot defend with rook D7 or rook to B3 because there's going to be knight C5 in both cases. So let's see what Wesley has to do. Maybe he has to play a move like rook to C1. So then, bishop A6, big blunder apparently. Rook B8, yeah, or indeed knight C5. Both look very tempting. I mean, I'm already looking at ideas like knight C5, rook D6, rook B8, and maybe you just sack here. So how, and knight is C5... And knight C5 is on the board by Hikaru. Where is Wesley going to go with the king? It looks like he's losing full control now, and he's down his last 25 seconds.
And then I can even come to A4 in certain positions, adding pressure on B2. But yeah, rook B8 is clear. I mean, rook D6 has to be for rook A3. And now, B3, knight B3 is an instantaneous draw with a really cute perpetual because the king cannot run to D1. That bishop on G4 playing a major role. So this is just a repetition. So Wesley needs to avoid this. He's got no time left. He's got 13 seconds. He goes bishop C4. He gives him the B2 pawn with check. Well, that certainly can't be the best move for him. What's wrong with just taking? I guess he wants to go.
Well, I guess if you take, you might get checkmated here because rook to D8, and this is on the table, and also the bishop is defending the pawn. Right, you can take with the other rook. The king moves into the corner. And maybe what you eventually have to do is go for the move knight E4 to trade with this super active knight on F6. Let's say we do that right away. Let's say you go knight E4, attack the rook, attack the knight in case white takes. You now take on B2. Now there's no more checkmating ideas. And black's rooks are super active on the second rank. And Hikaru should be able to save the draw here. Maybe even so like bishop E6, trading off these bishops. And then your rooks are just going to have a party on the second rank. So Wesley definitely throwing this away. And look, he's down to his last 13 seconds.
Yeah, Hikaru's got, he's focusing. He's got 2 or 3 minutes on the clock. So he does have time to burn here to think about this. I'm sure he's calculating the ramifications of taking on B2. But that's a great point. Once you go knight E4, first of all, you prevent any of those rook D8, rook G8 checkmating knights. And you actually get a pass pawn on the e-file, right? Not to mention all those second rank invasions. Even something like e3, e2 becomes a legitimate idea. The one thing I was wondering, like, can white somehow play like h5, h6, right? Getting some kind of, checks, but it looks like it is safe. King f8, king e7 at the very least will suffice. So Hikaru, he 100% feels like he's getting tons of initiative and control here. He just wants to be precise. He knows that as long, he doesn't even need to win. As long as he holds a draw, he will be advancing to the next stage of the knockout portion. He does take with the rook. He takes
with the rook and goes rook b4. But wait, rook c1 now. This doesn't feel quite correct. Wait, he's still not out of the woods. Rook to c8. It looks all very dodgy.
Is it 3 checks? Mm-hmm.
Or maybe 94 still, creating a lot of threats. Wesley then has 6 seconds. What is he going to do? b95 or h5? Very logical, going for a checkmating net. What is maybe 96? So in case of check, you go here and your king is not sitting in a discovery.
Ooh.
Or gonna go for that.
Yeah, you also obviously attack the bishop on c4. 96, a very cold-blooded move, right? Just not, king g6 especially.
94, that's
h6.
not the move. Oh, and there's g6. What?
G6.
Rook d7. No, but you just hang the bishop. You just hang the bishop.
There's no mate.
There's nothing.
There's no mate. You have to, the best you can do is perpetual, rook d8, rook d7. Or no, actually, I can even run to e6. So there's not even perpetual.
Yeah, wait, how does white even make the draw here? Let's say you take.
He has knight h7.
There's a crazy
some
line.
Weird h7 moves. I can't see it, to be honest.
I guess white is holding the draw here, but the knight is super stuck. I think Wesley is just completely thrown his way. Hikaru takes the bishop. Is Wesley gonna take here? I guess so. And then Hikaru. Wait, can he even go here? Take is on the board.
Trapping the knight. We do have this on the board.
King
yeah.
G8. There is the
knight of fate.
Knight of
wow.
fate. But you're never gonna win that, are you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you're down a full piece, so it's hard to imagine. I mean, well, Wesley would
G6 played. No, but you just take this is desperation.
Yeah.
He has check and knight of 8, but bishop h5. Bishop h5. That's it. Hikaru's gonna win. Knight of 8 played right away. You can even take.
And then go to the rook c1, rook h1. Mm-hmm. But Hikaru's got a bit of time to figure this out. It's probably not. Yeah, actually, that is very safe. That is very safe for sure. But he can also start with rook c1, rook h1 here, I guess.
You can do this, right? Because after knight takes g6, there's rook takes h6, and you're winning.
Exactly.
But yeah, what a throw by Wesley. He takes a knight. Okay, rook d8 only move, because after h7, you go around because king e7. Is he going to take the rook here? I guess he would. He's going to do this because it's super safe, right?
Yeah, because you don't want to be hanging your rook. But if he sees that there's no way, because you can run the king up, right? Like king to, he just goes through this super duper safe.
And he pre-moved it. Of course, he pre-moved it. Rook c1, rook h1 pre-move, and rook takes h8 pre-move as well. Or is he going to take or f4? Maybe
so just take, right? Even if you sacrifice a piece for the pawn, you're going to be completely out of the woods.
Yeah, knight e6 perhaps, or it goes king d6. I think he's just walking his king over. It should be very elementary. I mean, you're never going to lose this, I would think. e5?
Yeah, no, there's no chance. I would love to go back later. There was that moment where Wesley was winning, but it was some ridiculous g6 move. He had no time on the clock, so obviously his chances of finding it were not very high. I didn't even register. I didn't even get to register in my mind how that won. Here, of course, Hikaru is completely safe. Even if he, sacks a piece for the pawn, that is just the dead draw. And on top of that, he's got this F pawn that's going to completely distract all of white's pieces. So as long as he doesn't do anything, I don't even know how he can lose this, right? Because his king and his knight and his bishop can come back, and they are going to completely stymie that a pawn.
I see Hikaru is in the chat. Why is he spoiling this? I mean, I'm sure he doesn't throw this. But king c6 and king to b5 is soon going to be played.
This is identical to their previous endgame, actually, ironically.
Yeah, that's funny.
The first 2 minors. Yeah. Wow.
All right. So bishop b6, very solid move you're going to take here, and everything is defended. So Wesley's probably just going to take here, and a draw has been agreed. Wow, what a game. It was a very, very tough last 2 games, but Hikaru kept things together and wins his match against Wesley So and moves on to the finals of the winner's bracket.
And who is he facing? Well, we've been so enamored with this match. We knew that Artemiev was up a point in his match against Fabiano Caruana. So who will Hikaru even be playing? Oh, I guess it's not even determined yet. I guess not.
No, and I think this one is coming down to Armageddon, because look at this. Fabiano Caruana, he is up 1, 2, 3 pawns, and he's got a massive advantage on the clock. So I'm sure Fabiano is going to win this game, and we're going to go down an Armageddon game here as well.
But regardless, as you mentioned, Hikaru has punched his ticket through for a second consecutive final in the Champions Chess Tour. We don't know his opponent just yet, but 2 match wins today was, he got a beautiful win in round 2. Had to play a lot of defense in games 3 and 4 against Wesley So, but ultimately he was able to, Wesley was not able to break through. And here, yeah, as you're pointing out, it looks like indeed Fabiano is going to check. That's pretty nasty. Don't even take the rook back. Queen f5 is simply forced mate. So remains to be seen who will be his finals opponent. But regardless, Hikaru has delivered on another match victory.
Yeah, great stuff by Hikaru. He said in the chat he will join after the Skype. I guess he means that he might have to do an interview with Chess.com, with their broadcast. So hopefully he'll be joining very soon. But yeah, we're going down an Armageddon game. And what do you think about the chances of both these players here? Who do you think is going to be the favorites, Fabiano Caruana or Vladislav Artemiev?
I think I'll go with Artemiev. I mean, obviously, he has already knocked out Magnus Carlsen in the knockout in the first match. Not only did he win, he actually won in the Armageddon, right? So he's already quite experienced against arguably the toughest opponent you could play. And in general, he is maybe not as highly rated as Fabiano in classical, but Artemiev is a well-known absolute beast in all sorts of quick, rapid formats online. I mean, this guy is, I think, consistently 3,100, Chess.com Blitz. So again, obviously Fabiano is super strong. It wouldn't be a major upset or shocker if he won or anything like that. But I will go with Artemiev. Obviously, Fabiano has just won. He does have the momentum. But again, I think that Artemiev so far in this event has proven himself to be extremely, extremely a fierce competitor. So I'm going to lock in my vote for him.
All right, then I'm going to lock in my vote for Fabiano Caruana. It seems to me that he made a very strong comeback in game number 4. And I feel pretty good about his chances in either case, whether he's going to play with the white pieces or with the black pieces. Here we see him scoring a crushing win with white. And I'm sure he's going to be solid with black. And also, I don't know how Artemiev is without the increment. I know he's super strong with like the 1 or 2 second increment on the clock, but of course, it's always going to be a different game. In the meantime, I guess we will have an Hikaru interview very soon. But in the meantime, let's try to pull up that critical moment in his game against Wesley So, right? So you said that there was that moment where Wesley had the opportunity.
+5, and then it was gone earlier in the game, yes.
Right, so right here, he had the opportunity to go pawn to g6. So let's figure out what's going on. White is hanging the bishop, they're hanging the rook. They're also hanging this pawn potentially. So what happens if we take the rook? If we take the rook, white's going to take here, threatening to queen. And if we go here, knight g8,
yep. And
you get the queen on the board. All right, let's, I guess that's what happens here. And I guess taking the pawn is just going to spell trouble. If we take with the f pawn, white takes here, the king moves up, rook e6. I have no idea what's going on. Like, how is Wesley supposed to see this with 4 seconds on the clock?
Yeah, no, it's no chance. Apparently, bishop b5 check here. You hang your rook, you attack the other rook. This is
and then you go knight f6,
insane.
Of course.
Yeah. Even now,
even then, like,
confused.
there's still this.
Yeah. I guess you win an exchange in the endgame and you have the house. Yeah, I mean, no, I did not think he was going to play that move. And it looks like even if he did, by miracle, just kind of like make a huge intuitive call into that.
In the meantime, we do have the Hikaru interview, so let's try to pull it up.
Sure.
Congratulations, Hikaru.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. It worked out.
It did work out. Although even after winning that second game, you were in trouble in game 3 and 4.
Yeah, well, I mean, in game 3, I mean, I simply confused my lines early on. And then I was just too passive. And probably at some point I was lost, but Wesley then made a huge blunder. And I should have won the game as well. So, I mean, the third game could have gone either way. This fourth game, probably I was in trouble for most of it, but Wesley was kind of getting low on time, and the position was just very chaotic. I mean, I think I played really, really well to survive to the point when I got this rook b8, rook b2, but I think I made a couple of bad moves there. I haven't looked yet, obviously, but it felt like I had something, and then apparently there's a win with this g6 move. But you know, it is what it is. It was pretty much a bullet game at the end.
Yeah, Hikaru, you played really fantastic, resourceful defense. But I actually want to ask you about the opening choices because you played Wesley so many times now, so many Berlins. How did you choose what openings to play today?
I mean, you just pick an opening and you play chess. That's all I did. I mean, it's not like my first game was very inspiring. You know, the second game, I think I've played this line before in this Italian with this whole d5, d4, something very similar to it. I mean, I just think the second game was the only game which was smooth. Everything else was choppy. But you just pick openings, you play chess. I mean, we've played each other probably hundreds of times now if you include Rapid and Blitz. And yeah, I just pick something and roll the dice.
Hikaru, great play as usual, bro. What we want to know is how are you so resourceful? What can we do to get a little bit of fraction of resourcefulness like that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any secret in terms of how to do it. I think at the end of the day, it's in the mind, though. If you believe in yourself, if it's in your mind that you can do certain things, good things happen.
There you go.
And Hikaru, congratulations. It must be a relief to see the back of Wesley. But tomorrow you face Vladislav Artemiev or Fabiano Caruana. Who would you rather play?
I mean, it doesn't matter at all because I think by winning this match, I'm guaranteed to be in the top three if my math works out. So I think top three guarantees a spot in the next event, and that's really the only thing that matters. I mean, as long as you finish in the top three, I don't care. I could finish third, second, first. It's all pretty irrelevant. It's just the fact that I'm guaranteed to play the next event. I don't have to go through the whole slog of playing the qualifiers. So that's what I'm happiest about. It doesn't matter who I play. Just finishing top three is the only thing that matters.
And Hikaru, the action and the drama in the Chessable Masters feels like a lot more than we had in the first event. Are you feeling this momentum as well with this exciting mix of players that we have?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a little bit different. I guess what I would say is I didn't have a chance to look at all the games today, but I think yesterday there's a simple reason it was exciting, which is everyone was playing like they were completely drunk. So there were so many blunders in every single match that I saw. Today, I don't know as much about. But I think certainly when you don't have the same set of top players in every single event, there are going to be wild things happening. And yeah, it's just it's great to be on the winning end. But I think at the end of the day, it's just trying to keep finding resources, trying to keep the game going, get your opponents low on time. And I seem to be doing a pretty good job of that for someone who doesn't play chess professionally.
Wow. Hikaru, you keep saying that, and then you keep coming up with these big results. We stop believing you now with the whole not taking chess professionally.
I mean, I am not playing over the board chess other than a handful of terms a year. So I don't know what you want me to say. It's like you're trying to get me to say something that gets clipped where I'm going to sound like really arrogant or something. But I mean, the simple fact is like I'm just doing what I'm doing. And it's I mean, I'm not studying as much chess now as I was 4 years ago. Let's just be clear on that. Nowhere near as much. So, I mean, it's what it is.
And yet here you are, re-entering the world top 5, Hikaru. We love it. And fantastic performance today. All the best for tomorrow.
Thank you so much, you guys. Appreciate it.
All right, so yeah, great stuff by Hikaru winning his match. Maybe we'll try to get the interview later again. But yeah, very complicated stuff. I think really the game changer in this game was, again, Wesley's clock. He got a good position, but he didn't keep up the pace. And then slowly but surely, he led Hikaru back into the game. But already, right here, he had already thrown away his position, or his advantage, rather. And Hikaru already had great chances to come back. But again, with half a minute against 4 minutes, it's just always going to be difficult in these types of positions.
Yeah, I mean, again, Hikaru just kept the pressure on. He found all these brilliant resources. I mean, Wesley was up. I mean, even in this position, he's up 2 pawns, but Hikaru was able to overtake the initiative. And I mean, look, I know it's been kind of said, you know, time and time again, but every event, it's just always true. Hikaru is just one of the hardest players to put away. Any position, material deficit, time deficit, etc. He finds a way to prolong the game. And that must have a, you know, people talk about Magnus effect. There's a Hikaru effect. You know, it's not like Wesley-So has been a victim of so many of these swindles and holds. That must be in the back of his mind. Even when he's winning, he must be thinking, okay, don't screw this up, right? Like he might be getting these doubts and thoughts in his mind. And ultimately, Hikaru is still able to work his magic. So again, it was a tough hold for sure. But again, these things don't happen. You know, this is not pure luck. This is when, you know, you show great resilience and you get the opportunities presented to you through your hard work.
Exactly. And sometimes we take it for granted, but when we're watching these games, when Hikaru gets into a tough position, he starts making the best move one after another. And it just becomes so difficult to put him away, even in positions that are like +3, +4. He keeps finding the best moves and makes it as difficult as possible for his opponents. And we see so many players who just crumble when they get into a bad position. Like the advantage becomes bigger and bigger, but with Hikaru, the advantage only becomes smaller and smaller. And then, his opponent, they also start doubting themselves a little bit. They get low on time, and that's when he takes his chance. So great defense here once again, but definitely a big missed opportunity by Wesley-So. But Wesley-So is not out of the tournament just yet. He will have a chance to come back because now he is going down into the losers bracket. And I forgot who he is playing. I believe he is playing. It was one of the guys it's Levon, I think. I think he's playing Levon, right?
Are they? They did just play. Is that how the bracket works? They did just play in round 1, right? So.
Oh, that'd be odd then, yeah.
Yeah, that would be a little odd. Maybe would he be playing Magnus?
I don't know.
I'm
we'll
not sure.
have to.
Yeah, we will definitely get that information and those brackets at some point. But yeah, I mean, we know who's still in. We know Wesley, even though he lost his match, he's still in. Magnus is still in. He was able to defeat Likwon Lem, and of course, Levon was able to defeat Fedoseev, and the loser of the match between Artemiev and Fabiano will still be in the tournament, but only with one life left. There is a chance that we do see Wesley against Hikaru once more, and there's Hikaru himself. Hello.
That's good to be with
Hikaru. Welcome back.
Well, first of all, it's good to be back with you guys. It's good to be somewhere where I'm appreciated. It's quite nice. So that's the first thing I want to start with. It's just great to be around such positive people.
You don't feel appreciated in their broadcast?
I mean, again, like people are hoping for a clip. I mean, at the end of the day, like I'm just here playing chess, and I've said it many times before. I am a streamer first. I don't study as much chess as I did years ago. That's simple reality. And yeah, that's what it is. And again, like if I say anything, people are going to be unhappy. If I don't say anything, people are unhappy. There's just no. There's no happy solution. So, but it's good to be here where, at least people are a little bit more sensible. So thank you guys for being here.
All right. So Hikaru, congratulations on winning the match. You had pretty tough games in game 3 and game 4. So yeah, what are your thoughts on those games?
Yeah, I mean, the chess itself was phenomenal. I mean, game 3 was very choppy. I mean, I just played the wrong line in the opening and I got a bad position. And then, of course, Wesley, right when he sort of had me on the edge, he messed it up. And then I was suddenly winning, and then I couldn't win the game. So I mean, it was a very choppy emotional ride, because once I went from losing to winning, it's like, OMG, like I'm going to win this game. I'm going to win the whole match. It's all going to be over. I don't even have to play game 4. And then game 3 was and then of course going to game 4, like you gotta focus, and I just couldn't remember the lines really. I mean, it's something I looked at for the candidates, of course, but it's been a while since I've looked at the lines. I am a streamer first and not a professional chess player. So yeah, I mean, I got into this messy position. Basically, I just told myself, like, keep finding moves, just keep playing, keep finding moves. And I found a way to do it long enough. And I think towards the end, I messed it up. I think I had something somewhere. I mean, I don't know, maybe around Rook B8, Bishop C4 or something. It felt like there had to be some way to draw, and I couldn't figure it out. But it's what it is.
There was some 94 move there. You took a B2, if I recall correctly. That was fine, but apparently 94 right away was even stronger, just to eliminate any of those counterplay.
No, I mean, the thing is, I want to play 94, but after knight takes e4, do I just which way do I take?
Now you take.
Yeah, and then you take a e4.
And now there's no more checkmating ideas. But I was thinking maybe even Bishop E6.
Yes, Bishop E.
No, actually, Bishop E6 is bad. Never mind.
F5, crazy, and then
no, but I mean, regardless, like, forget about Bishop H5. I'm just saying, like, with Bishop E6 though, F5 or takes F5. I mean, am I really losing there? I don't think I am. Like, I might be worse in some magical way. Why is this losing after Rook takes F5?
Sorry, the Rook.
A Rook's hanging, yeah.
Oh.
You might not have seen it.
Okay.
But here there's also moves like Rook to B4, and I don't know, like it feels like Black should just hold here with the knights off the board.
Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling there was something I couldn't put it together. I mean, I'd already found like probably 20 only moves in a row, I feel like. I mean, it felt like every move I played was like hanging on the edge of being just completely lost. And yeah, then I found a way, and yeah, it's what it is. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I hung around long enough. I found moves. Then, of course, I made some, you know, of course, I'm not a computer. I can't play a perfect game from start to finish. But then he blundered. I mean, H5's a blunder to 96. Wow. 96.
Yeah, well, 96, I guess after check, maybe you go King G6. Even although the computer doesn't say that as the best move.
I mean, chess is hard. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, at this moment, he had less
hard.
than 10 seconds. So the computer did flash some unbelievable moves for him, but there was this moment we were actually analyzing while we were waiting, you know, for you to join us. There was this move G6 here. He had 8 seconds.
But even as we were analyzing, we still couldn't really get the idea.
Know why I was fully winning either. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean,
he had no chance to find that. It's like you said,
I mean,
not only did you hang around, you pushed him into that time trouble in both games, right? And when he got low, that's when the mistakes came.
No, I mean, but it's just. Yeah, because basically, I mean, I had to find all these. I mean, I don't know if they were only moves, but it felt to me like if I make one wrong move, pretty much from like move 10 onwards around the time like Bishop G5, if I make one wrong move, I assume I just lose instantly. And so it's like you have to hang on forever. And then like right when I had it's right when I slipped. But I mean, he was so low on time that he couldn't figure it out. Yeah, it's crazy.
Right. So what do you think about, because Wesley, we did think that he played really well, but it felt like he played a little bit too slow, and that gave you the chances to come back. So do you think he just got a little bit nervous, or he was a little bit rusty, or what do you think that was?
Sorry, say that again. What'd you say?
Yeah, so Wesley got great positions both in game 3 and in game 4, but in both games, it felt like he was just a little bit too slow on the clock, and that gave you chances to come back. So do you think he just got nervous when he got those good positions, or he was a little bit rusty, or what do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was probably a little bit rusty, probably a little bit like just you know, just a little bit out of sorts. I felt like, I mean, I think honestly, I've beaten him the last couple of times in our matches. So psychologically, there's also a little bit of stuff going on in his mind as well. But you know, I think at the at the end of the day, you know, it's just chess and you play. And in my mind, I said it in this interview, you know, it's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. Like I'm not studying chess like I once did. And in many ways, I'm playing better chess than I ever have because it's all in the mind. If you believe in yourself, if it's in your mind, good things will happen no matter what. And I just keep believing that something good is going to happen every day that I play chess, every day that I stream and I do all these things. And, you know, it's just, I do what I can. You know, there are plenty of people who, I mean, I guess the upside is there's so many people out there who are so unhappy that I'm doing well. And that actually is like the overriding motivation for me is all these people who are just hoping that I'm going to fail and just like proving them wrong day after day after day, week after week and year after year at this point. And I'm just I'm very happy that at least there's some of you guys who are watching here who you do appreciate my chess. You appreciate everything I do. It means the world to me.
All right, great
won
stuff.
The America's Cup. This is your second final in a row. So certainly you are proving everyone, all of those people you were just mentioning, they are still going to have to keep praying on your downfall because it's not coming anytime soon.
Yeah, you know, and also I would say, like, I mean, as far as like going forward, like there's only one thing when I play these tournament, like when I'm playing these Champions Tour events that matter, and that is finishing in the top 3. That's the only thing that matters because then you don't have to play the qualifier. And I will say, I think when you play in the qualifier, you know, it just becomes it becomes very difficult to qualify. You have to do well in the tournament, you have to do well in the match, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's brutal all around. It's brutal. So, yeah, it's what it is. But I'm just thrilled that I found a way to win this match. I'm thrilled for all the people who are watching the stream. You know, thank you so much. And yeah.
At this point, have you already locked in top 3 because you've made it to the winners final?
Because if I lose to Artemiev or Fabiano, I'm in the final of the losers bracket. So yes, okay. I'm basically
that's great.
Yeah, so I'm in the final of the champions bracket. So the worst I can do is finish in third in the.
Is that auto qualification again for the next leg? Is that how it works? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No.
All right. That's phenomenal stuff. So yeah, Hikaru, we wish you a lot of luck tomorrow. And are you gonna be playing in Title Tuesday 20 minutes from now?
I don't know. We'll see how long the recap takes. I'm guessing it'll be more than 20 minutes. So I would say it's fairly unlikely. And frankly, after, you know, what just happened on the official broadcast, I mean, I don't really see it happening, but maybe I'll play. We'll see.
All right, and if you do play, will you stream that on here or on Twitch, or what is the plan with that?
I mean, I guess I would stream it on Twitch, but I don't know. Like I said, I'll do the recap and go from there. But I mean, everything that happened after the game, I'm just kind of I'm a little bit, I don't want to say sour, but it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. So we'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, we're going to let you go. Best of luck tomorrow against the winner between Fabiano and Artemiev. And before we let you go, final question. Again, what do you think the players are going to bid?
Yeah, so it's Fabiano and Artemiev. Artemiev has been like a god with no time on the clock yesterday. And I mean, I saw parts of today against Fabiano. He's been playing out of his mind when he has like 3 or 4 seconds. So my assumption, I mean, of course, it's increment, but I would guess Artemiev is going to go low, but I don't think too low. I think they're both going to be just over 10 minutes is my guess.
I think it's already locked in that Artemiev has the white pieces. I don't know how much time he has, though, so I'm trying to look on their broadcast, but it doesn't show to me.
Fabiano bid 9:59. Okay, so Fabiano bid 9:59, which means Artemiev was just over 10. So I said around 10. So pretty good stuff.
All right, so we'll leave it up to you. Do you want to hang around and watch this match, or do you just want to bounce?
I'm gonna bounce and do my recap, and it's good that I won. It's as the former world champion said some time ago. I think he said something like it's always people were saying it's always a good day when Magnus loses, and then he won Norway just, and he said something like so apparently it's a really good day since I won, or something like that. And I feel the same way. It's like everyone's thinking it's going to be a great day if I lose, and here I'm proving them wrong and making everyone more upset. So it's a good day. It's a good day.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening, and we all are looking forward to the recap, and of course, we wish you best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much, you guys. Have a good one. Thank you once again to chat. You guys are the best. I appreciate it.
Take care, Hikaru.
See you guys.
See ya. Bye. All right, you guys. With all that being said and done, we are happy that he was able to join us for an interview. Not sure what happened there on the broadcast, but in the meantime, Alex, we're off here in the Armageddon game between Artemiev and Caruana, looking very solid so far. I think Fabiano can be pretty satisfied because sooner or later he can play the move g5 and then take this bishop on g3. That being said, Artemiev, of course, has that edge on the clock, and he's got this slow maneuvering position in which he's always going to be super strong. So how do you think this game is going to develop? Maybe something like bishop d3 or just a normal move like knight bd2?
Yeah, I don't know if you've played Artemiev. I assume you have, all these Title Tuesdays and other formats, but I've seen him play a lot of these like d4 deviations. Him and another Russian grandmaster, Dmitry Andreikin. I don't know if they've worked on it together, but I feel like they're always playing like the Torrey system or like the London system, or just like some of these like low theory, like very solid d4 openings. I've actually played Artemiev a couple of times in Title Tuesday myself, and he's always playing these like very kind of dry technical positions. Obviously, he can play all sorts of things, but I have seen him prefer those and just slowly kind of squeeze and apply, going for that slow game here. And it looks like Fabiano here played a very early knight h5. So I guess, not really maybe giving Artemiev, the super, basic clear cut, setup he's looking for. Saying that, it does look very solid, very standard. We do have a no increment Armageddon here, so perhaps it is in Artemiev's favor just to have a long, drawn-out game where, that is going to come into effect. But this position looks pretty dry, pretty boring, but I think that's in Artemiev's style.
Yeah, he goes pawn on c4, expanding on the queen side, and maybe preparing a potential queen to b3, e6, knight c3, all looking pretty standard. What about the move queen b6 here for Fabiano? Because that does not look very easy to me. Maybe you have to go queen to c1, or queen b3, but after queen b3, I wonder if there is a case to be made for something like takes and bishop c2, bishop to c2, although I guess there's always knight d2. But as we speak, bishop to d6 has already been played by Fabiano, giving Artemiev the opportunity to grab more space with a move like c5. And look at the clock. Fabiano started down 5 minutes on the clock, and he's already narrowed it down to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously huge. He also has a very solid position. Now it's like a reverse London somehow, right? It's like Fabiano has the London setup, or you could argue it's like a Slav setup, right? Or something along those lines. But in any case, yeah, he's making up the clock difference. His position seems to be very robust. Artemiev goes c5. So now the battle lines are extremely clear, right? White is going to be going b4, a4, b5, perhaps bishop g3 to trade those bishops. and Fabiano is going to be focusing on the e5 break. Perhaps he can even get more aggressive with g5 at some point. So at least we have a very clear battleground going forward. But like you mentioned, starting down 5 minutes and then, making it, to a 3-minute time disadvantage without anything disastrous happening to your position, that has got to be a positive thing. And I'm a little surprised by this move, bishop to e7. I thought for sure Fabiano would go back to c7 so that he can push e5. Am I missing something, or is this maybe a slight mistake from Fabiano?
I would think so too. Yeah, I thought he was for sure going to drop back the bishop to c7 because the bishop on c7 always supports the liberating e5 break. And now that's going to be a little bit more difficult to get in. He can go for a move like knight e4, trading off the bishops and supporting the e5 break then. So let's see what Artemiev is going to do. One thing I want to point out is that also yesterday against Magnus, he had the white pieces in the Armageddon. And of course, he started out with a big time advantage. But at the end, he was the one racing against the clock, mating Magnus with only a couple seconds left. And he definitely has to be careful here. I think he definitely has to keep that edge on the clock, because that is one of the big edges you have when you get the white pieces. I mean, right now he's only up a little bit more than 2 minutes. So let's see what he's going to do. Maybe before, maybe short castles, but yeah, he should be speeding up here.
Yeah. Now, especially, it seems like exactly what you said. He's got a clear plan. Why not just go for it? But we heard from Hikaru himself. He said, Artemiev, I think his exact words were, has been a beast with low time. Now, that doesn't mean he shouldn't be getting into those situations every time, right? But we, like you mentioned, we have seen him mating Carlsen, with just a few seconds on the clock. Yeah, I mean, he is only up 2 minutes now. 92.
What?
Is that
now Black can just play. I guess it's anti-94, but now Fabiano can just go e5. And look at this. After e5, you can take on d4, you go knight f8, swing your knight around to e6, put maximum pressure here. And it feels like that really solves all of Black's problems. Fabiano, however, castles a very natural move, but I like the lane castling so that you had that option to go knight f8 to e6. So let's see what Artemiev is going to do here. Maybe if he is being super clever, he can go for the move bishop to g3, stopping the move e5 altogether. And even though Black's probably doing okay, Black's pieces are a little bit cramped. But again, look at the clock. Now Artemiev is only up 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I'm thinking about that moment he went back to e7, and we do have bishop g3 on the board. One of the key plans in these positions that I was taught is queen c8, bishop d8, bishop c7. I don't know if Fabiano can bring himself to do that. He might be kicking himself not having played bishop c7 earlier, so maybe it's going to be a little bit of a mental block. I mean, saying that, he does have other ideas. I mean, I guess, yeah, well, b6 is interesting. I would say maybe like rook e8, just trying to somehow get that e5 break in the future. B6 is very interesting, right? Like maybe some b6, a5 configuration, but you got to be careful. If you go b6 here, if bishop a6, are you planning to just take on c5?
In the meantime, b6 is on the board. I guess, yeah, probably some sort of sacrifice like this should work. So b4, good decision by Artemiev, keeping the clamp on the queen side. Now, I guess a5 to me looks very logical. White has to go a3. I don't think b5 really works. And here, Fabiano can already start trading down some pawns on the queen side. I mean, to me, b5, it seems like it can never work. So I think he just has to go a3. And then let's see what Fabiano is going to do. Maybe what he can do is just play something like queen to c8, go queen b7, and eventually he'll take here, trade down one rook, bring the other rook here. And I like the plan that you mentioned with bishop d8 to c7. And this reminds me of the variation in the Queen's Gambit Declined, where white is more space, but black is very solid, and they have their ways of bringing their bishop into the game. All right, so in the meantime, a3 was played, and Fabiano took all the pawns. Maybe now it's a good time to break with e5, because his pawn on c5 has become weak.
Yeah, it really seems like, all these, maybe a little bit slow for Artemiev. He had this like knight f3, knight d2 that his bishop was getting kicked around a bit, and Fabiano is able to methodically just simplify the position. I mean, I guess the only worry that's a little far-fetched is that the c6 pawn could become some kind of target, but it's not really happening. I know sometimes in these positions, there's these knight b3, knight a5 ideas. That's before all those pawns got completely vacuumed off the board. And e5 is a great break here. This is going to allow him to potentially just trade on d4 and turn that pawn into a target. You were mentioning earlier this idea of bringing a knight to e6. Obviously, with the rook is blocking it on f8, but nevertheless, in the future, we could see something like that. And again, Fabiano is still down on time, but he has made up the difference quite substantially. So the onus is going to be for Artemiev to even figure out how to keep any play going more, sooner than later, because I'm sure that Fabiano's going to start trading all the rooks on the queen side.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, to me, the move kingside castles looks the most logical move, looks the most logical here. I don't know what is bothering him. I mean, Fabiano for sure can go rook e8, followed by knight f8 to e6, looking completely fine. But you got to keep the game going. You got to try to keep that edge on the clock. Right now, he's only up, again, 1 minute and like 20 seconds. So I don't know what else there is. I mean, you can take. That is the other option. This perhaps makes the position a little bit more imbalanced. The knight moves. And now, even if you lose the pawn on c5, you will have a pawn majority on the king side. So maybe that's something he's considering. And to be honest, it might be a good way to shift the direction of the game. But look at the clock. He's now only up a minute, and he started off being 5. So this is definitely not the right way to do it for Artemiev. And again, I think he should avoid this situation where he's racing against the clock. I mean, he made it against Magnus yesterday, but you might also just not make it.
Yeah, everyone only remembers those legendary wins, right? I'm sure there's lots of, I can tell you that from my personal experience as a time trouble player, it's always cool to go, I won this with 1 second, but how about all those other games where you lost a piece or rook or a queen? Saying that, I actually really liked your idea. I didn't even consider that at all. Take e5, you just assume it's not good, you're going to lose c5. But as you mentioned, you need to create some kind of imbalance, get Fabiano thinking. Artemiev comes back to f3. Is he considering knight takes d4? If you take on d4, now you got a double attack. And wow, this is unbelievable. This is actually only one move. I thought this was just terrible for black. But the computer's saying bishop c5 and bishop b4. That is not an easy find for Fabiano. And he doesn't do it. He just plays e4. He goes e4. Right, so that is what Artemiev wanted to provoke.
I think this is great for Artemiev. Look at this, because I mean, Fabiano has a spatial advantage on the king side, but I think it's going to be super difficult to ever do anything on that side of the board. The bishop on g3 is a very, very strong piece, because not only does it do a good job of defending white's king, it also always controls all of these squares on the king side. And in the meantime, Artemiev can go for moves like castles. That's what he's just done. Queen to b3, maybe bring that queen to b7. And honestly, I'm already wondering how Fabiano is keeping the queen side together.
Yeah, all of a sudden, this has shifted dramatically. Knight a4 now, right? You got knight b6 as a fork. That could be very annoying, and then you can try to invade down the a file as well. It's incredible how this has, we just went from, okay, like he's played e5, looks pretty nice. Knight f3 was actually a phenomenal move. It turns out that black was equal there, but only with a piece sacrifice. I'm not sure Fabiano even went that far. He saw he takes on d4, I'm going to be miserable. Now he probably has to go fishing, g5, h5 to try to make something happen on the king side, because the queen side is about to collapse. Knight, rook a7, queen a4, knight b3, knight a5 are just some of the moves that I would be considering. So I think Fabiano is just forced to go all in and try to, find some counterplay on the king side.
And h5 is on the board. And to be honest, it does seem a little bit scary for white. I mean, black's going to go knight to g6, pawn h4, kick the bishop away. And if possible, he would also like to go h3. And in case of g4, start to try to infiltrate on those light squares. And you can go a3 yourself. Like, let's say rook a6, knight g6, and you go here. But then you always have to be worried about sacrifices over here. So Artemiev definitely has some work to do here. He's still up on the clock, but his time advantage is dwindling, and knight g6 has just been played. And how is he going to deal with this move h4 that's coming?
Well, Benjamin, look at this computer suggestion, this really unbelievable picturesque move, knight a8. And the idea is you're trying to bring it to c7. I don't know if you'll be finding that, but that is definitely one of the, that's a very aesthetic, geometric motif. I'm not sure. Yeah, the computer really loves this move. But it's quite funny. And then you also maybe have some queen b7. I don't think he's going to play that. Or queen a4.
The question really is whether Artemiev can be forced to distract Fabiano on the queen side. Like, if he goes queen a4 and takes here, that completely puts a stop to Fabiano's initiative on the king side. But if he doesn't, I mean, if h4 and h3 comes on the board, I mean, who knows what's going to happen over there. And look at the clock. Artemiev is now down on time. We were talking about this before, how he was struggling with the time yesterday against Magnus. And is he going to be fighting against the time here again today against Fabiano Caruana? Knight 8 is not an easy move.
Yeah, not at all. But I don't think it's the only move, right? As you mentioned, even playing something like h3, he goes h4. Yeah, it was not an easy decision. h3 obviously opens you up to those sacrifices, but now he's permanently weakened the g4 square. And in the future, if you ever move that knight from g6, you will be able to possibly push g5. The time is equal. So obviously Artemiev has lost his time odds, but positionally speaking, Knight G4.
And Knight G4
okay, now
is
H4
on the board.
H4 is hanging.
H4 is under attack. I think this is not going in the right direction. Apparently, Artemiev has to move. Knight takes D5. Look at this.
And
If you take
Bishop
the queen,
C4, right?
Bishop
Incredible.
C4. But it's not over. I mean, you get this imbalance, and who knows what's happening here? I think black is not doing too bad. You have pretty good control over some of these squares. You're going to take here on the next move. And, knight takes D5 is on the board. Queen takes D5.
Yeah.
Bishop C4 only move now. Wow, what a game.
That was an incredible find by Artemiev. After, missing this 98 move, he comes up with another brilliant knight move. Well, like you said, this is not over. He has, materially speaking, he has a rook and 2 pawns for the 2 binaries. But one thing that I'm concerned about if I'm playing white, black is really, really dominating the light squares, right? If you can put some, the H4 pawn is obviously hanging. The pawn in E4 is a massive stronghold in that in G4. And, again, white has a dark square bishop, dark square pawns, no light square control. Now, Artemiev is thinking here, I guess my board wasn't updating. He goes queen B7, and Fabiano's all in with the king side. Yeah.
This definitely looks easier to play for Fabiano. He's taking a pawn on H4, and to me, there doesn't seem to be a clear way to make your way to the black king. Like, let's say you take here, there's always going to be queen G6 coming. Oh, wait, maybe he just takes here. But again, it feels like there's all these tricks for black. And look at the clock. Now Fabiano is even up a minute. So it's looking tough for Artemiev. I'm definitely going with Fabiano here right now. I think he's done a great job complicating the game. He maybe made some inaccuracies, especially with move E4, but he's brilliantly created counterplay on the king side. And Artemiev keeps thinking and thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. With these pieces hanging around Artemiev's king, you don't even need a checkmate, right? You could just kind of even do some kind of sacrifice and you get perpetual, which is all you need in the Armageddon playing black. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable that Artemiev was given a 5-minute head start and he is down now over a minute and a half against Fabiano. Position remains extremely complicated with a material imbalance, with a positional imbalance as well. But, according to the engine, it still does give him the objective advantage. However, as you noted, it is much easier to play with black. Just throw those pieces at the king, create threads. There's so many different tricks. For example, I was considering bishop h4, knight h4, queen c6, but then you actually lose because of queen b8, which was threatening queen h2. That's why perhaps Artemiev has played g3. He doesn't want to allow this queen b8, queen h2 idea.
But it feels like this should allow all sorts of counterplay from black. Maybe even knight f3, take 6, and then somehow try to infiltrate with your queen on the light squares. But g3, I mean, I don't know. It looks really bad. And also one thing that's really concerning is that Artemiev is not speeding up. He's not getting into blitz or bullet mode. And so those 3.5 minutes could evaporate very, very quickly. That being said, let's say you play a blitz game here. 3.5 minutes is still quite a bit of time, but he's nowhere near a winning position. So let's see what Fabiano is going to do here. He can go knight f3. Or maybe just move the knight back and then continue later with a move like h4. But yeah, it definitely feels like there's got to be something in the position here for black.
Yeah, at the same time, I think I'd be really happy to see a move like knight g6. We shouldn't forget that, if Artemiev just picks up c6, he's going to have 2 connected pass pawns in the center.
Oh,
wow,
look
what
at
a
this.
move. Is he planning bishop c8 in case of a pawn takes h4? What a find. This is the second brilliant move of the game. Both players are trading, phenomenal moves.
And how does Artemiev deal with this? I have no idea. Like, maybe you can go for something like rook a8, and then after bishop c8, you can still take this pawn here because you defend the pawn on f2. And after queen f3, there's knight g5 check, and you pick up the queen. So I think he has to find something like this. If you take the knight right away, bishop c8, this is game over. But again, he's below 3 minutes. The time is ticking. And queen... I saw a move coming through.
Queen.
Wait. Oh, that's the rook.
Bishop c8 anyway, right? Same idea.
You drop the rook. Wait, it's game over.
Yeah, if Fabiano finds bishop c8, he wins. He wins the rook, and then it's on the board. Wow, so his counterplay crashes through. He doesn't even get the draw. He gets the win. This looks completely hopeless. Where does he even play? He just resigns. Queen f2 is mate. Incredible.
Yeah, no, tough game. I think he got a great position out of the opening, but now he's thrown it all away. I mean, queen takes f2 is a massive threat. The only move you have to keep the game going is queen f4, but this tells it all. I mean, you just trade the queens, take the rook here, and you might as well just resign here. I mean, at this point, Fabiano's not even going to give you a draw, I think.
Well, maybe he will. There's not is there any benefit to winning? But of course you are, he's so winning.
You get the Chessable rapid rating, so I would take it.
Yes, sure, that's better.
It's also a little bit late here to offer a draw with white, I would think.
Yeah. I don't think Artemian would offer. He would either play it out or just resign.
There was a funny story. Like, I played in the World Cup in 2021, and so the first two classical games ended in draws. And then we played the rapid tiebreaker. So win the first game with black, and then in the second game I'm winning. And then towards the end of the game, my opponent does this. So I think like, okay, he's gonna resign. And then he said draw, and I was like, no, because I wanted to take the rapid rating. Yeah, it was just too late.
Yeah, I see. This was against who?
It wasn't the first round against the guy from Kyrgyzstan. Not Abdijapar was his name. He was like 2400. All right, but let's see what is going to happen here. Fabiano's just going to convert this game here. I mean, bishop d7 or bishop f7, or I mean, knight f6 there's king f4. The only thing is just don't do anything crazy here, I guess.
There's no increment, so time plays a factor, but they got way too much time for that to currently matter. And this just tells us that Fabiano should be moved, barring some insane blunder, I don't even know what. Fabiano will be moving on to the finals with his match against Hikaru tomorrow. And we say it's the finals, but to be more precise, I should call it the winners' finals, because the winner of that match will still have to play at least one more match. We do have another bracket, the losers bracket, the consolation bracket, whatever you want to call it. So you do have 2 lives, but in any case, it looks like we'll have an all-American final between Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting because I have seen Wesley and Hikaru face off like, I don't know how many times, like 100 times at this point, it feels like. But I haven't seen a whole lot of matches between Hikaru and Fabiano. So that's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. They definitely played a whole lot of classical chess back in the day, but I don't remember the last time they played in rapid chess. Fabiano's not going to give him... come on, is he really? All right, well...
They do draw the game.
Whatever.
Artemiev steals a couple of Chess.com rapid points.
Yep. All right, well... yeah, but in any case, Fabiano Caruana, he draws the Armageddon game with the black pieces, which means he moves on to the finals, in which he is going to play Hikaru Nakamura. So that's going to be super exciting. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be on the edge for I will not be watching, but I'll be following it for sure.
Yes, both of us will be not here tomorrow, actually, right? You guys will have everyone in the chat. First of all, thank you so much for joining us today, yesterday, and following Hikaru's journey to the finals. Both Benjamin and I will actually be competing in tournaments, not the same tournament, different tournaments. So we will be at the board, hopefully inspired by some of the victories that we've seen over the past days to get a couple of our own. But like you said, I'm sure we'll both be checking in on the results, seeing who is winning and what.
Yeah, no, it's going to be super exciting. I think Hikaru's got to be the slight favorite against Fabiano Caruana, but overall, I'm pretty impressed with how Fabiano managed to come back in this match. He was down. He was with his back to the wall. He had to win with the white pieces, but he did it pretty effortlessly, it seemed. And so he's moving on to the final. So with all that being said and done, you guys, we are going to be calling it a day. We are going to be sending the raid over to Alexander Bornik. Now, most of you guys might know him from his streams on Twitch, but it seems like he's also streaming on Kick now. So make sure to give him a follow, show him some support. And yeah, Alex, I will leave the final words up to you.
Absolutely, yeah. We will be sending it over to Alexander Bortnik. But before that, again, just want to thank everyone. I'd like to thank you, Benjamin. It's been a pleasure and honor to commentate with you again. Hopefully, we will team up for some lovely chess again in the future. Of course, thank you to everyone in the chat, all the fans. Hopefully, you guys really enjoyed the show, the games, and our commentary. And of course, lovely thank you to all our mods and all our behind the scenes, extremely hardworking people who just make everything run so smoothly and make it a pleasure to be here. I'm sure that I will be back in the future. This was my first time on Kick, maybe kickstarting our career. But all in all, again, just a big thank you to everyone. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your week.